mentioned that there are some issues with Sunshine.
Oh no. So they can participate by phone as long as we have a physical quorum.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, but I didn't think that I've never seen a phone line in here.
No.
Good morning. How are
Hey.
you?
I was telling somebody about chairs today. I said you should see how her eyes light up
When I
the
talked
mention
about
of the
Oh my
trees.
God, I actually got to see her backyard and all her trees today.
Hello.
It was like she
Oh,
was talking about her babies.
I was looking yesterday.
okay. If you guys, are you guys up for it? Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
So then let's just go ahead and call the, I want to call it a retreat or a workshop to order. And I'll just turn it over to Gretchen if you want to lead the way with the first item. Thanks.
Let me just give you a bit, good morning, first of all. Hi, nice to see all of you. Let me give you a bit of an overview of what you'll see today. We're going to go through each of the major categories of our budget requests from the county. And then right after that, we're going to demo a really nice dashboard. Thank you for creating that, Lenny's group, planning, GIS. Based on your feedback about wanting to see exactly where the projects are geographically, where they were in the original plan, what we thought the costs were going to be in the original financial plan that went to the voters and to our commission, and then where we are now with those costs. We have that in the actual PowerPoint presentation, and then we're going to visually depict it for you and try to get some feedback from you about, is this where you want us to go? And then we'll take a break for lunch, and we'll move into the retreat portion where you'll get 4 presentations that you all requested. All right, so I'm just going to turn it over to Tony Huey, and we'll move right into the budget workshop.
I'm sorry. Hope this is better. Let me just start over. Tony Hui, County Public Works Department. And I'm going to be talking about the, giving you information on the FY20 budget requests for roads and traffic-related improvements. But what I thought before we get into the details and the nitty-gritties of it a little bit is to just kind of walk everybody through how we develop projects in general, and the process that we went through and what you can expect to see going forth in the future. Because the way it is this mobility advancement plan is a really ambitious plan. We had to give the voters adequate details so that they know what they're voting for over 30 years. But at the same time, we needed to be flexible enough so that as things change in the future, as information become available, that we can adopt and modify and refine the program as we continue and we go along. So what I thought is I'll just spend a couple quick minutes on how we develop projects in general. And when we talk about projects and how we develop it, there's 2 main factors. Is obviously the cost and the schedule of the projects. And how we do it, and it is a standard county process, is that when we do a project, we start with the planning phase, then we go into the design phase, and then of course we go into the construction phase, and then finally we go into the operation phase. What the Surtax plan essentially, though, or what we put together is essentially the county put together, developed the planning phase of it. What we're going to be asking for our board and also this board as we go forth is for us to proceed with the design and then construction and then going forth into the future, the operational phases of the project. So, and just so you know, as we go through this, is more or less an industry standards, but we also follow the county procedures as we go through the standard practices as we go through it. Oh, by the way, these practices that I'm going to be talking to you about, we actually also spent quite a bit of time when OPAGA came down to audit us a couple months back prior to the vote of the prior to the vote itself, and we kind of went through in detail how we develop projects, how we plan process, and how we control construction projects. And I think they gave us a very favorable review that is their report is included, and I'm sure you guys have all seen it, so I don't need to talk about that too much. So let me just go into the cost of it very quickly. The planning level cost that we put together as a Surtax plan, it was estimated in the late 2017, early 2018, so we can put something together that we can go out and talk to all of the cities, we can went out and talk to the citizens and in a number of meetings and so forth, also with the various agencies. So that was time frame. And how we developed that cost was that we used our historical costs for the project, different project elements. For example, historically, it costs us X dollars per linear foot to put in sidewalks. We knew we need to put in so many sidewalks, so we, used that average cost. We had information on what was the average cost for us to do an intersection improvement project. And so we averaged it, and we applied that average as we went through over that 400-something projects that we had in our Surtax plan. And so that's how we developed the cost. And when we come to you, when we come to our board, and when we come to you for budget requests, it almost just about 99.9% of the time is going to come in two different phases. We're going to ask you a budget for design, and then at a later point, we're going to ask you a budget for construction. And so what you'll see in FY20, just a heads up, is that most of it is going to be design costs that we're going to be asking you for. And there's really two reasons why we separated it out. One of it is that as the projects move through a design and construction phases, the scope changes and things happen in the field that we need to adjust for. And the second reason also is that from a budgeting standpoint is that the construction dollars is usually the bigger, it's always the bigger dollars. We don't want to tie up the budget, in one shot. So we want to be able to separate out so it's more flexible from a planning and budgeting purposes standpoint. So that's kind of the reason we do it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good question. So you said that you estimated based on an average historical cost.
Mm-hmm.
And when you did your pro forma forward, say, for the entire program, did you include increase in cost of living?
Yeah, we did. We also escalated the cost as we went, and we escalated about 3% a year.
Right.
And but yes, that we did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and and the last bullet there is an update cost estimate, and I think this is sort of a develop or just a further explanation of what I just went through. Is that as the project developed the planning, pre-design, and construction phases, we're going to come back and we're going to give you more detailed cost estimates at each phase of the game, and in many cases, there may be scope adjustments up or down based on inputs that we have received from the city, FDOT, the public, and so forth. And actually, in many of these situations, just FYI, is that after we developed the program, we went out and talked with, got a lot of input from all these agencies from the public, and we kind of incorporated and we kind of held them. And then, now is the time that we wrote them out because we didn't want to tell different things to different people. So we didn't make any changes to the planning input. We kept the input and we wrote it out. Hmm?
Yes. When you say projects, this is the city submitted projects and the county?
No, okay, my apologies.
Okay.
my fault. What I'm going to be talking about is solely the county projects in this. The city projects is going to be on a separate path through the MPO rating and ranking.
And the city did their own estimate?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sorry about that, but that was an important point. Mm-hmm.
Tony, did you allow for the potential shortage that's going to occur in the marketplace as we factor in all of these projects that we're going to be spending money on into an economy that right now is full employment, and particularly in the construction trades are pretty tight?
Yeah, and I think where you will see that, Phil, is that as we go along, we go through each phases of it, we're going to get a better idea on what the market conditions are. And as you know, market conditions go up, and then they also go down. And so, and that's the reason that we do it in multiple phases. Is that and we continue to update it so that we can take the latest input from the market conditions into account.
Yeah, that's the point I would make too. Is the 3% seems really low right now, but if they did their estimate even 2 years ago, we were still at a pretty high cycle, pretty high level of the cycle. And you're going to find in 30 years, we're going to go through 5 or 6 cycles where we might be pleasantly surprised that some of this stuff comes in cheaper on an average.
Yeah, and we have seen that. I agree absolutely. We have seen that is that the escalations have gone up and down over time, and we were trying to get something consistent and reasonable that for this planning purposes. Okay, so and what we were also trying to do too is that as much as possible, we wanted to get the projects that we have planned in advance before, that we know that are ready to go up front. We want to make sure that there's minimum or no right-of-way issues that may impact a project, and I can show you an example of how some of that can play into overall schedule a little bit down the road. And then, in many cases, as we start developing or thinking more about the specifics of how to implement projects, there's certain type of projects that kind of make sense to be grouped together, to work together. So, we try to do that, and all of those have impact on the schedule. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead a little bit. It got a little bit quicker than I thought, but let me start back on the schedules right from the beginning, okay? It's like, again, we follow county standard procedures, and what we do is that as the budgets get approved, it allows us to start the procurement of that phase. And what we try to do is that when we get the budget available, what we try to do is to have, let's say, all the procurement documents ready, and that's our goal, to have them ready so that when money is available, we can start the process itself. I have to say that we're kind of in the transition phase right at the moment, because you have approved hiring of individuals. We are going to request additional individuals to be working with us as they get hired, as they get integrated into the process. This is going to move a lot smoother, but we are kind of in a transition phase when we have a multiple projects that we're starting out with. So anyway, in any instance, your budget approval, the board's budget approval starts our procurement process. And when we did our preliminary schedules as part of the Surtax, what we really tried to do was that there's certain technology type projects, like our fiber projects, like our adaptive projects, that we think are going to be very helpful in terms of getting started on these type of improvements. We try to, having some impact. We try to move those projects, or we had tried to move those projects up first. And so within the first 10 years, most of our fiber projects will have started, most of our adaptive projects would have started, so that we can get that going, while at the same time, a little bit more of the construction, heavy equipment type project is going to take a little bit of time to phase in and catch up. And we try to phase it in throughout, and we try to distribute it as equitably as we can. But the project's schedules, just like the cost schedules, are going to have to adjust. As an example, the corridor project delivery approach, where we think about, in order to make most sense to the public, group them together so to minimize the impact. That shifts, when we do them together, that shifts the schedules of the individual projects a little bit. But I think overall, they're going to have a better impact, make it much a smoother flow for the public as we go forth into the future. Inputs from cities, agencies, just one side. I just want to make one point, is inputs from cities, agencies, and public. As we went through talking with the public, and as we also always continue to do that, is that their project schedule impact our schedule, and we try to work them together so that we can do it the most optimum way possible. So anyway, I think I mentioned the other two that we grouped in together and so forth. So let me get started. Now that's kind of how we develop projects. Let me get into the specifics of what we're going to ask for. Okay. So this is the first example of it. It is a road capacity expansion project. I'm going to move from the left to the right of the screen just so that everybody can see what I'm trying to show on the screen here. What you see, the first column there is the project ID.
Just for clarification, are we looking at the real projects that are set up for 2020?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to look at the actual projects that we're going to ask you for in FY2020.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start, again, I'm going to start from left to right and explain what each one of the columns are.
These are all the county projects.
Yep, these again are
And
all, right.
I heard you say that you're also going to coordinate with the city's requests, because basically this stuff is being built in the cities.
No, let me clarify that a little bit. Okay, so as we've gone through some of these projects, gone through the county projects, the cities have certain comments on what they like to see to be incorporated in county projects, or they may have some other issues. They say, you may want to move this up a little earlier, you may want to move it down, back a little bit. So those are the type of comments that I meant.
To be clear.
But they have had a specific list that I assume was prepared with the same guidelines as far as budgeting, that escalation, et cetera, I hope, or their budgets are completely out of whack.
Yeah, I'm not too clear on how the cities develop it, but they developed it, I think, in the same general
Okay, they
guidelines.
developed it on their own.
Right.
But you are going to be incorporating, you have knowledge of what the cities want to do.
Right.
They're also partner with you in looking at what you're proposing for them. so they have a chance to make sure we're coordinated. Okay.
Absolutely, because we have met with a number of cities. We over the last year or so, we continue to meet with the cities on their projects, and I really don't, actually, it is our goal to continue to have that cooperation and coordination going forth through the entire program.
So, to be clear,
Uh-huh.
corridor planning means that we're in a geography of area,
Uh-huh.
and there could be 2 cities that we're affecting.
Right.
So we got to bring them into the fold on a county project, on the county budget. And so that's the kind of coordination and city input you're looking for.
Absolutely, and it
Okay.
may be more than the cities. It will be FDOT, it will be whoever. you
Right,
know, yeah.
but when you're planning out a corridor, it could include a city.
Absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
you're
And-
going to
and-
end up being in somebody's city, right?
Exactly,
Okay.
and you know, as we get into corridors, what it may make sense too is if the cities see it that way, is that they may have certain projects they said we want you to add to it, So that's the kind of the beauty of the corridor approach is that we kind of take everybody's concern as best as we can tell into account, so that we don't go back multiple times to the and have that impact to the public. Yeah. Okay, so what you'll see here starting in the first column is project ID R01. The first letter is going to be indicative of the type of projects it is, R, road expansion. And the way the projects are numbered is that projects that are in the plan that is approved by the board is going to be numbered from 1 to 99. So as an example, this one, R01, is an existing project. If we bring to you a new project that is not on the original plan, what they will be numbered is they'll be numbered starting in the 100 series, 101 and above. Okay, so you'll be able to see very clearly whether it's an existing project or it's a new project, and I have examples of that to show you going forth in the future. And so the next column is what the project is, the location, in this case Pine Island Road, the limits of it from Nova to Griffin Row, and the following columns are the design start. And in the original plan, under board approved, in the Surtax plan, we were scheduling to start this project in 2020. The next column is current. We're still planning on starting it at 2020. And as I move further to the right, the capital cost estimate that was in the Surtax plan was $24 million. As best as we can tell right at the moment, that project is still $24 million. And what we're going to ask you for, coming up in the next meeting, is the request to start the design of this project, and that's a little over $2 million, okay? So this is the format that I'm going to show you with all of the other projects, and I can go through each individual ones of it to show you what the changes and what the differences are as we go along.
Tony, 2 questions.
Sure.
Other than building more asphalt, what will this project produce in terms of benefit?
Okay, what this project, in terms of the road capacity expansion in this situation here, is to increase the travel lanes from 4 lanes to 6 lanes on the roadway. So this is one of those that on county roads, there are room for expansion. So we're taking advantage of that, and we're going to expand the roadway, increase the capacity of the roadway.
We'll probably get into this when we talk about performance measures, et cetera, but adding 2 lanes and increasing capacity, I mean, you can see that. But if it doesn't result in reduced travel time or less accidents or other factors, we need to be focused. I think we need to focus on what we intend to accomplish when we complete these projects, so that the citizens know, yeah, there's 2 more lanes here, but is that going to result in better traffic control?
Yep.
And the second question is then, when is this project then projected to be complete?
Okay. In terms of the project, and like I mentioned, when we start, if our board and your board approves it, it starts the process, and then at that time, once we get into the design of it, then we can have a better layout, better idea on what the schedules in terms of completion is, because we're going to have to go through the design, we're going to have to go through the construction, and so we can provide you with that information as the project continues to develop. Okay, So let me move on to the next slide. The next slide is our adaptive signal control projects. Again, what you can see here is all the project IDs. By the way, you won't see the project IDs in sequence, and just because it's the way that we number them, it was a different rhyme and reason than what we're showing here. So the numbers are not going to be sequential in terms of 1, 2, or whatever it is. Okay. So, but the gist of it is the same. Location of the project. If you take a look at the first two. We scheduled in 2020, currently still plan to do it in 2020, and no change in the capital cost estimate. And the last column is what we're asking to start with the design of those two projects going forth into 2020. Taking a look at the next two, there were two projects, one on Commercial Boulevard and one on Miramar Parkway, that back in the plan, a year ago when we were back in the planning phase, we were thinking that it was appropriate to start it at 2020. But based on input that we have received, the Commercial Boulevard, FDOT is doing a project in that area right at the moment. We don't want to conflict with that, so we want to put that back a little bit. And the column that says current, it says to be included in 5-year plan. The next time we come back to you is that we're going to be putting a 5-year plan together, and we expect that we'll have a better idea, a coordination with FDOT, and we can place it, the actual schedule of it going forth in the 5-year plan. That's what it means by that column. So we'll be bringing that project to you. Miramar Parkway, the main impetus of it was that there was plan for major development down in that area in northwestern Dade that this was going to help with. The best schedule of it is that it's going to be much later than what everybody had foreseen in the future, so we can delay it a little bit. But what that allows us to do is the last line here is that on University Avenue, Sunrise to Sterling, we originally planned to do it in 2020, but I think we want to move it up, in 2022. We want to move it up to 2020, and there's many advantages to it, and one of it is that all three projects that we're planning to start in 2020, all of them have existing fiber already installed in it, so we can implement get started with our adaptive signal control projects a little easier, a little quicker along the way. So those are the three projects that we intend to start with. No change in the project cost at the moment, but again, last column is what we're asking you to approve, asking for approval as we go forth.
Doug, you got a question?
Yes, I assume there's zeros there for the budget because that's later.
Yeah,
number one.
this is the FY2020 request.
And number
We're not
two to the
asking-
budget, what are you using as a guideline for design fees versus construction costs? Because they're all over the board from 10% to 6%. I mean, how did you come up with a budget for design based on construction cost estimate? Because it's not a consistent percentage, number one.
Right.
And why isn't it? Or should it be?
What we try to do is that, first of all, different types of projects have different
Okay,
design fees.
different scopes, okay.
Right, and then within the projects themselves, within each group themselves, we kind of take a look at what we know to be the specifics
Okay.
with regards to the
I
project.
think another thing that would help to us is you have two pots, one for maintenance and operations and one for new stuff. I think you should identify these projects of which they're coming out. It'd just be nice to know that, oh, this is a maintenance and operations cost versus a new element.
Very good point.
Maybe you
and-
put it in the number or the ID and we can tell
Yeah.
automatically.
And we can do that. Mhm.
No, I'm just saying, out of all the money that's spent, the county has half of it for existing things that they're going to renovate, operate, fix. Then they have a whole pot of new
No,
money, and I think
yeah.
it would be nice to know, are those projects all new, or those?
These are new. So in
Yeah.
Public Works, we do not have operations and maintenance costs.
So we're
that's in
not gonna be
transit.
reviewing any of that?
Well, the projects that were in the plan that went to the voters
Right?
for Public Works were new projects. And then there are operations and maintenance costs on the transit side. So we do split it up that way in transit, but you won't see that in the Public Works area.
Just as an example, when you think of typical maintenance projects for roadway, you may be thinking about, or not you particular, but general, everyone will be thinking about repaving a road and redoing pavement markings and that type of thing. The county did not include any of those projects in our in our Surtax plan. And what we wanted to do was that we wanted to focus on, focus our expenditures on things that can be more or less directly attributed to, congestion and major, capital, that type of thing. So we're a little bit different than maybe what we have heard with regards to the city projects themselves.
I'm a little confused
Okay.
because I thought we had 3 pots of money that we were looking at. One was the cities and 2 pots for the county, and they were broken between new projects and maintenance and operations of old projects. Am I?
You're not wrong. It's just that the way that we structured the program in Public Works was that we were going to maintain maintenance in our capital GR. So the county will continue to maintain existing facilities, Public Works facilities, not using surtax money, so that the surtax funds can go to new projects that are focused on congestion relief and connectivity, which was what our board asked for. That's on the Public Works side. Again, we're focused on roadway. There are 3 pots of money, but the operations and maintenance that you're thinking of is in the transit area.
Will we be looking at those projects?
Yes, next.
Thank you.
Okay. So if we can go on to the next slide. Fiber optic projects, again, F-series, all existing projects that were already in the plan. The first 2, no change in their plans, no change in their project estimate. The FY2020 request is the furthest column on the right. The next project, Pine Island Road, we originally planned on incorporating that or performing that in 2020, but I think we're going to put it back a year or so. And the reason for it is because we want to do the the FO3 Atlantic Boulevard project from Coral Springs to State Road 7. Instead of doing it in 2021, we want to move it up to 2020. And the reason for that is because we can phase that in better and coordinate it better for future adaptive signal project that we'll have planned on Atlantic Boulevard. So we can kind of phase that in a little better. We shift the schedule just a little bit. So again, that's the reason, no change in cost, and that is the budget request for fiber optic projects and for FY2020.
Tony, to get the benefits from adaptive traffic signal control, you need to have the fiber done first.
You need to have the fiber, and you also need to have the fiber that leads up to it. The connection that goes up to it. So that's so it just makes for a better coordination in this case, and it's with a slight shift in schedule.
Are there any changes proposed in the backbone of the traffic signal control from a countywide perspective?
Phil, I'm sorry.
Are we set on the is the technology locked in place for how we're going to approach traffic signalization going forward?
I hope I'm understanding your question correctly. I apologize if I don't. Is that as these this, like you said, creates the backbone, and we, as we start to more develop the adaptive signal control projects, that's going to modify it and improve the way we do, our signal timing, not just for the segments themselves, but in terms of the residual impact for the rest of the system. So we're going to continue to, make improvements on that, and a lot of it is going to be based on some of the improvements that we're making.
But you don't see anything that will be obsolete when we change technology to the backbone?
Oh, no. It's the way that this is, that we continue to build our system is that they build one on top of each other, and there's no equipment that will be rendered useless by becoming obsolete. Am I still getting you, Phil? I'm not sure I am.
Sort of. You're close.
I think he's asking about the technology.
Uh-huh.
So are we anticipating the exponential changes in technology or the impacts that 5G might have on the backbone? Are we building all of that into our plan?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry, thick head here.
I just didn't want to get in the place that we're laying fiber that's not going to meet our needs, or a computerized system that is not modifiable as the technology changes, as we start to add
Yep.
smart controls and artificial intelligence to the system,
Right, yeah,
that's going to be compatible going down the road.
yeah.
I'm going to say, do we need to start moving forward on the backbone stuff before we get too far along on some of these signal control projects?
Yeah, I think that thank you. I think first of all, I think the way that we're building the system, where the fiber optic cables provide that backbone, it allows this new technology to continue to evolve and go along. So we're not we can do it in phases of it that is not going to render one another useless. We work very closely with our innovation group so that we're planning on our projects that in cases where it's possible, we're also going to be try to build in additional capacity so that we can implement other projects using fiber outside of the Surtax money to do other elements of it. So no, I think we're doing it in a way that will allow us to plan it out, allow us to continue to adapt to changing technology as we go forth. Mass arms. This is mass arm conversions from span wires to the steel mass arms that you've seen throughout the system. There were 3 projects that we originally planned out to do in 2020 that we're actually going to move it back a little bit. And this is actually kind of interesting. I mentioned earlier about, I'll show you an example of some of the right-of-way issue that can impact a project. All of these 3 that are originally planning on doing in 2020 have some right-of-way issues with it that we have to deal with. Really interesting is the 3rd one that you can see here that on the list there, Washington Street, 62nd Avenue. When we took a look at the details of it, is how do we implement the project, looking at the property appraiser's website, we actually find that half of the road on 62nd Avenue has never been dedicated as public right-of-way. So these are like these old city roads that, for one reason or another, looks like there's a major issue with it. I don't think that there won't be any issue in terms of resolving the issue because the road has been maintained as a road and been using as a road for so many years, but it is one of those things that we kind of have to deal with before we actually get to build the mass arm. So that's the reason we kind of moved some of these back, and we moved 2 of them, 2 of the projects up from a couple years later down up to 2020, and again, the requests for those for the design of that in 2020. So next up is intersection improvements. We're making expansion to our intersections, and first 4 projects on the list, 2020, still going to do them in 2020. Here's a very good example of how we did some of our cost estimates in terms of using the average cost. What you can see here is the board-approved plan. Our estimated cost was $1.4 million for each one of them, and that was our historical average on intersection-type improvement projects. And when we took a look at it into a little bit more detail as we were putting this 2020 plan together, there's some site-specific situations with each one of these intersections. Some of the costs are actually lower, some of the costs are higher, and so this is where we will provide the best update possible as we go forward, and those are some of the budget requests for those first projects. The next 2, we originally planned to do it in 2020, Sunrise Boulevard and Northeast 15th. This is another example of where we continue to coordinate with other agencies. FDOTs are planning a project right around in the same vicinity of this area. So what we want to do is that we want to coordinate them. We don't want to jump the gun, and so we're going to push that project back a little bit. Andrews Avenue, is one of our corridors that we want to take a look at, and FDOT also is planning a project in the area. So we're going to put that in the corridor review, and then we're going to come back to you at a later point about the actual schedules of the project themselves so that they can jive better, so they can fit better within the overall game plan.
What's included in an intersection improvement is adding lanes?
Yeah, okay.
What if you've got mast arms and traffic signals as part of the work?
Right.
Which pot does it go into?
The intersection improvements themselves and is that in many situations we have certain physical constraints at certain intersections. A very good example of that is that sometimes it's that the left turn lanes are not long enough, so that cars trying to make a left turn now backing back up into the main thoroughfare. So, and that creates a physical constraint in our system that is very difficult to cannot be overcome with signal timing. So what the intersection improvements is that typically, what we try to do is that we, as an example, increase the length of the left turn lane. Where there's room, we would, and there's a need to it, we would actually add 2 left turn lanes. And you know, I'm sure you've seen many of those in some of the intersections, but where possible, we're gonna add 2 left turn lanes, or maybe a right turn lane that would help. So an intersection improvement project is gonna take a look at all of those things, where we're gonna increase either left turn, increase storage, add right turn lanes to improve the intersection so that we eliminate those physical constraints, and then that let the intersection flows a lot better as we go forth. And so it'll include a number of different improvements. So it could involve changing the medians a little bit. It could involve improving the signals, and you know, so all of those things that's associated in an intersection.
So if that particular intersection, you're expanding the lanes, but that intersection does not have mast arms now.
We would go ahead.
Put that into
Yep.
the intersection
Right.
improvement project.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, absolutely. We as much as we can, as much as possible, we're gonna do them all together so we don't go back again. Yeah, Cynthia.
Sorry. On the New River Greenway, could you describe the improvements for that one
Yeah,
specifically?
it's one of the improvement along that one is to improve the crossing for the bicyclists as we
Okay.
go forth. Mhm.
Thank you.
It's one thing that the public has been asking for. We have a number of them as we go forth.
I'm glad. I'm
So
glad.
I don't know, you know, we're moving forward with this pretty fast, and one of the things, and I kind of hear it out of Phil when he asks questions, and I seem to feel the same way. Shouldn't there be a little bit better description, or are we going to get on a per project basis when we're approving them, descriptions as to what the project is? For instance, a right turn lane, a left turn lane, we're gonna put a mast arm. And then also something that I think is very important for this board and for the public is, what is the objective? What is the improving flow of traffic due to choking on the left turn lane? You know, I think we need that information. And if it's not, I get that this is budget, so you're trying to compress it so that you're looking at the numbers, when it's going to happen. This is more of a planning matrix. I get that. But is there going to be some sort of matrix, or maybe as part of the package, this sits on the top as the cover, and then underneath it speaks to objectives, performance objectives, and it speaks to a better description as to what the work is?
We can definitely provide the project descriptions of, but just FYI is that some of this is that we'll provide we can provide as much detail as possible in each one of these projects, because a lot of it is going to go into, when we get into the design, things are going to continue to evolve and optimize. So we're not going to be able to define every single element of it as we go forward. But in terms of what the project is trying to do, like we talked about earlier, increasing it from 4 to 6 lanes on road capacity, certainly we can provide that information.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking to look at working drawings or anything like that.
Right.
But at the same time, there could be a very summarized objective sheet. For instance, this is very simple. If we were buying new buses for a community group, and we had an objective of improving choice ridership, okay? And the equipment is going to look like this. Just things that give us a better picture over the overall objective and the achievement of it, and what are the main ingredients, what are the main parts of the project that are being implemented. And I know you can't fit all that on a matrix, so maybe...
Bullet points.
And so, Ms. Pennant.
No, I totally echo everything that you're saying, Alan. I think it's important for us to get a sense of the return on this investment, however you want to stipulate that. But I also would like to see the city designation for these projects, because we want to track which cities are actually benefiting from this. So I think it's also important.
Would,
Just
would
show that.
the Oversight Board like to break away from the presentation and go to the dashboard now so that you can see how the dashboard works? Because it has the cities, it has the project descriptions, it's a visual depiction. We were going to try to run through everything through the presentation and then take you to the dashboard, but Lenny is happy to take you to the dashboard now so that you can kind of see that.
If that's what's gonna happen, if you've answered the question and we're about to see that,
I hope so.
I would just let Tony finish his presentation and understanding that this is more of a budget matrix and, because I didn't know. And I was starting to think we were going down a road and there was more information that I wanted. But if we have a dashboard that we're developing, then definitely
The
pursue
only thing we don't have in the dashboard at this point are performance measures, because we're working on that and we're trying to get some outside input into best practices for each type of project that we can bring back to you and kind of workshop with you.
I'm sorry about
We're
that.
good.
Okay, so the next slide. Several intersections that we had originally planned on doing in 2020 along State Road 7, part of the corridor review, so we're gonna shift that into further analysis of how they're gonna when they're gonna be implemented, tied into any rail analysis that we go forth in the future. The last one, just to point out to your attention, Sheridan Street, Dykes Road. That project, we were actually, between the time when we first put it into the plan, it actually, we were able to accomplish that through the gas tax. So the county has already funded it. So what you see here is that if you take a look into the cost column, originally $1.4 million, the cost has already been approved by the board, so we won't be asking for money going forward for that in the future. As the project get approved or constructed, we'll bring it back to the board and say, and let you notify it when it's done. School zone improvements, it's a similar type of situation. Again, all existing projects. These are typically smaller projects where we analyze the school zones that you see in our roadway in terms of the flashers, in terms of the signs and so forth. They're typically smaller projects, easier to accomplish. So a number of them, the first 6 of them actually were accomplished. We were able to do it in between when the plan was first developed and now that they were already been funded by the gas tax. We're working on them right now, so we won't be asking for funds in the future. There's 2020 projects that we continue to do, and just so you know, and I want to highlight this a little bit, is that what you see here under the cost, capital cost estimate is that originally our average was about $70,000 for each one of these school zone improvements. The costs that have gone up a little bit just because of the amount of work that has been done, and we also have we built better databases, cost databases as we go along. So there's a slight increase in terms of the project costs, and but it's and then again the last column is our budget request for each one of those schools.
Yes, Tony, these projects that are funded by the gas tax are going to be kind of a bonus to the $1 billion approval, or are they? You're not repaying it out of the fund, right? It's just zero.
It just zeroed out.
So
right.
we asked, I think at the last meeting, to keep track of what we were doing over and above, so we could tell the people we spent your $30 billion, but we actually did $32 billion worth of work or something like that. Okay.
Yeah, all right, it's absolutely. Okay. So the projects that we identified to be performed in 2020, and just to again give a little bit a background idea is that in terms of these school zones, we work pretty closely with the Broward School Board on these in terms of what type of where are the schools, where do they see the greatest needs are. So we constantly shift our schedules around based on our coordination efforts with them, and because the school population changes and so forth, and walking route changes sometimes. So those are the adjustments that the school board, and we work with them on which schools should be performed first. So those schools identified 2020 requested costs. Okay. if we could go to the next slide, please. Okay. The bike lane complete streets projects. Now, it's two projects that we originally were planning on doing in 2020, and there's a new project. What you'll see here down the bottom is a B101. So as I mentioned earlier, the new projects are going to be starting in the 100 series, so that's why it shows up, and I'll come back and talk about that a little bit. The Knob Hill project, we want to postpone it a little bit because right at the moment, our maintenance staff is working on some drainage issues, drainage repairs on that roadway. There's some short-term drainage repairs, and there's going to be some longer-term drainage repairs that we're going to have to do on that roadway. So we want to postpone any bike lane complete streets projects on that prior to proceed. We want to postpone it and get a better sense of what our repair folks are going to do before we proceed into the project themselves. So I see a question, please.
Yeah, on this, jumping back to the school safety zone.
Yeah.
I assume the 4 projects that we approved on the school safety zone at our last meeting aren't on this list because we've taken care of them.
Yeah, they're not on this list.
Because we've
they've
already
been
approved it.
approved.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Yep, okay. And what I want to jump to the new project is the Southwest 3rd Streets County Road between Power Line and Cypress Creek. This is one of the roads that when we went out, one of the projects that we went out to cities. In this case, it's in Pompano Beach. We got some real good input in terms of what they're thinking about in terms of redeveloping and that roadway. The county roadway is actually going to be a really good project. And it's going to be making a number of improvements in terms of sidewalks, improving bike lanes, mobility in it, minimal impact to traffic flow. It's actually involved. It's kind of a strange location here. This is like it's a 4-lane segment leading up to it. This segment itself is a 6-lane segment, and then right after this segment, it goes back to a 4-lane segment. So it's somehow the way it was originally developed, it was really odd. So there's like, so part of the project is to utilize those 2 excess lanes, making it a continuous 4-lane roadway throughout the area. But that allows them to improve a lot of the complete streets element and increase mobility in terms of pedestrian and also traffic flow and so forth. This is a really nice project on County Road. It is not, was not part of the original plan. We're going to be asking for our board for approval for it. So right at the moment, the FY2020 request is to be requested. I didn't put any money in that right at the moment. After our board approves it, and after this board approves it, then we can add it into the cost column.
Just for your edification, we are going to put together an agenda item to go to our commission, hopefully in August, with any new projects. And then once our board approves it, then we'll be bringing those new projects back to you for your September meeting for your consideration.
So going into the next element is the street lighting element. These are areas that have, in many cases, no street lighting or lighting that doesn't meet current standards and so forth. We're going to start with our neighborhood improvement projects. And there are 2, the first 2 is according as planned. The next 2, we're moving up the schedules a little bit from 2021 and 2022 into 2020. And a big reason for that is that what we'll see in the next slide is that we think that as we work the street lighting and the sidewalks improvement projects together in an unincorporated neighborhood, it makes sense that these projects can be worked together. And so we want to phase the timing of them working together. And I think that is going to make a better project sequencing, better project flow.
The question, Tony? If these projects are traditionally funded through a taxing district, are they eligible for this money? Even though they're a special taxing district and related to the unincorporated area, that's an eligible activity under this money?
Yes, as long as the expenditure is a transportation expenditure as defined in the statute, 212.055, it's eligible. It doesn't matter where it is in the projects because municipalities can tax as well. And so the unincorporated area is a special taxing district that is maintained by the county, but it is eligible for funding And all areas countywide are eligible for the funding as long as they meet the statutory criteria.
Yeah, I was thinking about that area as like a city. So thinking it could have or should have gone through a different funding process, just like the city projects, would it have been, it's our city? So I'm just kind of curious how it's like, to me, I look at all these other projects as countywide projects, and the MSD area is like another pot. And whether it's funded through a street lighting district or the MSD or something like that, it just seems like those projects seem to be not in the same pot as the other projects you have here. So as long as it's an eligible activity, again, street lighting, I think it's fine, but I just thinking it seems to be, it should be in another pot somehow, or like in a competitive pot with the city projects, because I see it as a city project, I guess.
But do you get into a taxing situation with those districts that are, some districts are paying for street lighting as part of a special taxing district, whether it's a city or a county?
No, because the
And then you're now coming in and using surtax revenues to pay for those same services. So do those entities then have a beef, if you will, to come back against the county and saying, well, or their taxing district that says the county is spending these monies for other areas that we're being specially taxed for?
No, so,
It's not a maintenance of effort. I don't know what the appropriate legal term is for that kind of an offset.
I just want to make sure on the record, so is the question that they are a special taxing district, and those special taxes are supposed to be paying for these exact type of improvements? Right. So would the residents be able to say, why are we paying this special tax, and then using the surtax for those improvements? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, it's because they're benefiting, I mean, it's a special benefit district. So I see these street lighting projects as a special benefit to the MSD residents. So in that sense, I think it's a little unusual, and that, not that it's not a good project, but I just see special purpose districts are for a special purpose, and the people that get that benefit pay for it. So how is it that we're all paying for it?
right,
So that, if you could just check it out, and
okay.
thank you.
I'm sorry to do this, but I'd like to go back a page. I just want to make a point, and I'd like to know what my colleagues, how they feel about it. But if we're going to bring new projects, not moving a priority project from a city or a project that is further down the road forward, if we're going to bring new projects in that weren't as part of the plan, I think we need to understand what projects are being bumped, and really a justification. And I get that it's a good project. I'm just talking about there may be others in the future, and these were not projects that were anticipated. So how do we work through that?
Chair, what we are trying to do is to show you the projects that had been in the plan that we've completed with other money, freeing up money for us to bring forward new projects, and we'll capture that in a much more clear way so that you understand exactly how much has come out of the public works pot using gas tax or other revenues, freeing up money for these new projects. When we come back to you in July, we'll do just a straight table where you can see exactly how much we've paid for with other resources and exactly how much we're asking for.
So it's like a reconciliation of.
Yes.
Okay, that answers my question. And then also, on the special district, I think, there's a lot of. I kind of understand where you're coming from, but sometimes, like special districts, if let's say a CRA or even the downtown has the Downtown Development Authority that's a taxing district, but there's a gap or there's margin where we need help, to build stuff. So I don't know. I think we're going to run into that a lot, don't you?
I'm just asking for them to look at the legal aspects. What we're supposed to be looking at is eligibility under the referendum, and I just want to make sure that this is that used to be a street lighting district, that funded these things. And
That's different.
so-
You're right.
And there are lots of street lighting districts, and those are special benefits. So, you know, I'm just
I get
raising
you.
it.
I
I just want
got
to
you.
make sure
Yeah,
we're
no,
doing the right thing.
I
That's
hear you.
all. Thank
Thanks.
you.
The next element of it is the video detection maintenance element. What this does is that, again, existing project. This is the only element that we're bringing to your attention that it does not involve design. It actually involves actual installation of equipment. What this element does is that just to take a step back on our maintenance. Yeah.
You said it doesn't involve design because you have a design.
Yeah, I know.
So you will have those instances, albeit rare,
Right.
where design is not part, but I just was curious with that statement,
Right.
but yet you talk
Y-
about
it-
it.
my-
So
my
we'd have to
apologies, yeah.
distinguish that
Yeah,
difference.
my apologies. You're absolutely right. Yep. And we will distinguish that this is an installation and rather than the actual design itself. And what this is that we do maintenance, and anytime that we get knowledge of something, that needs to be repaired, I think we do a very good job of it. This is the next step along the way, where we want to, because the technology continues to improve and we have the ability to take advantage of that, we want to be in more of a proactive mode. What this element does is that it actually installs a little unit encoder out in the field that brings video image from the intersection back into our main home office, so where we can have people monitor it, so there's adjustments that need to be done in a video camera. We can identify them quicker, send people out to the field to repair them before the actual repairs, we get complaint from the public. So this element, $315,000 of it is to install these encoder units in the intersections, and we have a couple-year program as we go forth, is that installation of this equipment to allow us to do a better job and to take the next level of maintenance effort. So that's what this element is about. Okay. So the next slide is the corridor design project delivery method. We will be requesting that our board and this board allow us to proceed with the study of starting the corridor analysis and the corridor pre-design. We're identified Pine Island, Andrews, and Atlantic Boulevard as the ones that we want to start with first. The primary reason is that all these three corridors are primarily county roads, so that we can just be a little bit easy. It makes things a little easier in terms of coordination, but we'll still be coordinating with all of the cities along the way that these corridors impact. And our estimate is that the study of these corridors is about $450,000 a piece, about $1.3 million total. And these projects are not labeled with a project number, just so this is a little bit different than the other ones. And it's from the standpoint that these corridors is actually a conglomeration of a number of projects that have been identified in the plan. So as these get further developed, we're going to have to adjust some of the projects that are included in the corridor. So we're starting to talk with some of the cities. Actually had a meeting with the city yesterday about the Andrews Avenue corridor. So we're getting some of the input, some of the costs, and we may get adjusted up and down a little bit when we come to you for the actual request. But this is where we want to head in terms of getting a head start in the corridor analysis. Mr. Coleman.
I realize we're learning to walk with this, but did you have in your line item either a contingency or something that we're drawing this out of, or is this going to be money that we didn't anticipate that we have to change a project for?
Yeah, these items, I just want to notify you that it was not in the original line item. And what they are, because they involve so many projects, is that you can really, you're taking pieces of all of them out, to do this analysis.
Okay,
and design.
I think it's wonderful that we have that kind of flexibility. But I just was curious that it is a afterthought, which is fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And is this for the entire Pine Island Road, or the entire Andrews, or the entire Atlantic Boulevard? So you're just looking at it from like a big picture design?
Yeah, we're taking a look at it from
and tying all the
entire
pieces together.
corridor. But what we'll likely find is that we'll likely find that only elements of that entire corridor make sense to be done on, on this basis. So I don't expect that, I do not expect that we do the entire, let's say, Andrews Avenue corridor in a single project.
Right,
you
right.
know. What I expect is that segments of
Planning.
it, and we're gonna break it up into pieces, and that's what this study hopefully is
That's
gonna tell
great.
us. Okay, so, so what I just did is that this is just a summary of all the elements that we talked about. The first column in terms of current requests is $7.9 million. It does not include the new projects that I mentioned. The next column does. And so if I take a look at the next column, what we will intend to bring back after our board approve it is the orange numbers is an additional $624,000 for the new project, and then an additional approximately $400,000 for the sidewalks, and that'll increase it from 800 to 1.23 million. So those are just a summary of the items that I've talked about, and I want to place that into perspective for you a little bit. So if you focus on the last column, 7.9, and then the 9, I'm going to flip over to the next slide. Okay. So the next slide, again, is $7.9 million. The next item underneath that is the board-approved plan. In the Surtax plan, the board approved for 2020, $7.4 million, again, for both cases. And I showed you the difference that the last line here is that just on our request right now is 537, but if both you and our board approve the new projects, the difference of that is $1.6 million, as you can see. And the reason I want to highlight that is because in summary, what I think we're asking you to do is we're asking for the board to approve asking you to approve what was originally in the plan, plus roughly $1.5 million, which is roughly equivalent to the cost of the corridor analysis. So we're saying, what we're asking is that the board to approve what they had originally approved, plus an additional roughly $1.6 million for the corridor study, so that we can get ahead of the game and start looking into the corridor. So that's kind of the summary and the point of the slide.
Tony, one question. On the previous page, you're asking for 1.35 million for the delivery pre-design on the corridor projects that weren't in the original. Why isn't the 1.35, second from the last, orange on this chart? Technical question. Wouldn't it be orange?
It's the reason I didn't include it as an orange, okay, is this, and you can, if you prefer that I change it, I'd be happy to, but the reason why is that
wait a minute, Tony.
It's a consolidation of a number of projects.
If we are to understand what was in the original request and not, that has to be orange, okay? And thank you.
I got it, but that was the reason why I didn't do it.
That reasoning doesn't cut the mustard, okay?
Point well taken. Okay. So in addition to project requests is, again, just a re-summary of the lines.
Ms. Pennant?
You know, if he changed that number, it's gonna increase this 907, 9,000,007.
No, we're changing the color, not the number.
No, but when you do the math, the 624 and the 123.8, unless I'm not doing that math right, but it seems the numbers go up.
I don't
It's
think
the difference between the numbers. It's the same conversation
Yeah.
that we had during the review. It's a little confusing, just because you're looking at the difference between the costs that were in the plan and the costs that are being asked for. So it's actually the difference between the 808,000 and the 1.2. It's not, right?
I think the last column is correct. I think your point is that the second column, if it was an orange number, it would be right. Yeah.
Okay, I just saw my error. It's okay.
Okay.
The last slide is, again, a budget request for the capital projects we just talked about. About $320,000 in requests for vehicles, mostly is associated with a bucket truck. A third, you had previously approved 2 bucket trucks in the last go-around. This is a third one mostly that allows our maintenance staff to increase our maintenance efforts. 10 additional positions, 3 in our project management section, 7 of them in operations and, in our traffic engineering maintenance division that allows us to monitor the and review the maintenance activities, and also staff that goes out and actually perform the maintenance themselves. And the last item is miscellaneous telephone and software miscellaneous traffic office costs.
And
So-
those line items also fall within the budget of the approved plan?
Those projects, those line items were not specifically identified in the approved plan. We stuck in the approved plan, we went with a project-by-project basis.
I think the answer to your question goes back to our conversation in May. We have a project-based plan. So all of the administrative costs associated with supporting the plan are in contingency. They weren't identified specifically.
Right.
They were just set-asides because we knew we had to support and stand up the overall project-based plan, but we didn't go into the specifics of what administrative costs would look like.
So then what I would request is that we identify the contingency line item, and then we start itemizing against the contingency so that we know what we've got left in the balance.
Alan, I don't know that it was a contingency. I think they had a pot, and they're pulling from it,
I'm just
correct?
going by what Gretchen said.
Okay.
I'll be happy to entertain any, oh, no, quick, I just want to give you a quick status update on the projects that you approved last time. These are the projects that you approved last time. FO1, we estimated to start construction in August. Sunrise Boulevard, it's a fiber project. We're awaiting permit approval from the City of Sunrise. Design's done. We're awaiting permit approval. Mass Arm and Sterling, MO1, Mass Arm and Sterling and Palm, estimated to start in August. And Wiles Road and Coral Springs is the next one. It is in procurement for bidding right now. And we just started the process, and we expect that to start in November. Broward Boulevard at East 15th Avenue, as I mentioned last time, we need that money to participate in the FEMA grant. It's looking very favorable. We feel very good about that. And the last 4 school zones are sort of the minor projects. We're still continuing design at this point. So this is a quick status on the projects you guys approved last time.
You guys have any comments or questions? I want to thank you. I really appreciate handing us these itemized these lists, because it's something that I was hoping we would have. And it gives me a clearer idea of what's coming. And then as we get projects delivered to us for approval, we know that we at least have an understanding of what's on deck and what's going to be delivered in the next year. So thank you for giving us that.
We're going to move into the transportation, transit, and rail section now.
Good morning. Chris Walton, Director of Transportation in the county. And we are going to just talk a little bit about the transit improvements that are planned for the year 2020. Many of the transit improvements that are planned for 2020 are the same as they are for 19. And the basic intent of the first couple of years of this program was to restore and provide better connectivity to the system. We really hadn't made any substantive improvements to our transit network for probably the last 7 or 8 years, anything substantial, other than the express services that go down from South Broward to Miami. But as you may or may not know, those are operated by us, but funded from a capital and operating perspective by the Florida Department of Transportation in partnership with the county. So this is really a great opportunity for us to build the transit system. And what we have done, and from the April 25th meeting, where you did approve the first 10% service increase, those increases are well on the way. We have staff hired. In about 3 weeks, we will implement the first half of the 10% increase. July 14th is actually when the service starts. And we have the balance of the 2019 staff in training now for an October implementation. So 2019 is actually moving along quite well. One of the things you should know, and you'll see it a little bit later in the presentation, is we actually brought the service increases forward. They were not initially in the 2019 plan, and the reason for that is typically what happens around the country when surtaxes are passed, it takes about a full year before you can actually implement transit services. And the primary reason behind that is it takes a year to order buses. Typically, the ordering process for manufacturers in North America is a 12-month cycle. So generally, you don't plan for a service increase in the first year. We were able to overcome that by taking a look at the existing buses that were in our fleet and the timing of when the new buses would come. We actually were going to surplus a significant number of buses, but we felt that we could hold on to them to implement the service increase in 2019 so that we wouldn't have to wait an entire year. So we really got a head start on that. So that process is moving along quite well. So for 2020, we are going to implement another 10% service increase, which equates to 144,000 service hours. There will be 2 new routes, and there will be increased service frequency on 6 additional routes, earlier starts, better weekend service, and later service in the evening. And the first phase of that for the 66,000 service hours will go into effect in May of 2020, and the second will go, phase 2 will be 78,000 hours of service increase effective in September of 2020. So for May.
Chris, before you go further, get out into 20, but not 19, did I understand you that the new services or the expanded services that we approved for 19 will be commencing in July?
That is correct.
But it'll be running with equipment that was pre-surtax.
That is correct.
So I guess the dilemma then that we have is if we tout the increased services or the expanded routes, restoration of routes, as a benefit of the surtax, people are going to say, well, that's the old bus that's been running for 8 years.
Well, the bus itself, but the actual staffing and the operation of the new service will be funded by the tax. But you're absolutely correct. The actual vehicle itself will be buses. There will be buses that we already have on property.
I guess one of the things relative to how we're going to be promoting the advantages of the program is, do we wrap a bus to say, here's your brand new bus brought to you by the surtax, when in fact it's a 10-year-old bus?
Well, you know, and we've thought about that, and the actual we are actually promoting the new service because the residents need to know that we will be increasing our service. But you'll see a much more robust advertising marketing campaign around the end of the year, because the new buses will start to arrive around Christmas. So that's when you will see much more emphasis in terms of what the impact of the surtax will be on the vehicles themselves.
Phil, I think I hear you, but I think it's wonderful that you guys thought outside of the box of how to solve a problem a little sooner. Congratulations.
Thank you. So for May 2020, these are the service increases that we plan to put in place, and you would note that one of the targets again was to make sure that geographically we covered areas of the county where we previously had no service. And there's a new route, Route 13, which will be on Rock Island Road, which we see as a very dense corridor, lots of residential units, lots of commercial, and we currently have no bus service there. So this, I think, will be a significant improvement for transit riders in that section of the county. The others are service improvements in terms of, again, as I mentioned earlier, and I'll go into detail on these if you like me to, but earlier starts, more frequent service during the day, and better weekend service. The Route 5 is it services Pembroke Lakes Mall via Pembroke Road. What the improvement there is a service improvement during the weekday peak. Instead of buses coming every 40 minutes, they'll drop to every 33 minutes during peak. Off peak, the improvement it's a 10-minute improvement from 50 to 40, and Saturday it goes from 60 to 45. Span of service increased weekday The service day actually starts at 6 o'clock. That will remain the same, but the service day ends a little bit later, about 30, 40 minutes later during the weekday. And about, it's on Saturday, the current service day ends at 9:50. We're extending that to 10:24. And Sunday, their service day ends at 8:50 currently. That will extend to 10:08.
Hey, Chris.
Yes.
When someone is going to the bus stop, I'm just asking for information here. Do we have an app or something where they know when the bus is coming or where it is?
Yes, we do.
And do they use it a lot?
Our passengers
do it all the time.
Our passengers are well aware of it. You could actually go on the app and see the next 3 buses that are scheduled at your particular stop.
So the improved headways for the customer, our existing customer, is going to be instantaneous. They're going to know they're getting an improvement because they're going to see that the buses are coming more frequently. You're going to market it, and then they're going to take advantage of it.
Right. Once this has already been approved, so we're actually starting, and I looked at the marketing brochures yesterday. We're actually starting to roll out that information, the specific routes and the specific improvements. But yes, that information is available on both the website as well as our app. Route 11 operates primarily along A1A. It is being extended to provide better connectivity to other routes and weekday peak headway. When I say peak, we're basically talking about the primary travel time of the county when most people are either going to work or to school. Probably close to 65, 68% of our trips are generated between 6 in the morning and 9:30 in the morning, and in the afternoon from about 3:30 until about 7:15. So our peak service will be improved 5 minutes on the Route 11, and the Saturday there's a 5-minute improvement, and Sunday there's a 5-minute improvement on Route 11. So there's 5 minutes improvement throughout the route on for Route 11. The service day is about the same. The new route, we're starting this route at a 30-minute headway and a 30-minute off-peak headway. I mean, typically with the new route, it takes a little while to prove itself, so we're starting it out at what we really want our peak, or what we've told the public our peak service will be from a minimum standpoint. It is our objective within 5 years that there will be no route in the county that would have a peak headway of greater than 30 minutes. So we're starting this one out at 30 minutes, and typically it takes anywhere between 12 to 18 months for a route to mature. So we'll be watching the ridership to see if this service needs any adjustments, either up or down. Route 48 is a route that operates on Hillsborough. We're seeing slightly growing ridership there. Lots of travel from the Century Village crowd. This actually, the route, and I know this route quite well, I live in this area, and this extension will actually help them because right now it turns around just south of Hillsborough Boulevard. We're going to take it further south, and it'll actually take them down to the casino and give them better connectivity to other routes in the system. Which, quite frankly, they've made a number of requests for. Route 72 is our 3rd most traveled route in our system. Last year it carried almost 2.2 million passengers. It currently has a peak frequency of 18 minutes, but this route is always overloaded, particularly during peak. And it's because of the traffic on that corridor, it's almost impossible to keep our buses on schedule. So what we're showing is a 3-minute improvement in headway. We're adding a couple buses, which is quite substantial. It improves headway, but also improves or decreases loading, because in many times, I mean, that's one of the routes where we have our articulated buses, our 60-foot buses, and during certain times of day at certain intersections, let's say if you're talking about Oakland Park and 441, you can easily see those 60-foot buses are overcrowded. So this should alleviate the overcrowding and improve the on-time performance.
Improve on-time performance if they're running into traffic jams, right? Because once you're on the bus.
Right. Well, when you add more buses, you will have fewer stops of each individual bus. So the bus itself will travel a bit faster. Our system
Gotcha.
speed averages about 13 miles an hour in the urban core. When you add buses, that bus, because it's picking up fewer passengers, because you have more buses picking up passengers, the bus moves a bit faster, so we should be able to maintain on-time performance a little bit better.
Can I ask another crazy question? So if you're going, essentially, you're cutting right through the center of the county, from the east to the west. Sawgrass Mills is becoming a huge hub, center of the universe for the county. At some point, does it make sense to think a little bit more forward and have maybe a dedicated lane or some form of fast transit that avoids having to get behind a bunch of cars and actually promotes people to get on transit versus sitting in their car?
It makes all the sense in the world, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, because we're talking about faster and high-capacity transit.
Right.
And one of the things you'll see a little bit later in the presentation is we're requesting money for studies to look at solutions just like that, or potentially rail going out west.
And I want to make one more point on that comment, because I think what we'll end up getting is people that don't ride buses are going to give us a hard time because we've increased service in order to put fewer passengers on a bus so it doesn't stop as often, so that it provides a better service. And they're going to say, well, you've got less ridership, you shouldn't even be doing it. That's what I hear sometimes from people that have never even used a bus.
And you know, and typically when you add service like that, you will, the riders per hour, you will see a drop. But in a corridor like Oakland Park,
It'll still fill up.
it will continue to increase.
That's good.
Because at some point, I anticipate that we'll come back, and what we have seen in every case, where we have improved service, the ridership has increased.
Good.
And I would anticipate that with this corridor, with a headway of 15 minutes, at some point in the future, we'll come back to you and probably want to drop it to 12 or so.
Right. Doug?
Can I assume this will be one of the first new bus routes? Old bus routes with a new bus on it?
No, can't make that assumption. But it's a great question, because we cannot, in terms of Title VI federal regulations, we have to make sure that all assets that are purchased with federal funds or any participation with federal funds are distributed equally throughout the county on every socio-economic basis. So we can't necessarily say that we're going to put all new buses on one route. We have to make sure that there's
but my point is, from a marketing standpoint, this is the heaviest traveled route. Most people see it. If this was private sector, that's where you'd put your money. Now, I understand you have your hands tied a little bit, but that seems absolutely, I won't say anymore.
Well, there are some considerations that we have to but there's also another point. The buses that we're buying now are all 40-footers, and there's 27, 35-footers. We use 60-footers on this route, and we've got, not in excess, but we've got enough 60-footers to supply the needs on this route.
All right, let's just get them a new paint job on the old bus.
We can do. That we can do. Okay, the Route 9 services the Education Center, and there's significant improvement that we're proposing here, where we would have a weekday peak improvement from 52 minutes down to 33 minutes, and off-peak from 52 to 45, and Saturday 60 to 48, and Sunday 60 to 48. And we're extending the service day half hour, about a half hour each day. The new Route 21, which would be a route that we are implementing on Nob Hill Road, basically it's a north-south route from Holmberg on the north down to Broward in the south, implemented at 30-minute headways during peak, and Saturday and Sunday service will be implemented 45 minutes. Route 42 is we're adding a little an extension on the western end. It's one of our heavily traveled routes as well. And there's a significant service improvement here. We're going from a weekday peak of 30 minutes down to 20 minutes. Saturday currently is at 60 minutes. That will cut in half to 30. We see a lot of traffic on on Atlantic Boulevard on Saturday. And Sunday is going to drop from 60 to 40. From an infrastructure perspective, there are a number of projects that we need as the system grows that, quite frankly, we've fallen behind on. And if we haven't, we can provide you all the detail on all of these projects. But just to pick a couple of them out, security enhancements. What we're finding is that we need to improve our security at our downtown terminals, at our neighborhood bus stops, and even on our routes, particularly around schools. We're finding that we do have a lot of ridership on certain routes that need more police attention. So we as the system grows, and quite frankly, as we become a more urban system, we need to improve our security. And we get, quite frankly, some complaints from people who say, well, I would ride the bus if I felt safer. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure that people feel secure when they ride our services.
Give an example of security improvements or enhancement.
A couple things we're doing. We are changing our video system on our bus. Right now, we've got a system where we have 8 to 12 cameras per bus, depending on the size of the bus. When something occurs and, let's say, a police agency wants to get some information, we will provide them typically a video of if they're looking for someone. What we're moving to is a new camera system that will be real time. We will have live look-in by not only us, but by law enforcement. They can, from their vehicle, if we'll give them access, see what's going on inside that bus in real time, so that they can react much more quickly to situations that would occur on a bus.
Is that activated by the driver?
No, it isn't. It's actually activated all the time. We would just need to give them web access, the security, either BSO or whatever law enforcement agency, web access.
But how does police know that there is an incident occurring?
Oh, okay. The driver does send either through a foot switch or other mechanism, a signal to our control center, who would then notify the police. Bus shelters, outside of increased service, that is the second most request that we get. The elements here can be brutal. And like these past couple of days have been very, very hot. People want a place to get out of the sun, out of the rain. And in our plan, we committed to build 75 shelters every year. We did not build any we did build some, but since we actually rolled the money over from 2019 to 2020, so we planned for the year 2020 to build 150 shelters. We are asking for $20 million for a third maintenance facility. Right now, we operate out of 2 facilities. We're at capacity at our southern facility, and we're about 90% capacity at our northern facility. So if we are to continue our expansion, we're going to have to buy some land and build another operating facility.
Ms. Pennant, did you have something to add?
Yes, I just kind of want to piggyback, go back to what was said about the security and the police being called and so on. I just want to underline the importance for sensitivity training, you know, because some of the folks that ride the bus, I would just hate for us to end up with a situation where they come in and the wrong level of force is used and people get hurt, you know, because now you have people in a confined area that it's a situation that could become explosive and create other liabilities. So I would hope that those who are responding can be.
And I'm very sensitive to that. What we find, though, is we need to heighten the presence, because typically if you see a uniformed officer on the bus, or if you see them at the bus station, things are pretty calm. So we just need to increase our presence. And where we've done that, where we've placed security at our, what we call our neighborhood transit centers, when there is a presence there, we see a lot less incidents. But I do understand the concern.
Thank you. Thanks.
Will the identification of cameras on the bus at all times are being observed all the time, is there something that says that? So people
Yes,
know? Okay.
yes. They know, in fact, it's posted outside the bus and inside the bus. And one of the things that we've also learned from the industry, our new buses actually have video screens where we can actually show them where the bus is traveling, what the next stops are. One of the things we've learned from our industry is if you periodically show the people getting on the bus, they recognize that the possibility of being recorded is there. So they know. But yeah, we make sure that they're well aware. And in fact, we can provide the scrolling messages that all BCT buses are audio videotaped. One of the projects, just jumping to the bottom, and we talk about the rehabilitation and construction of our Copens facility. That is our northern facility that actually operates, so we operate 2/3 of our service. That's the one we have the remaining space for expansion. I think it was the last meeting of the Oversight Committee, there was a question about potential leveraging. We view this as a $61 million project. We're asking for $2.5 million to get started on the design. However, I would like to point out to you that we have made an application through the Federal Transit Administration for a $20.5 million grant to assist us with this project. We've been quite successful in the past with our grant applications. We've gotten, in the last couple of years, over $3 million for electric buses and electric bus infrastructure. And I've done a quick review of the past few years of the awards for this particular grant. There's $423 million available nationwide. Again, our request is for $20 million. Whether we get the entire 20, it's questionable, but I'm fairly confident that we'll get some assistance. So whatever we get will reduce the cost of this project by that amount.
What is the Copens facility? What is that?
That's our northern bus facility where we operate about 2/3 of our service out of. It's on Copens Road by the Turnpike.
And then you also mentioned that we have to buy some land. What is that? Where is that? And
well, the reason we need to buy land, if we're going to continue to grow this system, and the plan calls for us to grow our fleet from 360 to 620, our current facilities cannot accommodate the growth. So we're going to have to find someplace else. Now, we do have Copens in the north, and we have Ravenswood in the south. We're looking for, without being specific, but we're looking for land someplace central county, so that so that we can actually expand the system.
Right.
But as important as just having a place to go, one of the most expensive costs in operating a transit system is what we call deadhead. And that's when you're running the bus empty to get into and to get out of service. So right now, to service central and western Broward County, we're operating from the north and the south. We're bringing buses from the north and south to get into and out of Central County empty. So we need another location more centrally located so they can come out of that facility and get in and out of service more quickly.
So I have thoughts on that, and you know, you could be talking about a lot of money in terms of buying land for an intermodal center or something like that, or a centralized center, but you could do something where you do a private-public. It's kind of like the downtown campus that we're talking about doing with the city and the county, and then having the bus station right there. I think there's a lot of possibilities where if you were to identify your location, not now, and not to tell anybody where it is right now, certainly not, but thinking, you know, a little bit more like in a transit-oriented development that not only provides housing, affordable housing potentially, and it also puts people right there where they might get on transportation and not require a car. I mean, there are the possibilities, and then bringing in a developer or a group to do that. You may not spend nickel one. Maybe the county, through the surtax, will come in and take down the property, but then through a development, that property cost washes out. Because there's a lot of value to a developer to be part of a project where all of his customers have a way to use transportation. It's a huge, huge feather in the cap of a project, and it helps affordability.
Yeah, and we do have a couple examples of that. In fact, we're building a new one in Lauderhill at the Lauderhill Mall. We have one in Pompano that basically is exactly what you're talking about, where transit routes come together, and it's also served by community shuttle. And there is development that occurs around the transit. We're working with our partners at the NPO on the mobility hub concept, which is basically what you're talking about, transit-oriented development or development around transit corridors where there is residential, where there is commercial, live, work, and play concept. So we're working closely with the NPO, but what I'm talking about is a maintenance and operating facility where we actually need, where we actually have to do heavy maintenance. So.
I guess I'm just talking about conceptually in the future, as we need land for those type of things, like an intermodal center that's not maintenance.
No, and we, further in the plan, we do have, again, we have one at what we call our West Regional. We're building a new one at Lauderhill. We have a beautiful facility in Pompano, and we've identified some areas in the county where we want to do just that very thing. This is not really active. At one point, we talked to the city of Coral Springs at University and Sample about maybe a transit hub there. And now they've built a new city hall. They've got new residences going up. So that would have been a perfect location had we been able to secure a transit hub there.
I'm sorry to continue expanding on this, but I guess it's a workshop retreat, so we can talk about these things. But, you know, just my head starts to spin, and I'm like, oh, and I think of 441 because that street it's got such a wide right-of-way. It's such an opportunity, just like that Oakland Park line that's going out to Sawgrass. And then there's all these malls that are there that some of them are doing well and some of them are not doing so well. And if you could almost just start connecting dots along a street, or maybe University or something, where people are going in and building stuff, and they're putting the bus, not an intermodal center, just letting the bus pull in, and you're not spending money on shelter or anything, and you're making it part of the experience where you're going from stop to stop, and the stop is the development, and then the next one, and you know, and maybe there aren't all of them, but along the way you start working with people with developers to place your stops within the edges of their development, so you don't lose time. You know, it might almost like it pulls in, and it's a huge amenity for the project itself. I just think if we were started to think that way, we might save a little bit of money on some of our shelters. We might enhance our shelter opportunities. And then you might find that scooters and Uber, and they all find their way to this one spot in the development, and it's happening down the whole corridor. It's just something I think it would be
and we do have
forward-thinking.
We do have those conversations. In fact, we're in discussion, when, let's say at the Aventura Mall, where we also provide service, when we work with Miami-Dade Transit and the mall to actually build a transit hub there. We're in discussions with the American Dream for a transit location there. So I understand the concept. So and there are certain malls that we actually do have discussions and relationships with, where we actually do provide service. We haven't had a whole lot in terms of like new development, but again, as I mentioned, the concept of transit hubs that we're working with the MPO actually incorporates that. So I would anticipate you see a lot more of that in the future.
First of all, I'm a developer, okay? If I don't understand the value of transit in the future, then I'm missing the boat. That and technology, it's something that even if we just promoted it out there and said, hey, if you have a site, we may or may not, we might be able to work with you, to provide you with a location where transportation might come through just the edge of your property. I'm talking more, not in terms of going through a mall, as much as just looking to the future and how do we integrate our transportation with our housing. And it doesn't have to be a huge, centralized hub.
Point well taken. Okay, so in the plan, it's time for us to just start having the serious discussions about light rail, because the county continues to grow, our traffic continues to get substantially worse, and we've got to develop mechanisms and strategies to move large numbers of people faster. So one of the things that I'm asking for here is $6.5 million. And the thought here is to work with the MPO, to work with the State Department of Transportation to come together on a collaborative vision for rail in Broward County. Up to this point, we've all kind of had our thoughts and ideas about what we can do and what we should do. But at this point, we need to sit down together and work out a strategy that takes us into the future. So that's what this request is for. It is $6.6 million to conduct those studies.
Yeah, I've seen you present the county's big plan where there was 20-some miles of light rail. I assume that was just on a map somewhere. Now this is to put more flesh on the bones of that?
Absolutely. What you've seen has been our concept or our thought where we think is most appropriate. Again, we've had discussions and we're engaged in discussions right now with the MPO as well as the state. Now it's time to make these plans more concrete for us to work together to get it done.
Will that be a chance for maybe to get mass transit where the wave used to run? Thank you.
I think it's an opportunity to
you don't have to answer that right now.
All right.
Let me clarify that. The county had a 22-mile plan. The city had a small piece of it, okay? So the county was far ahead of anyone else. All right.
Okay. And the current plan does call for 26 miles of rail. And we're looking at different technologies at this point. Historically, when we've talked about rail, we've talked about rail at grade. But there are some new technologies out there that we'll be looking at In fact, I guess maybe I'm breaking news here, but we would, maybe it should probably come through Gretchen, but our partners in Miami have invited us to go with them on a trip to Asia to take a look at some monorail technologies, both magnetic levitation as well as electric monorail. They're going in mid-July. We're not going to be able to go with them, but we are going to go subsequently, probably sometimes in the month of October.
Wow.
And we would we would extend that invitation through the chair to members of the Oversight Committee to go with us.
Wow. That would be awesome. I can tell you, I was on a maglev in Shanghai, and it was amazing. It was amazing. It took me like an hour to get from the airport via taxi to the downtown, and it took me all of 9 minutes to get to the airport on the way back. It's an amazing, they have amazing technology. I would recommend that any of us that could do that and go, we should.
Yeah, we're contemplating October. We'll talk.
What part of Asia are you Shanghai? I have a son working in Shanghai.
I know there are a couple projects in Tokyo, and there's a project in a province called Shenzhen, and that's in China. And there's one other which I don't,
Little
but
story. 20 years ago, I was fortunate enough to sit in a meeting with the then county administrator and a group that wanted to come in and do a trial project for a maglev system to run between the airport and the port. And I asked the question, what about whiplash?
I'm familiar with that group, and actually, they're coming to town next week or the week after to kind of, because when we talked to them, they did bring up the airport seaport project of many years ago. So, but the technology has advanced. There, in fact, there's a test track in Atlanta, Marietta. So we would, we're going to bring them here to town, and we'll probably take a trip to Marietta to see, what's available out there. But, the trip to Asia, I think, is something that we could benefit from, because, the reality is, when we talk about transit technologies, we're way behind in this country. Now, there are some restrictions, because when we talk about, the federal issues, there are Buy America requirements, and these don't necessarily meet Buy America requirements. But if we collectively were to decide that that was a route that we wanted to go, you don't have to, if you spend your own money, you can buy whatever you want. And certain segments of the rail plan and the project were self-funded through the Surtax. So there's opportunity there.
And $6.6 million is a lot of money. Are we planning for areas that we think we'll get some buy-in and we won't, it'd be a shame to run into naysayers or whatever, and it gets blocked down. Because I'm all in, but I just think we need to think through. Is that the 6.6 is going towards planning out routes throughout the county?
It's to
right?
do all of the required studies. Again,
Okay.
studies meaning that there would have to be community involvement. We'd have to have what's called alternatives analysis, looking at, what would be the best method of achieving the objective, what would be the best technology to achieve the objective, what are the environmental impacts, are there noise issues, are there vibration issues, are there any burial ground, all of the environmental concerns would have to be addressed.
Will these studies include a way of funding this too?
Well,
do analysis of, okay, here's the funding opportunities that may be out there, so it's not all.
well we've done that In terms of the plan, when we looked ahead and we actually talked about or designated what we felt we could afford in this plan at 26 miles, we actually looked at what the contribution would be from the county, what would anticipated contribution could be from the state and the other partners, as well as what we could reasonably expect from the federal government. So a funding strategy is already in place. So
Well, that's probably outdated by now, so my comment would be, if we're gonna do a new study to find out how we're gonna fund this, we need to take another look at that.
And actually, Vice Chair, when Chris and I went to DC and met with various agencies of the US DOT and talked about the reauthorization of the FAST Act, there is actually a rail program in the currently authorized FAST Act called the Interrelated Project, the Program of Interrelated Rail Projects, that they haven't even put out grant guidance on yet. So there are new programs, there are new opportunities for revenue capture that are coming out of this administration that we are watching and taking into consideration when we look at these studies.
There is existing environmental review completed on the airport seaport connector that was stopped just short of finding a no significant impact because of financial feasibility. Now, that study could be reactivated fairly easily. I'm not saying that it's necessarily a rail solution. Elevated roadway, dedicated bus lanes, et cetera, may be alternatives to, you know, what they traditionally think of rail for 3 miles.
No, FDOT is actually advancing that project right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm also interested in us thinking outside of the box in terms of some non-specific transportation innovative ideas. And what I mean by that is, you know, creating a conversation and whatever surveys or research you're doing to include some of our really large corporate partners in the community and those who hire large numbers of employees to look at different strategies in terms of the times that people come to work, because I think we can build a transportation structure now, but you look at 15, 30 years from now, we know that whatever we build now is likely not to meet the demand. So I think we have to look at some other strategies that will help to relieve the amount of traffic on the road, and that we can be at least asked or probably incentivize some of these corporations to look at these other ways of alleviating traffic. I mean, we see it all the time when school is out, you know, transportation is much easier on the road. You have the winter months come along, and of course we're, you know, again in deadlock. So I think there's some opportunities there. And I also think it's important to keep in mind the silver tsunami. With everything that you're doing, I think you always have to keep that in mind in terms of some of your research analysis.
Excellent points, and one of the studies that, and I'll talk about a little bit later, is called a comprehensive operational analysis, which actually requires us to go out and engage the community and the business at all the different elements, just as you've spoken to the business community to see what the trends are. But I'll talk about that just a little bit further in the presentation. And I just wanted to address one point that the chair made in terms of the $6.6 million being a lot of money. I just want to, I told myself I was going to tell you guys this. When we start talking about rail, $6.6 million is not a lot of money, because we just spent $82 million and bought 147 buses. $82 million won't buy you a mile of light rail. So as a group, collectively, you need to start preparing yourself to see these large numbers, because to build these systems is, I mean, we've got, I think, a great financial plan, but these are numbers that heretofore have not been discussed in Broward, but it's time. So just don't be shocked.
Yeah, you know, you're talking about $2.6 billion for 26 miles. And all I'm talking about is just I'm all for planning, because if you plan ahead and if you plan properly, then you're navigating forward with your eyes wide open. So I'm good with planning. After the wave, the buy-in thing with me is what I'm shy of. That's all.
Yeah, and that's a required element, that there is community buy-in. So I think if it's done well, we can get that. So BRT, or bus rapid transit, is basically a higher level of bus service where you have less frequent stops. You've got more amenities, station level, platform level boarding, in some cases off-board fare payment. We're looking at doing studies for BRT in corridors that we don't anticipate will have the high demand of rail, but certainly have more demand than some of our local routes. So we'll be asking for $4 million for those studies.
I have a question there. I mean, you guys have done such an excellent job with your bus, in my opinion, so far, and all this work. This kind of seems like, I'm just not sure what we're getting here. I mean, is this a new plan? What?
For bus rapid transit or BRT?
No, the bus system, yeah. In other words, it's buses, right?
It's buses, but we're talking about levels of service. We at the lowest level, we're talking about let's say our community shuttle. Then we step up to our fixed route along our local corridors. Then we have what we currently call our Breeze, or our rapid service, which is primarily peak hour service that operates what we call limited stop. It actually moves about 22 to 25% faster than our local service. And for those people who are traveling longer distances, it works very, very well. So this is more like that level of service where it's not a local, but you actually build in infrastructure to try to make the bus move faster. So it's just another layer it's a higher layer of service than the local service. Okay, so for vehicles, we do not intend to buy any new buses in the 2020 request, because you approved buses for the expansion for 2019 and 2020 already. We do intend to, from a Silver Tsunami perspective, our paratransit, or our ADA required service, we're finding is growing exponentially. That's the service that we are required to provide as a recipient of federal funds for individuals who may have a physical or cognitive disability and for whatever reason cannot ride our fixed route service. And coupled with the growth rate in terms of our aging population in Broward, I think, and we were talking this morning, the numbers you gave me in terms of the people that will be 75 years or older in the next 30%. So our population is aging in Broward, and we need to be able to provide transportation options for people to move around. I mean, the reality is, in many cases, we don't want our older citizens driving. Well, we're all headed that way. But we want to provide options for them. And we certainly want to make sure that from a quality of life standpoint, that they have the ability to move around and participate in everything that Broward County has to offer. So the paratransit service that we offer, I think, is a very good one. But to keep up with what we see as the demand, because quite frankly, the services have grown in the last 2 years 38%. And I think that's a combination of a number of things. The aging population, and I think the quality of the service has improved, and the confidence level in the service has improved. but we don't anticipate that growth will continue. We're projecting about an 8% growth on an annual basis. So what this does is provides vehicles for that. It provides vehicles for new acquisition and also replacement of some of the older vehicles. We'll be asking for $5.2 million. $1.1 million of that would be to convert the 146 vehicles that are on order now to propane, because from an environmental standpoint, they're much friendlier, and from a cost standpoint, it's a lot cheaper than gasoline and diesel.
Transit system in terms of ridership, fleet, current fleet, things like that? Is there a web page or anything?
It's on our
there?
website, yeah.
It is?
Mhm.
Okay.
But if you would like for me to provide something to the committee, I'd be happy to put.
Well, I'm just interested because I do volunteer work with the elderly, and one of the things that we try to do is help people who are eligible sign up for paratransit. And I was just curious if there's literature available or a good website that would show that information. Also, in terms of current fleet versus the fleet that the additional vehicles you're adding, what's the total? I'm just curious, like right now, do you know offhand how many?
You would ask.
No, I didn't ask, forget it.
No.
That's why I just want to look it up. I don't expect you to have that.
I don't carry
Yeah.
those like I do fixed route at the top of my head.
Right.
But I can get that for you.
Yeah.
But it's growing.
We
substantially.
agers are interested in this, right?
We
Phil?
should all be.
I have a question.
All right, thanks.
In reference to the vehicle acquisition, so is that more than one vehicle? What's that 5 million number for?
That is actually 73 vehicles.
73,
Yes.
okay. And also for conversion,
Right.
so what's that?
$1.1 million to actually convert the engine from gasoline or diesel to operate on propane.
How many, was that?
That's
a
for the
number?
146 that you approved last time.
Okay.
Well, actually, not all of it came out of Surtax dollars, and I forget the split, but we paid through grants and our federal capital probably more than half of those vehicles, and then you approved the balance out of Surtax. So we're converting all of those vehicles to propane. By the year 2021, our entire paratransit fleet will be operating on propane. It is our objective. And
What is the technology on LNG?
LNG?
Right. Rather than propane?
Well, what we found, just from a conversion standpoint and a service delivery a fuel delivery standpoint, it's much more convenient. And we see that, well, just from from what we do, we just found that it was the availability and delivery of propane was much more available for us.
That's today, but down the road, LNG may become more available because of other conversions ongoing.
It may be, but personal thought is that by the time that happens, the electric vehicles will have taken over, and you will see the electric technology accelerate away from the
Question regarding why is the $2 million difference between what the board approved and the current estimate? I mean, what is it? The gas vehicles is 1.1 million, or what was missed in the original estimate that's now $2 million higher?
Because when we originally projected this, we did not anticipate the growth that we have seen. You have to keep in mind, when we developed, we've been developing this plan for the better part of the last three years, because initially, when we went out in 2016, we kind of had the rudiments of it, then we updated it. But at that time, we did not anticipate the growth that we've seen in our paratransit sector.
So that $2 million difference would be orange in an accountant's mind. Okay, thanks.
Orange, got it. We're making a request for $4 million for planning studies and passenger surveys. And again, I'd mentioned a study called a comprehensive operational analysis. And that's basically where you take the macro view of your transit system. And you actually go out and you speak to the groups that we talked about, the business community, the community at large, politicians, all the different cities. And you really want to make sure that the services that you are designing and developing for today have some application to tomorrow, but more importantly, you want to get the input. You want to see where their thoughts are. And you want to develop a plan that fits not only today, but the future. And you also want to make sure that whatever you design as a plan, that it has the ability to be modified. So that this is a study that most transit systems will undertake maybe every 5 to 7 years. So it's our turn to do this now. So again, we have not, we have been kind of nibbling around the edges in terms of service improvements, but it's time to take a step back and look at the overall plan. And it dovetails with some of the other plans in terms of the integration of rail and other transportation modes. How do we integrate what we call micro-transit systems? Because in many cases, you will find that there are pockets of our county where the density, quite frankly, will never require a full-size bus. So rather than the expense of running a bus out there and running it empty, you might want to develop a micro system where, in some cities, we've got this service called Freebie, where you actually call up and they come to you. So how do we integrate the micro-transit systems, the Ubers, the Lyfts, into the overall transportation network? And that's what this study will do.
You know what my question is, don't you?
Color?
Why is the $1.7 million that much more from 2-3 years ago?
Well, because in this case, we added another element to it. This is for our comprehensive operation analysis, but we also added the element of general planning studies, because as we move forward, there are different types of projects that we can talk about a little bit later, that from a planning perspective, we're going to need to have consultants on contract to do, because we, quite frankly, don't have the planning staff to do it. We're a very small planning staff, but we're going to, from a transportation perspective, if there are certain things that we want to build into the system, we're going to need to have access to consultants that can help us do that. That's general planning.
Kind of playing off of I agree with the whole planning thing and understanding what passengers need. I also appreciate the micro-transit thing. I think not only is it suited for areas that aren't dense, I almost think it's suited for areas that are dense, because sometimes you have to be nimble to get around some of these really tight spots, and I think I would love to see micro-transit in downtown, to be honest with you. But aside from that, Phil brought this up a meeting or two ago about performance measures, and I think that either our board, I honestly, I think we have to keep it on our side of the table, but to coordinate with this planning study that you're doing and moving forward, we should have these projects and this planning and the measurables and the objectives all put into the beginning of before you've done something, and then measure the performance after we've done it on either an annual or a 5-year plan. And I think we need to hire somebody to do that. And we've talked about it, and I'm sure I may be speaking, and then Gretchen's going to tell me this is something we're talking about in the next section, which is probably true. And here I am going ahead. So anyway, I just want, while it was on my head, not so much, I just want to bring that up. Thank you.
Great.
I wanted to understand when you say studies, because this is a lot of money for different studies, but what is the tangible product that we get or see to show what the $4 million is for?
A lot of times, the tangible product goes back to something that was asked in one of the other meetings in terms of leveraging dollars. we need to make sure that from a planning perspective, that the services or primarily the services, but just from an overall transit perspective, long-range planning, that what we're doing dovetails with what allows us to leverage our local dollars with federal dollars. And, you know, quite frankly, you know, I think we do a pretty good job in terms of understanding the federal rules and regs, but what I've also found in the industry that there's so much more knowledge out there that consulting firms and quite honestly even some of the lobbying firms can bring to you in terms of bringing money back. So when you're writing these plans about what you want to do with your transit system, you really want to have a focus on how that leverages other state and federal dollars coming back to the county. I'm not sure if I answered.
Not quite. What is it that we would actually, if someone was to say you did a study,
Okay.
what is it that we could tangibly put our hands on
Okay.
to say, this cost us $4 million?
Okay.
And I don't know if the $4 million is the right number. Is it 6 or is it 4? I'm not sure of the two numbers.
Okay, well, the 6 was specifically for the rail planning studies that I talked about, where we would collaborate with the state and for the Department of Transportation. When I'm talking, we're talking passenger surveys, we're talking other planning studies, and I'll give you an example. If we wanted to, let's go back to the BRT.
Well,
There.
I'm sorry, but we can stay on that slide. So I was really talking about those two numbers on the slide here. So is the amount you're looking for in total this 4? So it's just the incremental difference?
Yes.
That you are asking for?
The total is, we initially had 2.3 in there, so I'm asking, from the plan had 2.3, so we're asking for the incremental to be added for a total of 4.
I have another question. Is the money that we're spending over and above what the county's already been spending for these things? Or are we replacing what the county was spending and spending these dollars? Because in our fiduciary responsibility, I think we have is, I don't want to be buying something that's already been paid for the last 10 years. I don't mind paying an added increment, but that's kind of a, you know, just a general question.
For the most part, we have not been performing these studies. Now, what I will say is that the last comprehensive operational analysis that we did was funded by the county. But again, that's not an every year study. But these other planning studies, these other rail studies, we just have not had the dollars to do it.
I interrupted you to answer the question about the tangible product that we would receive. So what is that?
In many cases, it's a document that spells out what you need to do, or if we use the example like the wave, you would actually have a planning consultant come in to take a look at routing, take a look at, again, the environmental impacts, to take a look at what other alternatives, and they would actually deliver a document to say, this is what we as planning professionals recommend that you go to the federal government with to ask them to enter into the funding process for receipt of federal dollars.
Can I ask a quick question about the paratransit
Yes,
vehicle
ma'am.
acquisition? 73 vehicles, I don't know about the time, I don't know about the timing of that acquisition, but they're not, it'll be sometime in this coming fiscal year, right? The acquisition of 73 vehicles?
Those would be in 2020.
In 2020?
Because the 146 that you approved, 146 you approved last time. We'll
Right.
start to see those in November of this year.
But these are in 2020, so is there anything for, in terms of, and they're all propane, is that correct?
They will, either they're being purchased as propane or will be converted to propane.
And the county has those propane tanks on the current facilities?
No, because we don't fuel them ourselves. Those are operated by contractors, and they have agreements with propane providers at their facilities. So what they do now is they actually build, they drop propane tanks at their facilities, and they're filled each night when they come back in.
Okay, and so in terms of, they're not driverless, so who's going to be, I mean, in terms of drivers, adding drivers and training drivers, is there anything in here in terms of, you know, for those vehicles as they come in, so they can be used right away? In terms of training and acquiring new drivers?
Well, that actually comes out of another bucket. That comes out of a contractual bucket where we pay the operating costs for the contractor.
Okay.
So we place that responsibility. Of course, we provide the guidelines, but we place
On
the
the
responsibility on the contractor
Right.
to do the training as we have instructed.
So, I've communicated this, and I think part of what I think you're saying is you want more information. You want to be able to see the equipment, a picture of the equipment that we're proposing to buy, and understand what that is. And that falls under also what Ms. Love was bringing up, an itemization, lobbying, the different things that you would spend the money on the planning study, whether that's hiring a couple of people, whether that's hiring consultants. And so my thought is this is like what's on deck, and then when we go to approve this stuff, I think we're going to need each time we approve something, a package that says, okay, I went over what each budget line item was in your retreat. We're bringing this forward for approval. Here's what the equipment looks like. Here's what our objective is in terms of goals and performance measures. I think we're going to need
Deliverables.
and a little bit more meat on the bones on this as we approve stuff, so that we can feel like, okay, I had a total and complete picture as to what I was approving and what it all entailed. And that's why I've brought up in the past, I use equipment as an example because it's easy for us to visualize it. We're going to go get new buses. Well, this bus is going to look like this. Here's a picture of it, either a brochure or something. We're going to buy 176 of them. You've given us some of your objectives on the headways and all that stuff. I get that. But just a breakdown of objectives, equipment, cost, what the budget was, what it is today, blah, 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 blah. And it all goes through the checklist of what we would need to feel like I was completely informed. And when I approved this line item, knowing it was on deck and that it was part of the budget, that's what I voted on. And so I appreciate where we are today, but I think that's what draws some of these questions is that we don't really know, we don't see up there exactly what the description is, and whether that's meant for, this meeting would take 2 days if we did it that way. But when you are getting the single item approved, and are you going to, in our next meeting, are we going to get 10 items to approve? Are all these going to come in front of us? They are in the next meeting. So if they're coming in front of us in the next meeting, there's going to need to be a little bit more meat on the bone, at least for me, on some of these things. Some of them are pretty self-explanatory, but others, it would be nice to see what the equipment looks like and anyway, that's.
We'll definitely do that. That's what the purpose of this is, so that we can hear exactly what you want for each of these. Also, we're going to be reaching out as soon as this meeting is over to try to schedule briefings one-on-one. So if there are individual questions that you might have that you want answered, we'll bring the right people. We'll make sure that we get all of that compiled before the July meeting. Absolutely.
Okay.
On these issues of studies, it might, if you've got a budget here, 3.5 and went to 4 million, just, someone must have made a list of scope and just sharing that with us, then we can see what we're buying.
Yeah, I agree. Because like the $4 million number is a round number, and it doesn't break down all the different things that we're buying. And
Correction, the budget won't be approved until September, though. So it'll be after September. The board will not approve the budget until September.
We're going to take the surtax in August. So keep in mind, that's what's important about the feedback that we've gotten from you and that we got from you in May. Everything that we're bringing to you that's not orange, right, that's not a new project, was in the original plan that was approved by the commission and is going to be part of our recommended budget. So at this point, it's been approved by the commission, and we're seeking your approval of the entire amount. I think that goes to Ms. Love's question, which is, what are you asking for? Are you asking for the differential? Are you asking for the 4 million? We've interpreted the oversight board's involvement as you have to approve the whole thing. You've never seen any of this before. Our board has, but you haven't. So we're bringing you not just the differential, but the entire amount that we are going to be asking our board for in the recommended budget. Does that make sense?
Alan?
Yes,
So-
I'm sorry.
I have a concern again. With each of these items that is being proposed for approval, I really would like to see where we're taking that 30% set aside. You know, I know in some cases we can, and some places we can't, but I'd like to see that component built into these budget outlines so we will know exactly which projects are better suited based on the funding source to identify for those 30% set aside.
Okay.
Yeah, like, for instance, the routes are very explanatory. I know what you're doing with the routes. It's just a few of these things that, you know, it would be nice to get more information so that we better understand what we're voting on.
Well, we have the detail. I mean, we, in terms of these, all the things that we've asked for, we've actually costed them all out, and we have explanations for, but we can provide that to you.
Okay.
That's not a problem at all.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, community shuttle. When we built the plan, we told the cities that we would, under the county side of the ledger, absorb the existing community shuttle program. And so that is what you see at the top of the page. That is the existing community shuttle program. Now, one of the things that I mentioned that we're attempting to do is on the capital side here, you see a request for 4.875. We are moving the entire community shuttle program out of the internal combustion engine realm, and we're moving everything to a cleaner burning fuel, propane. So this takes all of the vehicles that are currently in use, all the rest of the vehicles that are currently in use, because we've actually received the first 20 of our propane vehicles. This actually buys another 39, and it removes all of the other diesel-powered vehicles in the community shuttle program. So that's what we're doing on the county side. Where you see community shuttle new service, these are community shuttle projects that have been requested out from the cities that were not part of the existing program. So these are actually coming out of the city side of the ledger. And we have, to this point, received requests for 20 new routes. And we're going through the evaluation process now. Quite frankly, you know, we always receive a lot of requests, and we don't always grant them all because, I mean, realistically, some just don't They just don't they just meet the standard. So what we're projecting at this point as an estimate for the operation and maintenance is pending approval is about $3.5 million, and capital for 15 vehicles at $1.8 million on the city side of the ledger.
Who is going to manage the community shuttle?
Right now, we manage the overall program out of transit. Some cities actually directly operate the shuttles themselves, but about half of the program, there's 19 cities right now, half of them directly operate the shuttles and half of them use a contractor. A contractor.
Doug?
Now,
I'm sorry, go ahead, keep going, Chris.
One of the things that we've been talking to them about, and they're very receptive, is that we think there's economies of scale if we were to offer let's say a countywide contract that allowed each city or each entity to participate in that contract, because we believe that we can actually lower the average cost. Because right now, the cost to operate, depending on the type of vehicle the city uses, and really, quite frankly, the ability to negotiate the deals, are averaging anywhere between maybe 40 and almost $70 an hour to operate. We think we can, if we operated it in a collective, we think we could bring this cost down.
Doug?
Take over that control. The city's now going to argue that that's not a city project, it's now a county project.
Well, I mean, the way it works, and in fact, a lot of them have come to us and asked us to do this. Because in some cases, the cities are very small and they just don't want the headache to do it. I don't ever anticipate us necessarily taking control. We would manage, because the way we work it now is we work very closely with them in terms of designing routes, designing hours of service. And they look at their budgets, and historically what we've paid $15 per revenue hour. We will now pay that entire cost, but we work very closely with them, and this would be optional. I mean, this is not something they would have to do. It's just something that we would offer because we think there's economies of scale that could be gained.
Doug?
Yeah, I've been mentally telling the cities that they have a pot of money and they can change it and move it around, but their pot of money stays what it is. I assume that applies to the county. My concern is, maybe it's because this is all new to everybody, is these increases from what was estimated a year or two ago and what's currently being asked. We're not going to need 30 billion, we're going to need 40 billion, unless there's everything, with the exception of one project, has gone up, and up substantially. So that's my concern, is if we missed our estimates by 30%, that means we're going to cut 30% of somebody's projects out, or I don't know. Am I missing something?
I think you'll see, again, and that's on us to do a better job of explaining to you where we've saved money and where we've increased funds. We are far underspending our expectation for FY20, and we're going to show that to you in a couple of slides. But you're right. I mean, we need to break it down project by project as well, and kind of line item by line item off of the financial plan, and we'll definitely do that.
Well, I think the flexibility is good, and I don't mind spending more in 2020 if we're going to save more down the line. But I haven't, like you said, I haven't seen any savings yet.
The only place I ever hit the numbers right on a construction project in development is the cost of the land, because I know what it is. Every other number moves in every direction, and what you hope for is that the total, and that's where I'm coming from, where he comes from, but I'm more on the reconciliation side of it. I'm more worried about the total, and then hitting our objectives and getting the performance that we wanted out of what we intended. And then just to go back on the community service, because Chris knows I have a lot of experience in that. That's funny because like First Transit, for instance, when we use them over at City of Fort Lauderdale, you're doing you know, 8 routes, and you're negotiating 8 routes, and if 5 operators were bidding on the entire community bus service countywide, we, on a dollar per hour basis, the TMA for Fort Lauderdale would be dumb not to do that. I mean, it's just, you probably save $5 to $10 an hour on just a economy of scale. So I think that's a great idea. My question on the community shuttle service, the new service, is some of that, like, for instance, is it a new route could be, again, I'm going to go to Fort Lauderdale TMA, because before I left, we were trying to start a new route and drop 3 other routes. Is that something like that, or is this just more money altogether? Is this a new service, not a reconfiguration of a few old services?
It's actually new service. Typically, when we introduce a new route into an existing structure, we look to see if there's modifications, because sometimes there's combinations of routes where you might shorten one,
right,
and add the new one, or combine 2 for economy. But as it exists now, these are new requests that the municipalities have made.
That are going over and above their budget?
This over and above what we currently provide.
Okay, okay. Right.
It may help. I think what we'll do is we're going to bring you the exact cities. Most of these are new cities that don't have any service now. So there are 5 cities that don't have community shuttles,
yep,
requesting 22 routes. So we'll bring that to you so
That'd
you
be
can
great.
see it.
Well, some of them actually are yeah, but they're looking to fund it out of their city side, but we can bring the specifics of who they are.
Okay.
Listing of all of our proposed projects in 2020, and again, we can provide you with specifics in everything that's in here, and we will be happy to do that. Okay, from the operating perspective, and basically the way we look at this is, we're taking what we call our status quo or existing revenues, and from an operating and maintenance perspective, we're asking for you to fund the growth, or what would have been the deficit of primarily the new service. Because if you look at the 3rd line here, where it says new 30-year bus service plan, the original in 2020 was 18 million. It goes up to 27 million, and that's primarily a result of the 20% service increase that we actually pulled ahead. We didn't anticipate that back in when we initially put the plan together, but since subsequently we decided that we could accelerate that service, but we hadn't accounted for it in the original plan, so that's where most of that increase comes from. On the revenue side, most of the increase you will see comes from, if you look at the bottom line where it says farebox revenues, new bus, and it's kind of a concept that in transportation, farebox recovery ratio is the percentage of the farebox that actually pays for your operating costs. Historically, because of quite frankly, the inadequacies of our system, our farebox recovery ratio had been the highest, or in the highest 10 percentile in the nation, which basically meant either you're operating extremely efficiently or your system is too small and your buses are too crowded. I like to think the former, but I think it's a combination of the two. The reality is when you expand service, the point that you made earlier, you will see fewer people per route, or fewer people per hour riding the service initially. So when we did our calculations, we took our existing farebox recovery rate, which is about 27.5%, and for the new service alone, we dropped it to about 20%, because when you're starting new service, you don't anticipate to get the same recovery rate. So that is the primary driver in the revenue side. So when you add the two numbers together, we had initially asked for 33.2 million in the plan to cover the growth. But with accelerating the service and the reduced fare box recovery and the other costs here, we're now asking for 43.45 million on the operating for 2020 in addition.
What are your total fare box revenues?
About 27, 28 million.
Okay.
So, yeah, I want to go to that too. So the 4.2 million is what you were anticipating in new service in your 2020 plan. And you think because we added,
Well,
I don't understand, because there's still the same amount of people getting on, whether that's one bus or a second bus. You know, if you're spreading the buses out, but you're still getting the same amount of people getting on, then they're all paying a fare, right?
yeah. Well, the reason that number is reduced is because the original plan had us actually operating BRT in this year, where we anticipated a higher recovery rate,
Okay, then that answers that.
and we're not operating
Okay.
it this year.
All right. Okay. So, capital.
Okay, so basically it's just a synopsis or comparison of the O&M, the capital, and the community shuttle, what was initially in the plan, and what our current requests are.
So that's the reconciliation? So, but we're leaving some projects out, correct?
Yeah, and one of the big hitters, of course, is the rail and the BRT. There's a lot of money. In fact, what we had anticipated in the plan, we're spending $91 million less.
You're spending 91 million less than you.
Right, the
You
board-approved plan called
Yeah.
for
218.
218,
You're now only requesting 127.
only 127.
So you're really under your budget.
That's correct. And those dollars will be spent in the out years as we accelerate the rail program and the BRT program.
So you had projected in
That's not,
initially because you had planned on the BRT.
And rail.
So now because of that not happening is why you're deferring it.
That's correct. And you'll see catch-up in the out years.
So it'll just be reprogrammed during that time.
Right, maybe move forward.
so the only thing if I were doing this and I wanted to know more, I would ask for what was the total projects we were moving forward with, which ones didn't we move forward with, what's the delta, and then when we re-implement those later, how much are those, you know, even if you leave them at the original plan, I think we're going to be over. You know, you're pushing it's like I was gonna buy, 10 cars and I bought 9, but I still gotta buy that 10th one next year, and I paid the amount for 10 on this 9, it's just kind of moving something to a later date. And the only reason I'm bringing this up, and I appreciate that we're not spending the money this year, is if we project our revenue for 30 years, and if we do this every year, and there's always an increase, but we push some projects further down the road, are we going to end up not being able to do as much as we wanted because we pushed some projects every year down the road? And they're going to cost more next year or the year after. And it's not because of you wanting to push them down the road. It's just timing, scheduling, whatever. And then everything else that you kept on on deck cost you more by $1 million here, $2 million there. Are we going to get all of our objectives complete?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We believe that the corridor studies and the corridor delivery method will actually save us money over what we placed in the plan and escalated. So we did not, when we delivered the plan to the public, include the corridor delivery method. That was something that came after June when we finalized the plan. But that delivery method is intended to increase efficiencies, to deliver projects in packages more effectively and reduce costs so we could actually do more than we intended.
So then my thing would be, all right, so let's pretend that we are gonna save money in the future. We're moving some stuff down the road. Just when we go to vote on this next month, on the ones that, there's a few that we're not spending as much, but on the ones where we're breaking the budget on the overall section of expenses, just write why this is better. Give me the reason why we should go forward with it, and tell me that we're going to improve these things and we can't live without it. You know, that it's that kind of thing. It's like to understand and to be convinced that this is money well spent, and a lot of times it is. It's based on cycle of economy, you know, and maybe say that. It doesn't matter, but I think that we do need to have something to understand why these things are costing more money. For instance, the part that Ms. Love brought up, that isn't broken down enough for any of us to understand why that's $4 million and it's not $2.3 million. I mean, that to me, it doesn't give me enough information to say, oh yeah, okay, let's spend the extra $1.7 million. But if you give us the detail, it'll help quite a bit.
Yeah, we have that. And I would also add, just from, you know, my experience in the transit industry, this is a 30-year plan. Transit systems that have done this in the past, typically, you know, each 5 years, who knows what we'll be doing in 30 years?
Absolutely.
You know, there are projects, realistically, because of technological advances, you know, land use changes, that might fall out. So there needs to be an understanding that, okay, what you see here in year 11, 18, 29 might not come to pass. So there needs to be, probably on some sort of regular, maybe 5-year basis, just a refreshed view of exactly what we're going to do and what we can do.
And that's why in the 4 million or the 6.6 on the planning for the light rail, just tell us why. Hey, we need to do this because, and this needs to be done this year because of these things. And it went over a little bit on the budget, but we're not doing something, you know, it's just a matter of explanation and giving us, because it's going to be like this every year, right? Based on what you just said, and us knowing that things change in the future in 30 years, I don't know what, I probably won't be around, but that's what, I think that's what we need. And so when we approve all these projects, I know it's going to be a long meeting, and as board members, I urge you guys, if we can get some of that information on the front end, please do your homework before we go to the meeting so we don't go through the thing all day long. And I'll try to do that too, and that might help as well. Thank you.
And as I said, we'll be scheduling briefings with each of you so that we can go through in detail. We'll make sure we bring the subject matter experts with us and that we are able to answer all of your questions ahead of time and then package what you need in order to feel comfortable. We're almost there. We're running on time. Would you like to take a little break? I mean, we don't have a whole lot more to go before we move to the retreat, but it has been 3 hours, so I thought I would ask. Or 2.5 hours, I guess. You want just a couple more pages and then the dashboard review?
3 hours.
Do you want to move through or stop for a second?
But that's good.
If we're gonna do the dashboard review, then.
So we are going to do the dashboard review in probably about 15 minutes.
Okay. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Are we taking the break for?
We're going to take a break for lunch between the budget workshop and the retreat. So we're almost done with the budget workshop portion. Then we'll break for a half an hour to have lunch, and then we'll come back for the retreat. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so now we're to Mobility Advancement Plan Administration. So the first bullet and its 3 sub-bullets are kind of grayed out to visually depict what you've already approved in 19 and what's moving over to 20. So we're not necessarily asking you to approve those expenses, but we do want to be transparent about what's in our base. The new requests, we have a one-time relocation capital cost for co-location that actually you're going to be getting a pretty robust presentation about during the retreat from Ms. Thompson. And so you can see exactly what you're buying with that $2 million, because I know that's going to be a question. We've got $304,770 in new personnel. I did ask for a small amount of temporary services because I am trying to stand up the program with only 6 people. And so there may be the need at some point, depending on what's happening, that we have to bring in temporary services. So I did ask for about $12,000 for that, just in case. Consultants, because you all have the ability to hire consultants in the ordinance, it makes sense to at least have a set aside. If you say to me, you know what, I want a consultant to do X, Y, and Z, we should have that money there and not have to go through the whole budget process. So it's just going to sit there and it'll roll over from year to year. Phone service, I forgot to put phone service in my 2019 request to you all, and we certainly do need to pay for it, along with leasing equipment, which I also did not realize that we were going to need a new copying machine and scanner. So we need to do that. And then the $315,000 is for Lenny's big data management contract, which we are expecting to have in place in fiscal year 20, which starts on October 1. And then $21,500 just for software, hardware, and training for the 3-person Surtax funded innovation team for a total of 2.2. Again, I just want to bring to your attention that 1.979 of that is one time only.
Well, the FY2020 numbers, is that annualizing the 2019 that we've already approved?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I would ask on the consultant side again, can we put a bid out or something and find out what a performance consultant costs and how that would fit in your 304,000?
We have one. So you all approved it for FY19, and we've already, Angela and I have already negotiated the contract, so it should go online. They're going to be actually working with you and the community and our partners, because they're not just a performance measure consultant, they're also kind of a data accessibility. So what they're going to do is they're going to look at all of the things that we're collecting and the way that we're communicating internally and to the public through dashboards and things like that, and they're going to give us some recommendations about ways to make our reports and these meetings and our minutes and everything that we do more accessible and meaningful. And then they're also going to be simultaneously looking at what should we be measuring and how should we be talking about impacts.
And that's the Canadian firm?
That's the Open
the
North. And they're going to
315.
come, they will come. No, the 315 is actually in the innovation side. It's it's in the innovation center.
Okay, all right.
That's the county brain big data management contract.
Right.
Of the money we approved for 2019 in this new request, was any of that in your early budget, or is this all orange money?
Okay, so again, this is a great question, and I think we as a group have to figure out how we want to communicate this. I know that from our perspective, from the county's perspective, we built the project-based budget around projects, but we always had money in this plan that was approved for administration. It's not new money. It's money that's in the plan, and I can show you where it would be coming out of, if you'd like, out of line items.
No, so this was in your budget for administration. That's all.
Oh, yes.
That's not orange money. Okay.
No, it's not orange money. It's in the plan that was approved. Yes. There are also 3 entities inside of the county, well, actually, there's quite a few more, but these are the ones that would move forward, recommended by my boss. Yeah, everybody wants a little piece of the surtax, as you might expect. But small business, our Office of Economic and Small Business Development actually does have a crucial role in this, as Ms. Pennant has mentioned, in identifying, and they're going to be doing a presentation for you again during the retreat, very robust presentation about what this is going to buy you. But they need positions not only to do recruitment of businesses to our area, that we know we need to build that capacity, but also to be working with our solicitations. So you asked earlier, how many of these contracts are going to have goals on them? These are the people who are going to be evaluating every contract and every project and trying to give us that information so we can bring that back to you. How many of these solicitations are going to have goals, and what are those goals going to look like? So that sits in their office. It doesn't sit with me, and it's about $200,000. There's also a Greenways plan update, and I'm going to show you a little bit about that in the next slide, and Lenny's here to talk about that if you have any questions. But that's going to sit in our planning department, which is in environmental protection and growth management. They're going to be working on that, and it will inform the way that we deliver the greenways that were included in the plan that was approved by our commission and the voters.
When you say something is not on your side, what do you mean by that?
So right now there are surtax-funded projects in Transportation Department, in the Public Works Department, and then the MAP Administration Department. And that's generally the way that we bring them to you, and that's the way that the plan was structured, right? Mm-hmm. But then there's also services that the county believes are centralized, like legal services, small business services, planning services, that were contemplated in the plan, but the money goes back to those agencies.
Okay, I'm going to ask something, and it's more for the benefit of my colleagues, but are you in our budget?
Yes, for 2020.
So
not for 2019. I was still general funded until October 1.
So in 2020,
you own me.
You work for us.
You got it.
Okay.
I'm all yours. I can't do anything else.
That's great. Okay,
yeah.
But that's one of the questions I wanted to ask. I think it's
too.
important. I think it's, and so you're going to be working for us.
Yes.
Okay, I
And
think
for the
it's
people.
important. Okay, good. All right, thank you.
And so this county attorney, the county attorney is a little complicated, and I do feel like for transparency purposes, I need to put this on the record because it's something that is very unusual in our ordinance and in our charter. All attorney positions must be paid for from the general fund, right? So while all the rest of us can be funded directly from the surtax, unless we went to the voters to change the charter, what we're doing is we are funding all the attorney positions in the general fund, and then we are paying the general fund back with surtax dollars for county positions only. But I just want that to be out there because there probably will be a discussion about that when this goes to our board. So this paralegal position will be funded in the general fund, and then the surtax trust fund will pay that position back.
But that position, they're working for the, okay.
Dedicated 100% to the surtax.
But aren't we essentially doing that too? Or when you have costs related to transportation and there's staff people doing stuff, aren't we paying for that?
Yes, but for the attorney, from the attorneys, so for all those other positions, those BPNs can actually be placed into the surtax fund.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no paybacks, there's no transfer of funds.
Right.
It's very clean that way from an audit standpoint.
Right.
But this particular thing has a, the legal component is going to be a little different.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Thank you.
And this is what you are going to be buying with that Greenways study. Lenny, do you want to talk a little bit about what they're seeing here in this visual?
Just basically, the idea that we want to have enhanced awareness about crossings and be able to provide specific signals for bikes and improve our bike crossings. And then what you see here is, this is actually in Denver, but it's a separation of the high-speed bikes and electric scooters and electric bikes from ped on the right there. So you see the guy running on the right, and this is sort of like the scooter and bike highway here on the left, and they cross at various times. But there's 2 lanes, kind of like you're used to seeing on the road. And then on the right there, where the person's going up on the bike, that's actually an on and off ramp from the scooter and pedestrian walkways up to the road there on that bridge, so that hopefully we can create some grade separations and some easier ways to get on and off the greenways, as well as incorporate the greenways into our mapping and into like Google and Waze and others, so that you can actually plan a route and it won't be interrupted, and there's clear wayfinding and ways for you to get on the greenway and off the greenway, and understanding how much farther you have to go. I mean, when I was in Denver, for something not Surtax related, I was just amazed at how easy it was to get on the scooter highway, bypass all the traffic, and then pop up, off of the on-ramp in another location. And, just this idea that we have so many canals and right-of-ways and greenways here in the county, and obviously it's been, 17 years or so since we've updated the study on that. We would update that. We would, modernize it, incorporate technology, just to kind of, expound a little bit on some of the things that you guys have talked about today, about all the studies and all the different products that we're getting, and using technology and being able to find out, well, what did that improvement get us, and how good was it? I kind of want you to think of all these things as a layer cake, and no one study or source of data being better than another, but that you're getting multiple layers, and the innovation group's job is going to be to try to integrate a lot of those layers, as well as use the big data contracts and then ultimately Internet of Things and sensors to be able to collect additional information that we will fully intend to look at future projects and say, okay, what can we find out about average vehicle speed, trip times, origin and destination before and after the project, and quantify its benefit, and then use that to drive future projects and find out what's working and what's not working, and why it worked in this area and maybe didn't in another, and be able to understand also our bus routes. And so they'll be doing studies and looking at operational analysis, but we'll also be looking at other sources of information, including like economic information and future construction information and all the various data that we can conglomerate together. And so over the years, you'll start to see increased layers of data and them being integrated as part of the county brain, so that you'll be able to see exactly what's happening where, and hopefully be able to understand what is and is not working. And then to, what Chris was saying earlier, this idea that we're going to be adapting, and we don't know 10 years from now. We want to really look on a year-by-year, project-by-project basis and find out what's working and what isn't, and be able to iterate along the way, so that we make sure that we're delivering the maximum value, obviously, as part of this project.
So 225,000 is going to update a plan, and there's $76 million budgeted for greenway systems?
That's correct. The original plan included $76 million in greenway upgrades, new greenways, changes to the greenways. We might put like adaptive lighting on the greenway so that it turns on when it detects people and isn't on when there's no one there. That way you don't have this light on behind people's houses all the time. But yeah, it would be any number of greenways upgrade.
Reconfiguration of streets to include greenways and stuff like that?
Yes, well, some of that would also be like the complete streets and the bike paths, so it just depends. And like some of the sidewalk improvements, if we go from a standard 5-foot sidewalk to an 8-foot, mixed-use pedestrian pathway, that might get paid out of another fund, but we might leverage that as part of the greenway system to provide the connectivity. And so the study would, A, identify new greenways, but B, also find opportunities to leverage other projects to create enhanced connectivity in the greenways, and then to be able to map all that and come up with routes that people can use to get from one place to another safely and separated in a clean, safe manner from traffic.
That's great.
Just going to turn off the filter here. This is our attempt to provide the overview that we think you've requested. And what you're looking at here is a series of buttons that you can push to find out information. For example, I'll just push this one for a moment. So this is reflective of what you approved, or what was up for approval at your April 25th, 2019 meeting, in which you discussed fiscal year 19 budget approvals. So this is a roll-up. That day you approved 9 traffic projects that had a total construction estimated cost of $5 million. If you look down here at this map, which we can make bigger and then smaller, this highlights just the projects you approved that day. So it shows you these are the projects that were approved. You can click on one and you can see, you know, what it was. This was a bus route, Route 62. You know, this one was probably some fiber optic networks. It was Sunrise. It was a total cost of $929,000. You know, so you'll basically be able to click around this map and see, okay, this is what we approved that day. You know, that's sort of an overview. If I turn off the filters from that day and make the map bigger, this is the entirety of all of the original, like, remember it was project-based, so this is the entirety of all of the projects. You can see them here. You can, you know, you can of course click on them and see that this was a, you know, a levee greenway. But only the ones you approved that day get highlighted when we turn the filter on. So if we move over to transit, you'll see that day you approved 1 new local route, 4 realignments or extensions or, you know, connectivity changes, and then 12 increases in service. And then if you want to go down the list and look at each. And that the color next to the number corresponds to the map. Right, yeah, these colors, like if you see purple here and you want to go down and look at the map and, you know, you want to look at the purple, that matches the new route. And the same thing happens, like if I go through this list here and I want to look for it, see that's an increase in service, an increase in service. If I want to go down and find, oh, where was the new route? If I click on it, it will zoom me in to where the new route was, and it'll be purple. And if I switch and I say, oh, I want to see that increase in service, it will do the same. It'll highlight it here in purple, and it'll show you that's the green line that was that increase in service. So you can move around, or you can go and look, where was that school zone improvement? Well, it was here. It was at that school, and it will move in and show you that's the mast arm improvement, and so on. And then if you just click it again, it just takes you back out to the overall map. Again, click off that, and then that's everything that was approved that day. Yeah, and then if you look over here at expenditures, that was the stuff that was approved that day. So it was $1.9 million for map admin, $10,000 went to small business, $755,000 went to MPO. So of that $1.9 million, what was the cost breakdown? Well, you had $480,000 for 10 positions. You had $700,000 for the phase 1 co-location, $75,000 for a community engagement transparency consultant, $62,000 for marketing. MPO got $755,000. The MIT data project was $400,000. There was, you know, so you can go through each one of those and see a breakdown for that day. Now, if we move over to the 25th, and, you know, everything that you saw today was rolled up here. So if you were to go through and look on the 25th of July, you're going to get 29 roadway and traffic projects, totaling a construction cost of $64 million. This is showing you the overall map of where those will be. And if you rolled up the new local routes, there were 2, then 3 realignments and extensions, and 6 increases in service. This goes through each one of them. And then again, you can click on them and see, you know, where it is. And then if you go down here, now that you know where it is, you can get more information about it. And, you know, we can add, based on the feedback that we're getting today, more data so that you can move through it this way. If you would like, you see, again, city projects are still 0 because they're still going to be reviewed by the MPO, although Chris showed you earlier that about $5 million in city project money is going to go to community shuttles requested by the cities. And again, if I turn off the filter, this gives you the universe of all 485 total projects that were in the original roadways and traffic's approval for the surtax by the voters. And that totals $1.33 billion in construction cost. And then you've got the overall original transit projects, which I'll have to look at that. And then you've got the 500 city capital projects that earlier you guys were asking about, wasn't there money for maintenance? Well, yes, the cities had 205 maintenance projects, and that was the total budget for that, $750 million. This was $1.9 billion for those 500 projects. And then this is the original, I think, community shuttles, and there were 6 here. and it's 17 million. So, you know, basically this is just an overall format of a way for you to go to one place and sort of get a visual of, okay, you know, what does the entire universe of projects look like? You know, what am I approving today? And then also, if there was some deviation, for example, if at the April 25th meeting we had brought you 9, 1, 4, and 12, and you approved something different, you would be able to go here and see what the difference was. Like if one project got left off, it would not show up here, but we would keep the historical information of the fact that on that day, you were presented with something different than what you approved.
Hold on, I think Ms. Pennant has something she wants to add.
Yes.
All right, so awesome stuff here. I love it.
Excellent, thank
Very
you.
exciting.
Appreciate that.
But 2 points. One, I think I'd want to see this before I approve anything.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, again, my 30%.
Yes.
Right.
So this right here, once you guys are okay with it, and it includes the things that you would like to see, this will be made available to you. So you'll be able to play with it at your leisure and go back and refer to it. And in fact, another thing I'll kind of bring up is, so in July, you're going to look at some FY20 budget expenditures. But we know, for example, that this MPO is going to approve the projects early next year, and then we're going to have to bring you all these city projects, right? So when we do that, that's gonna be another FY20 meeting. So only meetings at which you're presented with budget requests will show up here, and there will be another button here. So you may end up with 2 or 3 FY20 filters, for example. And these buttons at the top will allow you to click on them, and then you'll see the entirety of all 2020 meetings summed together. So this will then change, right? Because right now you've only got one meeting, but if you had 29 at your July 25th meeting and then 20 more at some March meeting, then this would then become 49. And so these buttons up here, and they'll stay in perpetuity, right? So the idea is each fiscal year, you know, this will just continue to grow, and then you'll be able to roll up each fiscal year. You'll be able to combine, like I can highlight all 3 fiscal years and add them together. So like right now, I can add up FY19 and 20, right? So theoretically, you've got 2 meetings. So if you approve on July 25th, all 29, that gets added to the 9 you already approved, so that would be 38. Do you follow me? So you'll be able to change fiscal years at the top here.
Yes. So we wanted, first of all, to make sure that we had heard you and that we are delivering what you want. And then once we get feedback from you and buy-in, then our goal is using the information from the consultant services that we're acquiring in FY19 that you all approved. We're going to build other layers, so that you'll have a dashboard of what the oversight board does, but you'll also have a dashboard of performance. And you'll have a dashboard of local preference.
Small business.
Right, so that there are, because it'll get way too busy. I mean, even this is somewhat visually busy. You know, we had to build it very quickly, and I think they did an amazing job. But our goal is to refine this so that it does what it's intended to do, which is tell a compelling story that's easy for people to understand. But if you all like it, and we can keep refining it and bringing it back to you with different types of information, then we're going to go ahead and have it publicly face off of our website.
Will that be internet or intranet? Internet.
Yeah, it'll be publicly facing, so anyone can access it from the internet.
Okay, but if
So this was built by existing Broward County staff?
Right, none of this was Surtax, this is all just regular staff, and this is the beginning of the kind of visuals that you'll be getting. This is like, I would call this beta or 1.0, and we're gonna continue to refine and improve, and the idea is eventually you'll be able to click on these things and see like renderings or images, and it'll continue to be more fleshed out and robust. This was a fairly quick implementation based on the feedback we got from you at the last meeting.
What'll be important to us question answers is that we get to this before the meeting.
Well, that brings up an interesting perspective. If there needs to be some caution expressed here that there may be stuff that is posted here prior to a meeting or prior to our approval that we can be looking at, but the public shouldn't be, unless they are told that this is not necessarily approved. It's draft version or whatever.
Right, so the idea here, if you look, this right here says up for approval on, so this means these are the projects that were presented to you, and we can change the language here if you'd like, but the idea is this box is the stuff that's brought to you that day, and then this box down here is the stuff you actually approve. So they may be different based on,
Right.
you know, what you decide on the particular day. So this would be post-meeting, this would get updated, and this would be pre-meeting, this would be the full list.
So
And I think that's what Alan is, Phil is trying to say, that you want to make sure that the public has access to the pre-meeting information.
It would all be available, but they need to be notified when they're looking at it.
Right,
This is not approved at this point in time, this is being proposed at this time.
right. Okay, good.
And I would assume this is
I agree.
meant for us to look at individually, and we cannot do this with more than one person. Okay.
Is there any way, like, when I click on one of the projects, again, you know, we asked for like some detail, like, again, I'll use equipment as a picture of something. Can you add attachments that we can look at? Okay, good. That's great.
As soon as we have staff on board that can do 3D or videos or anything like that, well, we can do the equipment now. We
Right.
can start attaching pictures of equipment based on your feedback today, but it will take some time for us to be able to get some of the videos and 3D renderings that we intend to attach to these.
And I would echo what some of the comments have been. If you put information on something before it's baked and ready for the public consumption, you'll end up with a lot of confusion in the public. And it's not so much avoiding transparency as it is just giving out information that hasn't been baked out.
So if you do get a chance to look at it, when you click around on the projects, you see this list of information. If there are things like text fields that you would like, if you let us know, we can try to add them. And then to Gretchen's point, we can add images. And I'm not sure if I'm hearing the feedback correctly or not, but what I think I'm hearing is let's make this at least initially just available to you guys so that you can play around with it and have it before the July meeting so you can kind of look at what's coming before you, and then we'll refine it a little bit more and then we'll make it public. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Can we also, somewhere fact, you said down the road we're going to be adding performance measures to this also, but a perspective of the overall financial at quarterly or whatever, this is what we projected in revenues, these are what's been approved in projects, this is what's been expended in projects, so that we have an ongoing balance.
We're actually looking at some software that would plug into our enterprise system, our financial system, so that we can give you all of that information in real time in a dashboard, and also have the asset management, construction management, so you can see expenditures, you can see, you know, what if a project is green or yellow or red, and it's very visually stimulating. But we're going through the process of evaluating what can plug into our PeopleSoft system, and we'll be bringing that to you soon.
But I assume all of the small business reports will come out of that same system from the procurement perspective, as projects are approved, how much is being designated as CBE, DBE, et cetera.
That's a good question.
That should be in the financial.
It should be. It should be. It needs to.
PeopleSoft.
Yeah, you're right. So at this point, we're going to break for lunch for a half an hour, and then we're going to be hearing from our keynote speaker, Dr. Ranka. Please feel free to help yourself to the buffet.
It's getting a little warm in here.
Okay, if we can start making our way to our chairs. Oops. Okay, let's just go ahead and get the meeting started, please.
Phil asked me if I could give an update on this.
If we want to start, I mean, are we ready to go? Yep. Okay, I'll let you take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I was asked to give an update on the status of the Sawgrass interchange before we move into the retreat, since that was something that you all were asked to consider at your May meeting. Mr. Allen asked for an update, and I just wanted to let you know that based on your direction, we are not going to bring anything back to this body until our commission has formally executed the local funding agreement. That would be with the Turnpike Authority. And since our board is on break, the earliest that that could happen would be August. And so we would, and you all will not be meeting in August. So the earliest you would be seeing anything about the interchange, whether it be a full interchange or a northbound only, will be in September at your September meeting. And I'll make sure that I give you all an update in July as well, if we've gotten anything at that point. And so now I'll turn it over to Dr. Ranka, who has joined us from the University of Florida. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Was the Turnpike Authority able to work out a change in schedule?
So we don't have anything formally from the Turnpike Authority yet, which is one of the reasons why I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Like I said, I will ask Larry Mahoney to come to the July meeting and to provide you with an update, since he's in much more regular communication with both the City of Sunrise and the Turnpike Authority about this project. But at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Professor Ranka, and thank you so much for joining us today from the swamp.
From more like the Gatorland, I guess. Again, thank you to the board for inviting me here and presenting my research here. And thanks to Lenny and Gretchen and Nick for arranging this trip for me. I mean, I just wanted to start with talking a little bit about what you have in your, most of us have in your hand, which is a iPhone or Samsung, one of the, smartphones. My daughter has like 32 GB and she says, Dad, I need more space, because she's storing now more videos, more photographs every day. The processing power of this device is something of the order of 1 teraflop, which is roughly like 1,000 billion instructions per second, or something of that nature. And you can actually FaceTime, where you're doing real-time video interaction with another user. 20 years ago, this would be a supercomputer, costing around $10 to $30 million. So we've come a long way in terms of storage, communication, as well as processing technologies, which allow a lot of interesting things to be done, which can help transportation as well as the society as a whole. And that's roughly the main theme of my discussion today, in terms of how do you leverage this new technologies on the sensing side, processing side, to be able to help improve both safety, which is primary issue in transportation, as well as operations to make mobility improvements for the general public. And please feel free to ask questions along the way. This is roughly, my talk overall outline. I want to talk a little bit about how smart societies are using these technologies in a variety of disciplines. Since the focus here is mostly on transportation, most of my talk is on transportation, but obviously these technologies are being used in a variety of arenas like environment, healthcare, other issues, to be able to improve the lives of citizens. My focus today is obviously on the transportation side, and what I'm going to talk a little bit about where the trends are in terms of how the technology is evolving from a transportation infrastructure perspective. The car companies do a lot of sensing from an autonomous car. We focus more on the infrastructure side of it. And then I'll give you an overview of some of the work which we are doing, which directly impacts some of the traffic incidents, as well as impacts overall traffic mobility. So I just went through your MTP and I kind of summarized the key issues which are of interest to you. Obviously, this is my own version of it. But at a high level, you want to make sure that mobility is there for all people, including underserved communities, break down digital barriers so that people can actually understand how to use technology for effective transportation, manage traffic congestion and improve safety, and then obviously make it everything to be data-driven. Is this clear enough? Should I speak a little louder? No, okay, all right. And then, of course, be able to move goods, services, and people by using mechanisms which are sustainable from an environment perspective, with the goal that you improve economic prosperity, and obviously for all the people who are coming from outside, be able to experience the county in the best possible fashion. And the key thing, these are the 3 main goals there, which I got from your website. But the technology, the way it's going right now is from a car perspective, they are getting more and more connected. Connected generally at a high level means that a vehicle can communicate with another vehicle. So for example, if I was driving and there was a vehicle behind me, and if my vehicle detects something, it'll transmit that information to the vehicle behind me, which cannot see what's happening in front of me, to be able to be more effective. People use this for truck platooning, where essentially you have a single driver, and the other trucks can essentially follow that by communicating with the other vehicles today. Autonomous effectively means that the cars can drive on their own. Obviously, there are different levels of it. Mostly right now we are at level 2 or 3 in many cases, where you get some information from the vehicle about what your environment looks like. But level 5 basically means the car can drive on its own. Obviously, some cars today can drive on highways in a limited setting for miles at a time in an autonomous fashion. And these two technologies are kind of converging, where right now some cars have connected and some cars have autonomous, but by 2025 the expectation is that many cars will have both of these things combined together. So they will not only be autonomous, but they will be combining that with communicating with each other. So generally there are several communications which we talk about. When I say V2V, it basically means vehicle to vehicle. When I say V2I, it basically means vehicle to infrastructure. And then you can have I2P, which is infrastructure to person. Yes?
Question, are there other countries in the world that are ahead of us on autonomous vehicles, or, I mean, are we at the bottom of it, the middle of it, or top of it?
I mean, I would say we are nearly in the middle of it right now. There are some countries which are more aggressive because they can dictate things more to the public on how to implement stuff, or they can make changes more drastically. We being a democracy cannot do those things as easily. But the bottom line is, in terms of technology itself, we are probably ahead of everybody else. In terms of actual implementation, in terms of allowing for autonomous cars to be on the roadways today, we are obviously much more conservative right now. And which probably makes sense, because you don't want to drastically change things from where we are to where we should be. So the thing is that, as I was pointing out, the intent long term is that you have an intersection on the left figure there. All the vehicles are coming to the intersection. The infrastructure should be able to sense that information, make the right decisions, and send it back to all the vehicles. Or the vehicles can communicate with each other to say, look, I'm going at this particular speed, no problem, you can continue going at that speed. Or in this particular case on the right-hand side, if this particular truck or this particular bus wants to take a right turn, it cannot see anything because there is some occlusion. The infrastructure tells it, hey, there's a pedestrian walking on the pathway, don't take a right turn because you probably will hit the pedestrian. So all these things require effectively real-time computing, real-time communication, and real-time sensing. And we have made progress on all of those 3 technologies in the last 10 years, that we can actually make it real to some extent today, and obviously over the next decade. This is a slide from the US DOT Smart City Challenge, which was awarded to Columbus, Ohio. It's a $50 million grant which was awarded last year. And the goal of that challenge essentially is around leveraging the changes in the car technology, using machine learning, AI, Internet of Things, big data, all of them together to make things more safer and make things more efficient. And as I look at your plan, effectively it covers most of the aspects of what you see here, to be able to leverage all these different technologies as part of the Surtax and be able to leverage it to make things safer and more mobile. So there is, McKinsey has done a study on the impact of different approaches. I'm sorry, this slide is a little busy and may not be very clear, but they have rated different technologies and applications as of today for different types of cities. So city 1 is a medium commute time with subway as a primary mode. City 2 is more where bus is a primary mode, and city 1 is a long commute where bus is a primary mode. So they've kind of separated them out, and they've actually studied the impact of different technologies today all over the world, and found out that these are 4 or 5 top things which I've listed there on the right, which can have the most impact today. So for example, providing real-time public transit information, doing predictive maintenance of the infrastructure, or using intelligent traffic signals which can change signal timing based on the traffic requirements, smart parking, and providing real-time navigation to the citizens to say, hey, based on the current traffic conditions, if you have to go from point A to point B, what's the best possible route? So these are the 4 or 5 important things which they found had a positive impact right away, and they measured them in some scale of percentages. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the work we are doing. Most of this work is supported by a National Science Foundation as part of a Smart Cities project, and Florida Department of Transportation Central Office, which is based in Tallahassee. And we also work with City of Gainesville and City of Orlando District 5. So these are all, we get a lot of input from them in terms of what they need, and we actually develop technologies which can be useful in the real world. What we're trying to do at a high level is we're trying to make the intersection smarter by putting cameras. You can put cameras to observe what's going on, and I'll show you some results on that. But there are new technologies like LiDAR and even infrared cameras which can actually measure traffic in the nighttime. So we want to be able to use those technologies to understand what's happening at an intersection, to make the intersection safer, find out the near misses which happen on an intersection, so that we can actually rate the intersections, because the number of accidents fortunately are a lot less. They don't always tell us whether it's because of human error or because of the design error. But when we look at near misses, we can hopefully rank the intersection designs better, so that we can actually say, hey, these intersections work much better than the other ones, or if we make these changes, we can do a before and after study. The smarter streets, we are going to put cameras in some of the transit buses in Gainesville. This project has just started, so we can observe what happens not only at the intersection but on the street itself. How people are behaving in front of the, how many people are J-crossing, how many people are actually coming in front of the bus at a fast speed and changing lanes very quickly. We can actually observe all that behavior and record it. Now, the challenge with all these things, of course, is that you're getting a lot of data every second. So from a video point of view, you can get from a single intersection 100 megabytes of data every day. Now, if you have 1,000 intersections, you can multiply that, and there's a large number. So the key is, how do you process this, synthesize this for an end user to be able to make sensible decisions? The other thing we want to be able to do is not only look at the street and the intersection, but we look at a network level to be able to say, hey, you are having an incident in one part of the city or one particular arterial. How should I figure that out as soon as possible so that I can change the routes of everybody else? Or if there's a transit bus which is going to go through the signal, maybe I should extend the green light by a little bit more, because transit is carrying 50 people as opposed to a car which is only carrying 1 person or 2 persons. So how do you prioritize in your overall signal optimization? Now, most of the signal optimization today is done at an intersection level, but sometimes even at a corridor level. But those are all suboptimal because they just fix it for the entire day or the entire week or the entire month, or someone did an optimization 3 years ago and people are still using it. What we want to be able to do is, the fact that we have real-time data coming in, we can actually make changes pretty much in real time. So if there's an incident which happens, I know about it in, say, 50 seconds or 30 seconds, I want to be able to adapt my traffic conditions based on that. The fact that you have now more connected and autonomous vehicles, we were having a discussion with Ford Motor Company. They expect their cars to to have connected technologies in the next 2 years, pretty much every car they produce. And right now, their expectation is that the latency of communication with those cars and the infrastructure is going to be of the order of microseconds. So we can actually talk to the car, understand what's happening in the car level in terms of traffic conditions, and the infrastructure can then provide information to the car to be able to do a much better job. So we want to be able to focus on all these different things to be able to create a smart transportation system. We have a pilot project in Gainesville. This is the UF campus. There are effectively 4 corridors in the shape of a trapezium. That's why it's called a trapezium project, where we'll have roadside units which will communicate with autonomous cars and connected vehicles, collect data from them, so it's back and forth. This is a project which is actually being installed right now, and we'll start collecting data from this in 6 months' time. What we want to be able to do beyond that is be able to add a variety of different sensors, including adding fisheye cameras on a subset of intersections, which are already there right now. We're collecting data from them to be able to observe traffic at the intersection level, and then there are loop detectors in the ground today for which we get data at the rate of 10 hertz. That means every decisecond. So every time a car goes over that loop detector, we get that event recorded. And we get that with a latency of a few seconds. So we have that data along with the data from the video. We are going to add LiDAR, because LiDARs are good at understanding pedestrian behavior a lot better than video. They can actually look at the 3D view of an intersection and recognize pedestrian behavior a lot better. So we want to be able to use all these modalities of information to be able to actually develop a synopsis of the traffic conditions at a city level, because the buses are also going to be equipped with cameras where we're going to get data from. So these 3 different modalities are going to be included along with other ones, and we have actually developed a quote-unquote edge and a cloud-based system where essentially there's an edge processing happening at the intersection. So right now, for example, the video comes to my lab, we process it, and we upload it in the Amazon cloud. The idea basically is that you want to be able to process the data very close to where the data is getting collected for 2 reasons. One is bandwidth requirements go down substantially, because you can process it if you're getting 100 megabytes of video. If you can convert it into 1 megabyte of information, then you only transmit that amount of information. The other advantage is privacy issues. We don't want to store the entire video. We want to be able to observe what's happening from a traffic pattern perspective, but we don't really care about what person was there, what vehicle was there at that particular time. So we have developed the system. The system is up and running right now. We get information from around 5 to 10 signals at an hourly basis in real time, both ATSPM, which is loop detector data, as well as video data, and we use that to look at interesting traffic applications. This project is also partly supported by Amazon. So what we have done is we have developed the most important part is that you have to store the data in some sensible fashion, because you're getting a large amount of data, some processed, some unprocessed, some raw, and be able to have a system which can collect this information, because this is like your brain. You kind of have all the information now, and then you develop technologies from a monitoring perspective, evaluation, predictive modeling, optimization, analysis, planning. So you can do all kinds of stuff with this data, because you have what happened yesterday, what happened last year, what happened, and predict what will happen next year. So go ahead.
I was just saying, good, I love it, good.
All right. So right now we have pretty much data for a number of intersections for the entire year. And again, our goal is to compress the data to a level where we need it. We don't want to store anything which we don't believe will be useful. Maybe there'll be some use later on which we've missed out on, but we'll rather be conservative and say, I don't want to store anything which I can't find real value for today. Again, from a privacy perspective, it's very important for us to keep the minimal amount of information and be able to encrypt it, or at times say that, look, I don't really care about what particular second the data was happened. All I care about is sometime in the hour it happened, so I'll just add a random noise to my time so that no one can actually figure out what happened. This is an example of real-time video coming. So for example, if you see this is a file of what's happening on the intersection. This is showing you, the green arrows are showing the pedestrians, the yellow ones are the pedestrians, the green one is a bike or a motorbike, and white is a car. And again, this processing is happening in real time. So as we get the data feed, we're getting data feed at 20 frames per second. We process it 50 frames per second. So that way we are never behind. And it can track all the information in real time. And that's all the information we store. So effectively that video is now compressed into these dots and the trajectories. Because our main goal is to look at this data to find out abnormal behavior and normal behavior, so that we can actually use that for better signal optimization, as well as understand if someone is behaving erratically, how do we actually take care of that. I'll show you an example. So what we do is we basically take that data, and then a typical signal has multiple phases. In each phase, some subset of directions get traffic moving. So we can divide up what's happening in those different phases. Also, sometimes it's important to see what happens when a phase change happens, because people run red lights. So we want to be able to observe what changes happen when you move from one phase to the other one. And so we want to be able to visualize this information and then be able to look for trajectories which are anomalous. So for example, this trajectory is of a pedestrian walking to that intersection and then coming back and going there. So you can observe that person, he'll come back again. If you look at that, like this person came in here, walked to this intersection, saw that the light was red, well, didn't really want to wait, went back and J-crossed. These are the kind of behaviors we want to be able to sift through from the large amount of data. We don't really care about normal behavior. Now, what can we do with it is obviously a second level question in terms of how do I change the intersection design or put some barriers so that this behavior can be avoided. Here's another example of a similar behavior which our system can find. If you look at that person on the bottom, they're just crossing through all the traffic and basically going their merry way, right? Now, this is standard behavior at every intersection. Standard for students at University of Florida. Exactly, exactly. And so the reason, part of the reason we are interested is because campus traffic is obviously a quote-unquote bad scenario. So if we can learn from that, then it obviously would be useful for other scenarios. We also get a lot of data from signal controllers, from the loop detectors which are in the ground. Every intersection has roughly 6 to 7 detectors on each direction. So there's an early detector, there's a stop bar detector. That provides a very rich amount of information about what's going on at the intersection. We want to be able to look at that and say, hey, from a multi-hour perspective, this is for City of Orlando, Seminole County. It ranks all the intersections to you in a dashboard and says which intersections are working well, which detectors are broken, which can be improved. So we can rank them based on that, and a traffic engineer can look at that and prioritize where they want to spend their time. We can actually do this at an hourly level, daily level, weekly level. We can tell you what changes happened from yesterday to today, what changes have happened from last month, so you can see traffic trends. And this information is useful from a diagnostic perspective to say, where do I need to optimize? The other thing which we are doing is, as I was pointing out earlier, that we have some intersections where we're going to have video, LiDAR, infrared. We're going to combine all of this information together to basically do the anomaly detection which I talked about, but we are interested in near misses. So near misses between a vehicle and a vehicle, near miss between a vehicle and a pedestrian, and maybe a skateboarder and a pedestrian in our case. because we have a lot of people going on skateboards on a campus community. We want to be able to do incident detection. So for whatever reason, there is a fender bender at the intersection, it comes to a stop, we want to be able to detect it in 10 seconds or less, let the traffic control know that something has happened. Or actually, beyond that, let all the vehicles know which are coming to that intersection and say, look, if you're going to go in that direction, you're going to be waiting for a long time. So the other thing which we are doing is we are saying that, look, if vehicles are moving from intersection A to intersection B, and for whatever reason suddenly on B you are starting to see less number of vehicles, most likely something has happened between A and B, which I should be able to inform you so that you can do something about it. So the challenge basically in this case is that you, like anything else, if I keep raising an alarm every time and I'm only right 10% of the time, you say, I'm going to ignore you. It's not worth my time spending on your alarm. So there's always a ratio of what we call true positives and false positives. We want that ratio to be very high. So right now, if you just use volume, what happens is that you get 10 false alarms for every correct decision. But what we have now done is we do what we call platoon analysis and gap analysis in traffic, and we apply machine learning to that. And now we can reverse the thing today by saying that we'll have basically one false alarm for every 10 correct alarms. And the general idea here is, sorry, I don't know whether.
We've got static.
All right, okay. All right, so this is an example of that. You see there, this is the traffic on a particular detector, and you see a big dip there, and we detected that to be a true positive, and in fact, since we have historical data, we also have crash data for the entire state of Florida. So every crash which has happened for the last 5 years, we have that information, and we were able to correlate that with a crash on that particular arterial at that time. There are obviously other issues like this one, where the traffic dipped, but it was close to 9 p.m. That's a normal dip. So our system automatically detected the fact that this is not something which I should alert you for, and be able to do that. So we are doing this. The other thing we are doing is we are looking at, as I was pointing out, at a network level. Our goal is to be able to look at historical analysis of traffic based on day of the week and hour of day, and as I was pointing out, be able to do a real-time incident detection, and then apply machine learning for corridor optimization in real time. So if for whatever reason this intersection is busy, I don't want to send more traffic to that intersection. There's no point. It's just going to get more congested. Or in the morning time, I know that their particular arterial is going to be busy. How do I prioritize the time for that particular arterial over other ones, because I have historical data for it, plus real-time data. So all our decisioning, the way we compute it is such that the latency is going to be around 3 to 5 seconds. We can make changes in that much time. The other important part here is obviously the fact that if you have mixed traffic, what I mean by mixed traffic here is you have transit buses and you have normal traffic. You want to, if you can recognize the fact that there's a transit bus at the intersection, or you're getting information from the transit bus through some other sensor, that the GPS location of that particular transit bus tells you precisely that this bus is going to arrive at this intersection in 3 seconds, then I want to give it higher priority in my signal timing. So when I'm looking at a network level optimization, I can say, look, the value of a delay on a traffic bus is 10 times more than a normal vehicle, or 100 times more than a normal vehicle, so that my optimization system will automatically say, well, I want to give this more weightage. And this is something which can be set by planners. We can provide the levers, but the actual choices are going to be made by traffic planners. The other thing which we do is we can actually, so this is a drone video from a highway. This is the highway, this is the system on the left side. We are interested in how different trucks or buses or vehicles are entering the highway, at what speed are they entering, where they enter and where they exit. That way we can come up with better designs in terms of entry ramps and exit ramps, because you want to make sure that the normal traffic doesn't get impacted by the entering vehicles and the exiting vehicles. So how much length should be there? So we have data from a variety of different highway systems to be able to say what works and what doesn't work. Again, this is all based on the fact that a drone collects the video in a pretty cost-effective fashion, and then you can analyze that rather quickly. The other project which we are looking at is, since the vehicles are getting more and more autonomous, and since we can talk to them through the signal, our goal is that organically the vehicle mix is going to change over time. So today, maybe there's only 0% autonomous vehicles. In a year down the road, there may be 3%. The next year, maybe 7%, and so on and so forth. No one knows those projections very, very well, but we want to be able to say, hey, how do we leverage that information and to be able to do better signal optimization, because I want to be able to not assume 100% autonomous vehicles. That's not going to happen for maybe another 30 years. I want to be able to do something effective today as the penetration of these vehicles get more and more. We look at crash data. We have around 35 variables in terms of where the crash happened, what was the land use on either side of that particular intersection or that particular arterial if it happened in between the two intersections, what were the lighting conditions, what was the race, gender of the person who was in the accident, did they not understand the signs, for example. All that information is available to us. So we analyze that data using machine learning to find out what are the important determinants of a fatal crash or a non-fatal crash, so that we can use that information to learn from previous accidents to design better signage or better lighting conditions or better land use rules, if you may. The other thing we do is, the state is very interested in how commodities are getting transferred from one part of the state to the other one, but they want to do it in a non-intrusive fashion. So we have videos on highways. We can collect that video and use that information to classify all the vehicles, different kinds of trucks, 4-axle, 6-axle, 8-axle, and based on that, we predict what commodity they may be carrying. Sometimes it's not easy to figure out, because the only way you can figure out is actually doing which company the truck belongs to. So if it's a Publix truck, I would know that it's carrying groceries. So we have a system which can detect the logos automatically and be able to say that, well, this is a Publix truck, so most likely it's groceries. If it's a Shell truck, it's most likely carrying gas or oil. So roughly, at a high level, these are some of the projects, just a flavor of them, given my time. But our goal is to be able to develop using novel physical and cyber infrastructure, leveraging autonomous and connected vehicles, using advanced sensors, using intelligent data stores, cloud computing and artificial intelligence together. The goal is to improve congestion and improve safety, make more data-driven decisions, and support efficient tracking of whatever movement you're interested in. But of course, the key thing is, the end goal for us is the stakeholders should be happy, whether they are citizens or traffic planners or the government.
Does anybody have any questions? Phil?
Yeah, I got it.
You cited your working at the University of Florida in Gainesville, and is there public knowledge of the extent of the automation that's being built into that traffic system within Gainesville, and what has been, if there has been, what has been the citizen reaction to that?
Correct. So all of this is right now on historical data. we are only observing today. We are simulating historical data to see what would have happened if he had made those decisions. None of this has been implemented in terms of actually. I'm sorry? Was that your question?
That was what I was wondering, if this is just theoretical at this point in time. It hasn't,
Well,
you may have rationalization of what should have been the result. You don't have real results yet.
that is correct.
And so, I mean, so the students don't realize that they're potentially on camera because the cameras aren't there yet.
Well, no. So I would not. So the cameras are there. So
Okay.
the data is collecting. We are not making any changes to the intersection timing. So all of this data which I showed you is all real data. So the intersection where we are collecting, so that data is being collected by the city of Gainesville today. What they do is they collect it and they just throw it away. All we are doing is we're collecting it, processing it, and throwing it away.
Yeah.
Throwing it away.
I mean, we are not throwing the whole video. We are
Oh.
doing this in the we're keeping behavioral.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought he was
The
throwing away
reason,
everything.
the line of questioning there is really based on, people are concerned about privacy and issues like that. You've had the whole debate about red light running and whether that is an appropriate retention of records, et cetera.
And
So his
again,
concern is, while we are all intending to improve traffic or reduce traffic congestion, et cetera, with this data, the public perception is you've got these cameras all over the place and you're using it for other purposes too.
and of course, I mean, all I can attest to the fact that our goal is to use the information in a most limited fashion where it's definitely not personally identifiable. We take extreme steps to make sure that we don't store the actual video. We just process it, as I was showing you here, effectively in this example right there, just if you look at this, effectively the original video has become these dots and the trajectories, right? And then we also make sure that we add some random time to this so no one can figure out when this actual event happened based on our data. Or even if they are able to figure out, they can not go back and see which vehicles and which people were involved in that particular incident.
Yeah.
That's the way we are. And then the other part is that we are encrypting this information too.
Yeah, so I just want to add, because I know this will continue to come up as we continue down the Internet of Things road, and that's one of the reasons why we talk a lot about 5G and the significant increase in speed with which we're able to transmit data. And the idea would be that we would use, like right now when a lot of people think of computing and you probably think of these videos, you're thinking of the cloud, right? Which is, we got some video that's being taken at this intersection, and that video is being transmitted to the cloud and stored, and then now that video exists and people can go look at it and they can use it to figure out who that was that walked across the street, and they can figure out, well, what's the license plate of that car and all that stuff. So we are not intending to do that. Why we're calling it the county brain, and why we're hoping for 5G and edge computing is that will allow the analysis that he's talking about to be done at the edge, which means that the video does not need to be stored. It's actually processed faster than the frames per second in the video. Like if the video is 20 frames per second and we can process it at 50, then we're actually processing it in real time faster than the video can even display an image. So we're not actually storing this video, and this video will never be transmitted to the cloud. That's not the intention. The video would be kept for, literally no time. It would just be processed immediately. The data that would be transmitted to the cloud would be the thing on the right, the black box that you see there, just showing the patterns. It would give you the results of the processing, which is, we saw this many cars, we saw this many near misses, we saw this many pedestrians using the intersection the right way, and this many that didn't use it the right way, and this is how they used it when they didn't use it the right way. But we're not capturing like any personally identifiable information about who it was, or you're not going to be able to go back and look at the video because the video's gone. We're not a police organization, right? We're not interested in surveillance, facial recognition, license plate readers, none of that. This is simply about using these technologies to detect anomalies and then give us data back about what the anomalies were so that we can design around them. And this is the kind of data that we would look at like from before and say, okay, this is how this intersection's working. Now we put in a new turn lane, we eliminated a lane and put in a bike lane. You know, before we detected, 2 bikes, that's the green dots or whatever. Now we've got 10 bikes and this many less cars, or the average speed went up or down. So it's really about processing it at the edge, not in the cloud, taking just the data that it came up, its conclusions, and storing just the conclusions in the brain. So we're able to analyze the results and use that data to inform decision making. But the intention is not to have the video. I hope that helps you, because that is a huge distinction between what we would use information for and what other people might want to use information for from like a public safety perspective, but that's not the goal of Surtax.
And I would even go further and say that even this data at some juncture you can aggregate by the hour, so you don't even have that at a second by second level, because if you're only interested in near misses, if there are only 3 near misses happening every day, I'll just give you the number 3, and then you won't even know when they happened or what happened, right? So a lot of this information, which is normal traffic behavior, can be encapsulated into a very aggregated fashion, that at that juncture you can do a further data compression and further encryption of information effectively, so that and the level of thing we can provide that as a technology, and then a decision maker can decide what they are comfortable with, right? So if you just want us to count the number of near misses, we'll just report 3 or 4, whatever the number happened on that intersection, or the number of abnormal behaviors were only 50 or 30, and we'll only point those out. And again, we can change the time by adding a random amount of noise to it.
Doug?
So this new leading edge technology Broward County is aware of, and I assume is going to be utilizing as part of the studies and stuff to get us up to speed and moving cars.
So this
bicycle.
is where the layers come
Safely.
in, right? So the Oversight Board has already approved the agreement, or the funding for an agreement with MIT to do a lot of the baseline research, and we're going to be hopefully setting up the innovation district where we're going to be testing this kind of stuff. And then we're going to be collecting data that exists already, kind of like he's showing you, like he didn't put those cameras in, he didn't collect that information about the accidents, but it's out there. And he went and got it and he analyzed it. So the big data contract that we talked about earlier, that's what that's about. That's getting access to information that's already out there and starting to analyze that. And then in the innovation district, we're going to start testing new technologies like Dr. Ranka is showing you, where we're going to figure out, okay, what kind of sensors do we need to install to collect better information, to do the edge computing, to be able to analyze before and after on our own, using our own data that we're able to collect versus going out and getting data that already exists through like the big data contracts. So that's where the layering of information is going to start to come in. We might get some stuff from Waze, we might get some stuff from Google, we might get some stuff from cell phone companies, from app providers, and then we also might directly collect our own information as we figure out what types of sensors we need to install and what kind of communications networks we need to create and what kind of edge computing is possible, so that we can start taking this kind of information and then doing that feedback loop. But it's entirely our intention to look at, when you talk about performance metrics, right, it's an entire attention to, after all this is flushed out, and believe me, this won't be next year or maybe even the year after, this is a multi-year thing, but we'll be able to, as projects get designed and implemented, do a before and after and figure out what's working, and then refine that, and then just keep iterating, right?
So for so that I understand what the objectives are, by doing something like this, smart intersection, we're trying to optimize traffic signals, engineering of, or renovation or refurbishment of intersections, right? Understanding what might have happened between 2 intersections at real time, if there's a if there's if it starts seeing a log jam of cars and no one's crossing the intersection, there could be an accident ahead. Notify whoever. I mean, all those things are great objectives, and and I'm quite sure that camera technology is getting better and better. So failure rate is, depending on what kind of quality of camera, the cost is something that comes into play. But to me, this is one of the goals of the surtax, and based on what you've told us, I don't see how it could be an issue for the public worrying about. And I guess you could always say, well, someone else could get their hands on cameras and start messing with them and changing but at the end of the day, if we don't move forward with something like this, and you're telling me it could be 2, 3, 5, whatever, how many years down the road, to me, this couldn't happen soon enough. So I think it's great. My question is, so you've just started this in Gainesville?
We've been working on these projects for the last 3 to 5 years, and we've come to a point where we are slowly going to start implementing some of this stuff on a real physical infrastructure. So far, we are more in the historical data collection mode, to be able to collect the data, analyze it to see whether whatever we want to do is useful or not.
So are they not using the information for traffic signalization at this point?
Because we are just developing these technologies, we have just developed them in the last 6 months.
Oh.
So it takes a lot of time to first have a research prototype, then productize it, then deploy it.
Wow.
And we obviously want to deploy it at 1 intersection first, then 2, then 4, then 8, so that we do it in a more organic fashion.
And one other question for you, Lenny. What do you anticipate is our deployment countywide to have a smart network of roads? What's our timeline?
So I would say that starting in January is when we hope to have MIT start working in the Innovation District and defining the limits. They're going to do a lot of public outreach as part of that and find out what people's tolerance are for technology, start to explain the different types of technology, including AVs and all this other stuff. So believe me, it will be completely a public engagement process. And then we want to test in the Innovation District for a couple of years, probably quicker the better, but as we identify technologies that work, we want to start creating standards and deploying those as specs, so that as we construct future projects, like so one of the things that I think I want to clarify about Dr. Ranka, and maybe he can explain this too, is like that camera, for example, may already exist, but it doesn't do what Dr. Ranka is showing you because it wasn't designed for that. But his software uses that camera and then processes the motion and then uses what it sees to typify, okay, the AI basically says that's a car, that's a person, that's a bike. So we would potentially be able to leverage existing cameras as well as find out, well, do we need better specs on those cameras? Do we want to have a different standard because maybe there's some advancements that would allow us to do more if we spec that? And then well, we need fiber in this area, and I've already met with some of the cities, and we've sort of met on the county level, and we're trying to figure out, that's why there's a general funded component to the Innovation District and a surtax funded component, because there might be a surtax related need for fiber and then another sort of Innovation District need for fiber. And so we might flesh out our fiber network, put in 5G in alternate locations, and start testing, what's the right spacing, what's the right sensor, what's the robust sensor. So to me, I would hope that within 5 years, we're at the point where we're in a good position to start saying, okay, this is how we're rolling out smart infrastructure, right? So the street light or the traffic signal might have 5G built into it. It might have a certain amount of sensors that are doing different things, that are giving us layers of data, that are coming up with the types of analysis that, like he was saying, actually are meaningful. But one of the things that I think we need to understand is that we don't know what we don't know. And so in the Innovation District, we're going to test different things and see if it works. And we're going to collect data and see if it's useful and process it. and then find out if it's telling us things that we want to know, because we don't want to spend money where we don't need to, but we want to make wise investments. So it's going to be an iterative process of figuring that out.
My line of questioning has not been so much as to questioning the viability or the usefulness of this information. It is only preparing us and the public to recognize these issues, that this is not an invasion of privacy. This is not, facial recognition, et cetera, that we just need to be prepared as we start to roll this out, that we are sensitive to that potential. I mean, we're out in the public right now. This is on the internet. People are watching this presentation. And so...
no, I get it. I get it. So, again, the way I look at it is we're also put here to push things forward. You know, people are already paying a penny sales tax, and they're saying, they're going to say in a year or two, where is everything that I was promised? So the longer stuff takes, that's going to be a hard question to answer too. So you know, you overanalyze things. I can tell you right now, 5 o'clock in the morning on my drive to work out, there's a U-turn light that goes on. It turns red after the light turns green at the major intersection. I'm the only guy on the road. So at the very least, there could be a camera there that says, don't turn red. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. There's no cars on the street. You know, some of this stuff seems like your software, you're already pretty advanced to use it for certain things, right? So my only question is what's your timing? If you could just give me like 5 years, 10 years, countywide, when do you think, if we could get past all that stuff that the public might object to or not object to or trust in what we're doing, how long would it take if do you think?
So I honestly have no idea, because there are so many layers to the question that you're asking. All I can tell you for sure is, so for example, Waze. So we did already get our board to approve a partnership with Waze, and we're going to start laying the groundwork where we can give them better data about road closures and be able to share information. We're going to be bringing something before the board where we can put our current traffic signal timing information out there. And for example, one company's already approached the county, and in the vehicle, you'll be able to see this red light is going to be red for 30 more seconds, or it's going to be green for 10 more seconds. And so that will start to become available.
And that can happen without cameras. That's using Waze.
Right. That
might be the answer
so
too.
Those kinds of things are going to start to trickle out over the next few years. There's, like I said, there's only one company right now that is going to start using it. It's actually for Audi vehicles, but they have maybe some other clients. But there will be, that data being provided. And then we will start, like I said, testing different technologies and sensors and incorporating them. We would like to leverage some of the county's existing cameras. I believe there's like 1,200 of them. So if we, can work with Dr. Ranka and look at some, pilot areas and start, obviously my intention would be to roll it as quickly as possible. However, like I said, we'll probably have limitations of when the fiber projects get built, when the new mast drums go in, when the cameras can be installed, when we figure out what sensors are the right sensors. It's honestly, I would be happy to get back to you.
Okay, and then the other question is, where is this innovation center or district going to be?
So that has not been fully decided yet. That's one of the things that I was going to try to have MIT work on with us. We were thinking initially that it would be something that involved, let's just say, the Tri-Rail station at Broward Boulevard, on past the Virgin Railroad station, down to probably US 1 over to 17th Street. What we want to do is we want to pick up the tunnel, a lot of different types of intersections, rail, the bus facilities, lots of bus stops. We basically want to try to capture as large of a variety of different types of intersections as possible. And then the idea would be that we would deploy different types of technologies in different places and pit them against one another and see which ones work best and which ones give us the kind of information that we would be able to use for the best price and for the least amount of intrusion and infrastructure requirements. And so that's why we were, talking with Dr. Ranka, because this type of stuff is something that could be possibly retrofitted to certain types of equipment that might already exist. And yeah, so that's the preliminary. I still have a lot of meetings to go, and it's something that, like I said, hopefully will be finalized once MIT comes on board.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was very informative. If you're recording us when we turn it on,
Exciting.
Good afternoon. Am I on?
how you doing?
Okay, good, gotcha. Well, thank you for having me this afternoon. Again, my name is Sanjay McDonald, and I'm the Director of the Office of Economic and Small Business Development. So what I want to try to do for you in my 15 or 20 minutes is to explain a little bit about our program and how we work with small businesses throughout Broward County. And then I want to shift to talk a little bit on the ED side of what would be some of the economic development impacts and benefits from what's taking place or what will be taking place dealing with Surtax. And then I want to begin to go into the ideal of growing capacity and the things that we know we need to do coming out of the box to make sure that not only do we have small businesses, but we have businesses in Broward. Businesses, bare minimum in South Florida, if not Florida, that can help us meet some of the needs and the obligations and the opportunities that this is going to actually afford us. So again, our office is not established out of someone's back pocket. It's actually established from the Business Opportunity Act 2012. This past May, or actually May 2018, the commission even expanded our opportunities to support small businesses by taking what we used to do as a county of trying to average 25% of what we used to procure with small business utilization. So Broward's procurement does about $600 million a year. And when I got here 6 years ago, the goal was to try to average 25% of that $600 million using Broward small businesses. What the commission did in favor of small business on May 8th of 2018, they took that average and we now actually have it at least. So for eligible contracts that cross my desk on their way through procurement from user agencies, we now take a look at least 25% of what we're doing, we want to do with small businesses right here in Broward County. The objective of the Business Opportunity Act, again, was to truly create opportunity for businesses that are in Broward. As you can understand it, whether you're a city or whether you're the county, you have businesses that made a decision to come here. They're already invested in here. They already pay taxes here. They're already hiring here. So if you have to procure goods and services anyway, and if the goods and services aren't going to cost you extra money or cost you time, why would you not bare minimum consider the businesses that are already in your community? Small business development. I do want to make one correction here because I use this slide interchangeably for other meetings, so in case you want to write it down, but we'll certainly correct it. For the less than 20 employees in a company, out of the 60,000, so in case you didn't know, according to the U.S. business census patterns, for Broward County, there are 60,000 businesses registered in Broward County. And you know your county as I do, your 1,300 square miles, your 31 cities, your 1.9 million residents, you have 60,000 businesses in your county. But we also want to demonstrate that Broward happens to be a small business county. So I want to interchange this first number. For less than 20 employees in any one company, 89.3% of the businesses in Broward are small by less than 20 employees. For 20 or less employees, as demonstrated, it's actually 97. So at the end of the day, I want everyone to understand right at 8.9, almost 9 out of 10 are small, with that 20 or less or under 20. I'm born and raised from Michigan, outside of the big three, GM, Ford, and Chrysler, the second tiers and the third tiers. Everybody still has 13, 30, 40,000 employees. But Broward, and even when you pay attention to our state, we are a community under the SBA, 500 employees or less, always 80+% of the businesses are small. We use this slide at different presentations just to demonstrate why there should be some commitment to small businesses, and not just the utilization of small businesses, but the growth of small businesses in Broward County. For our program, we have two programs dealing with small business, the SBE, which is my small business enterprise, and the CBE, which is my county business enterprise. But for how the resolution was written in the ordinance, and for our example, we'll be talking about the CBE, the county business enterprise. But I do want to explain what the two programs are. The SBE is the smallest of my two programs. At the end of the day, if there's a business in Broward, they've been here at least 1 year. And if the personal net worth of that owner is $1,320,000 or less, not counting his or her primary residence, and if that business general revenue averaging 3 years is $3 million or less in construction, $1 million or less in, contractual services, or $500,000 for professional services, that business is eligible to be a certified small business under SBE. For the sake of today, the CBE, our County Business Enterprise Program, if that business, once again, the proprietor's personal net worth is $1,300,000 or less, not counting their resident, and that revenue is $9 million or less over 3 years for construction, and all other services, an average of $5 million or less over 3 years, that's our CBEs. So when you heard me earlier speak about the at least 25, that at least 25 is on my CBE side. I did want to share. Yeah, that's coming up. And so I did want to share the SBE side because, again, as we start talking about the small businesses and their opportunities, that's the opportunity that's unique to the county because we're allowed, based on any agency, if they procure a good material or service for $250,000 or less, we're allowed to look in our directory. And if in my directory of certified small businesses, I have a firm, at least two, that can provide that good material or service, the county has a right to bid it all over. But if at least one of our small businesses responds to that procurement responsible and responsibly, they're going to get that bid. That's the county's commitment to help developing and growing the smallest of our businesses. So we'll talk about the penny. So you heard me talk about the 25. You heard me talk about when I got here was the average of 25. Now it's at least 25. What the commission did for the surtax is that they decided that they wanted to do 30%. So the way it looks now, I would take my program for subcontracting opportunities based off of CBEs, and we would want to work with the county and all of its activities relevant to surtax and our cities and their activities relative to surtax, and we would want to take a look at 30% of what's being spent eligible. And I have to pause for the eligible. And you guys know it better than I. We got to get it. Everything we procure won't be eligible for my local small businesses. Even if I can grow my number that you'll see later from 588 certified to 5,000, there'll still be some things through surtax that we'll procure that we just don't have the expertise or the business here. And that's fine. But respecting that number, we'll be challenging and working with the user agencies as well as the cities to make sure for those things that do qualify, for those areas where we do have those businesses, we want to make sure we can apply that 30%. Where you get this 53 million is from the idea that because we said eligible, The original numbers we got from the surtax was an estimated $355 million a year. So recognize there are some procurements that we know will not occur. We also recognize that if transit or the cities are going to be doing projects and they leverage state funds, I can't put my local program on state funds. If they get some dollars from the Department of Transportation for some of the road improvements, I can't put my goal on those. So conservatively, we started off with the small business community, making sure that they were educated that based on eligible, we're looking conservatively to say that hopefully at least $177 million a year of the 355 estimated to be collected a year can work towards the small business 30%. That's how you would get approximately $53 million a year eligible and 30% for small business, and potentially end up as much as $1.5 billion eligible opportunities for small business participation based on the dollars that are coming in the projects that we're looking at. So again, we still recognize whether it was the 355 or just was the conservative, starting at $177 million a year, that's still a major opportunities for existing businesses to participate, but more importantly, for businesses that currently are not existing to consider what the opportunities are. For businesses that happen to be existing, but they don't have the current certifications or license, if we're talking about a 30-year project, I'm hoping some would recognize maybe I go into my own R&D, my research and development, maybe I take a look at other certifications, and just maybe I decide that 2 years from now, I grow my business to a capacity where I can then engage some more of these opportunities. So as I go into the economic development side, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about GDP and labor income. I don't want to bore you, but I do want you to understand, in addition to the quality opportunities and activities that will take place with the surtax of removing congestions and reducing emissions and having more convenient ways of travel, these dollars will grow business. These dollars will sustain existing business. These dollars will create major workforce development opportunities for those who are unemployed to be employed, those who are underemployed to get better employment, and for our businesses to be engaged. And we just wanted to show that through some of the projects as I go forward. And the key here is that from my shop, and this is just for your use today, but from my shop, we plan to take project by project. And as we're working with the cities and as we're working with transit, we will be running a business formula, an in-plan formula, and we'll be talking about direct jobs, we'll be talking about indirect activity, and we'll be talking about induced activity. So to be real clear, without going over that economic or that business modeling example, I want you to recognize that for dollars spent, there's direct jobs. But in addition to direct jobs, the things that come out of indirect are the activities or the materials or the equipment that the person for the job would also need to buy for that job. And what should be exciting to Broward and our 31 cities is the induced side of these prospective models. The induced side is simply saying, if someone's hired and I'm fortunate enough to get a job, then the induced activity are the things that I would do with the revenue coming from my job. Folks will pay the rent. Folks will pay the mortgage. Folks will go to the grocers. Folks will buy that coffee. And those things are helping the other businesses that are already in Broward to be sustained. So your dollars are going more directly to those in terms of labor, but they're also going to sustain as well as grow those other markets that are already in our county.
Excuse me, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, sir.
I just have to say to the folks in the public that might be watching on television or on video, the air conditioning went out in the building and we've had to turn on the fans. So if you're having a hard time hearing over the fan, we apologize, but we have no air conditioning, and Mr. McDonald is brave enough to go through this whole thing with a jacket on. So anyway, but I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, thank you. I was going to ask for permission earlier. I see my friend Scott over there. He took his jacket off. But I've already started. So I just wanted to show you these as a couple of examples because I really want to get to what's exciting about what we believe this oversight group, this board can do to support what we're trying to do in terms of targeting our community, targeting our business community, and working with the individuals and the businesses to take advantage of what you're going to be able to afford them based off of what was approved last year for surtax. Different jobs come out of direct as well as indirect. This would have been related to the last slide as well. And again, we took 2 snapshots for intersection projects just simply on the current website over the next 15 years. This would be some of the direct, indirect, and induced impacts of those type jobs. And combined for what's currently listed, and again, just using this as a sample and an example, this is the type of impact in terms of jobs, new, as well as induced, as well as indirect activity, as well as the GDP in terms of support minus taxes of what comes back to Broward based on the dollars we have the chance to spend. And going into the next session, that's why we want to make sure as many of those dollars as possible, if they can be spent here, that we want to create those opportunities with businesses that are currently here, and we're not shy about it. If some businesses out of state need to consider moving here, they might want to be about their business, because again, on the economic development side, for short-term projects, 4 and 5 years, that's not the push. The fact that this is 30 years, and the reality is for some of the things we know we procure, and I'm going to show you that in a few slides later, that's not here, it's in someone's best interest to competitively come to Broward, because one of the things that we're going to selfishly do in Broward is find someone similar, local, and try to find ways to grow capacity where they can do the job. At the end of the day, if it doesn't cost us, cost you extra dollar, if it doesn't cost you extra time, and if you're still getting the quality product, we need to be working local. Potential trades, when using these examples, and I'm showing you what I'll be doing as I work with cities and other organizations, we go through the NACE code. We go through the North American Industry Codes, and we identify the codes for every single job or opportunity or business that's there, and we bring that back and try to relate it to the projects that's going to be proposed by the different cities as well as through the county. Means in annual wages for urban communities. This is what some of these dollars actually account for in terms of the positions and what's being paid to date. So that's a snapshot of us. Broward County right now has approximately 588 certified small businesses in multiple industries. I'm not going to deal with my DBE and ACDBE, but just to note, DBE and ACDBE is the federal program. Every time we touch Department of Transportation money, I'm talking about DBE and ACDBE, and that stands for Disadvantaged Business Enterprise. But on the county side, based on the surtax as approved, we'll be focusing on CBE. So we'll be working with our cities and with our business partners to attract as many CBEs or businesses that's eligible to become CBEs as possible. Capacity building, and this is what we're about. From my regular program at the county right now, especially, I get to look at Surtax, and it's our program on steroids. Guys and gals, we don't have everything we need. We get it. But the opportunity to attract more, the opportunity to get those who are existing in our county certified is certainly in front of us. The ideal of making sure from our educational networks to our community networks, including our school district, our community college, our non-for-profits, and our community-based organizations, the attraction of apprenticeship is throughout the country right now, specifically the state of Florida. Our governor also just approved legislation. Actually, that was one that actually got inked in terms of the apprenticeship and the opportunities to begin to seed more dollars so that our school district begins to share that information. We've already committed, Broward County, outside of Surtax, we've already committed 2 additional staff to my shop to begin to coordinate those apprenticeships and trade opportunities so that we can share the information and specifically go to those targeted communities where they've had the hard to hires and some of our lowest census tract communities in Broward. So again, we want to make sure that folks know right now on the record, if you were to go to the state's website, you have more than 20 apprenticeships and trade programs certified by the state that's currently listed. Most folks don't know. 15 of those 20 are free programs. Most folks don't know. 13 of those 15 paying you while you're in those programs. Most folks don't know. For the 5 that's not free or that might have some dollars for materials, you got a partner like CareerSource Broward who can cover that cost. As a county, we have trade programs that will be relevant to Surtax that can be made available to our residents and our student populations that they need to consider. We're not against the 2-year college, we're not against the 4-year college, but to add to what's real opportunities, trades and apprenticeships with projects similar to Surtax are real. And for parents, The reason we want to work with our middle schools and our high schools, we need a parent to really understand that no matter what the challenge, the charge, or the opportunity, we're talking about this young person preparing themselves for a career path and a trade that at the end of the day, there's no college debt. So for those who can go to college, those who can afford to go to college, those who get the scholarship, great, kudos. I was one of those who went to college. I was on a scholarship. But for those who can, or for those who are looking for other ways to work, the state has already approved additional towards apprenticeship. We're working with the existing apprenticeships throughout the county, and even our county commission at the last meeting has decided to go one step further. They said, okay, fine. For every county contract, $2 million or more, that's construction related, we now want an apprenticeship program attached to the counties. So we're actually putting our money where our mouth is in terms of assuring that we can begin to use the apprenticeships that are available here, but also as a pipeline, begin to interest our adults and our young adults in what might be some trade opportunities if that's their interest. Attraction of new business, one of the things I alluded to earlier. These are real examples, and working with Mr. Walton's office, and I know he was here earlier, these are some of the things that we currently in transit procure that's procured outside the state of Florida. I'm not against any one of those states. Actually, I was born and raised in one of them and lived in another one for 13 years. But if I can get those services or those goods or those products procured or repairs being made here in Broward, bare minimum the state of Florida, that's what our challenge should be. That's what our opportunity should be. So we're now preparing to do our target assessments. We're listing with transportation and highway industries of the county to come up with everything we're currently procuring that's outside this state. And we want to create a campaign to begin to find first businesses that are local that might have those opportunities, and businesses that are local that don't have the necessary certification or the license for that previous OEM or the wheel bearings for the buses. If I've been from a master mechanic and I've been doing school buses forever, but I've never really considered the transit buses, and I realize all I need is someone to get that other 18 months and that certification, that's something I have to now tell that business specifically. That at the end of the day, you're already in this game 90%. You just need this additional certification or this license, and for what we're looking to do, we'd rather do that at home than 75% of some of the activity outside the state. So these are real active ideas. So the point is, with this last slide, and I'll leave it, I see the word brakes. We are procuring for some of our transit needs right now, brake activities, whether it's the pads, whether it's the drums, or whether it's the retooling. Transit is currently procuring that outside the state of Florida. So I'm also not going to say it can't be procured tomorrow in Florida or in Broward, but my job is to find out why not. My job is to find out who's currently doing it. Why are you not bidding? Are you certified? Are you not certified? Are you not interested? So this is a part of the attraction that we'll be doing with the with transit and with highways to make sure these happen. Some of our community partners, everyone from Career Source to OIC, Vocational and Trades, Broward College, and again, the county has already committed 2 additional staff to my office specifically for our activities to begin to get information that as we begin to share with these groups, they have true information and resources that can assist them in assisting us with making sure businesses are aware of the programs and individual residents are also aware of what the employment opportunities might be. Targeting new businesses, again, it'll be across the board. And this is one of the things that we will be doing with the cities. One of the things that I've been doing now for about 1.5 years, and I'm almost done, we meet with each city. And I'm not asking every city in Broward to have a small business program. I know they don't procure as much as Broward. I'm $600 million. Some of my cities procure as little as $20 million a year, $30 million a year, $190 million a year. They don't have to have the staff I have. But what I am challenging cities to consider, I'm challenging cities to consider a local bidder's preference. And that just goes back to the economic model. If I'm a city and I have to re-asphalt City Hall anyway, if I have to asphalt City Hall anyway, why would I not, as a city, competitively, not free, look at the businesses in my city first as a part of the total procurement? You ain't got to do 2 or 3. And if, for whatever reason, I could not find that asphalt company in my city, then I'm asking each city, consider the county's directory second. Because if you couldn't find it in your one city, maybe it's in one of the other 30 cities. If we can't get it in the city, if we can't get it in the county, then I'm open. Let's buy it somewhere in South Florida. If we can't get it in South Florida, then I'm open. Let's find it somewhere in the state of Florida. But if each one of us was to consider how we can grow that economic impact by procuring locally, and I'm saying it openly, competitively locally. I don't want you paying more, but if I can get the product for a price that's reasonable, that's comparable, and the quality of product is there, we have to take care of the businesses and the residents who are already here. So that's what we're hoping. I'm hoping that this surtax charge, leveraged with what the county's already doing, combined, I get more cities to see the investment, and let's at least take a look at those who are already invested in our individual cities as well as our county. Spreading the word, post this. We wanted to come here first. Post this presentation between July and September. We're going to start our business spreading the word from July through September. We're going to start making sure that my locally certified businesses are aware. For businesses in Broward in general that's not certified, that they're aware. And we're going to be giving the examples that I talked about 6 slides ago. We're going to be talking about product and industry and NACE code by name. We want to say this is what we're procuring and we don't have. This is what we're procuring with subcontracting opportunities and that we need. So we want to make sure that we begin to put the messages out. I'm going to do about 6 town halls between now and September, just giving the business and the workforce development side of Surtax. I know you're going to hear from Margaret after me in terms of our Office of Public and Communication, who's going to explain more about overall marketing and advertising. But we want to be clear, there's a message to the economic impact, the workforce development, and the small business participation that also must be shared as we're sharing the general message about Surtax. Some of the ways and the creative ways we're going to do it, I also recognize, and I heard the last speaker, we believe in analytics and data as well. We just recognize that even for the things that we believe that we do good, we were able to go through one of the softwares these days, MailChimp, and take a look. In case you didn't know, we now know for the emails I send about our small business opportunities, I not only know who received them, I actually know who opened them. That's important for me on behalf of the county in terms of targeting. If folks aren't reading what I'm sending, then it's not only a waste of sending, it means I got to find other ways of communicating with those. So the folks who are reading, I'll continue. The folks who are not reading, I got to get in front of them and find out, so are you the Instagram type? Are you the Facebook type? Do I need to change the subject line on my Wednesday email because you don't understand econ dev means economic development and that's too long? Do I need to say, hey, come get your share of the pie? We recognize that there's real information. I just got to find different ways to make sure I target. So I'm an old head, and I just found out, and the staff wanted me to make sure that I knew, Sandy, no one's reading your emails but you and folks older. So that 55 to 70-year-old, they read all your emails. But Sandy, ain't nobody reading your emails that's 28, 35, and 40. I took that personal, but as I told staff, then you need to find the communication ways for me to communicate with that 25, that 35, and that 40. Those are the entrepreneurs, those are the markets that need to understand not only what we're doing, that's why I need to be telling about Surtax. So again, we're open to assessing, we're open to dealing with analytics, because it's not about a negative impact, it's about making sure we know that what we're doing is actually working or not. So you're going to find and hear of newer ways that we're telling our story versus my old-fashioned traditional email in a newsletter, according to my staff. More spreading of the word. We are going to be working with the county administration and with your approvals. We're hoping to bring on 2 people dedicated to Surtax. Outside of everything that I've discussed, we recognize as these projects truly begin to roll out, from my outreach perspective and my target perspective, if they're going to roll out as I'm speaking to Mr. Walton and I'm speaking with our highway folks in the manner that they believe, then it's respectful that we commit real people to that, and I just don't combine everyone with what the office is doing. It's respectful that if I'm putting together presentations relevant to Surtax A through Z, that I'm doing that and I have someone out there with me with the cities as well as the business groups speaking specifically Surtax. So we are looking to bring on 2 individuals, one for my outreach side, one for my business targeting and compliance side that would help us do specifically that for Surtax. If I'm shocked down the road a year, 8 months, 2 years later and realize the projects are truly rolling in, we might have to be coming back asking for more. But what we do know Surtax is at the level that it certainly deserves committed staff. It deserves the individuals that can make sure for those areas that we're now talking about, those gaps. You don't want to see me 3 to 5 years from now, and I'm still saying the gap is as wide as 75% of those rebuilds and those repairs and those aftermarkets are still being procured outside of this state. Some of that percentage has to find its way home. Some of that percentage has to start with businesses that are here who just didn't know they had opportunities to participate. So again, we believe dedicated staff will also help us to tell the story pre-construction of project. Folks also on the business side and workforce development side have a right to know while the project's going, how we're doing with the goal in the businesses and the workforce development. And then certainly, we want to come back at the end. We're not afraid of assessing to tell if we met that 30. What number of jobs actually happened? What was the average of those salaries? How did that benefit the county as well as the economy in its entirety? Because we believe in terms of your role, you want real information based on real projects that you can also share that the things you're doing on the front end actually happened on the back end. And I assume that you also want to know if there's any gaps in the middle. You want to know if there's any hiccups, any hurdles, any challenges that's not affording us to get there. You want to know those as well. So our whole ideal of spreading the word is that we want to do pre-construction and projects, during construction and projects, and certainly give full reports post-construction and projects. And for me, I think that's it, but I'll certainly entertain any questions that you may have.
Sure. Just a comment. You know, I'm sure you're all seeing my big grin because I'm so excited. Sandy, I know you're a rock star and your department has done phenomenal work over the years. I'm really excited about how you've laid everything out. But the one thing that I'm hoping, and I know you will be very likely working with teams to get a better understanding as soon as possible as to the trades that will be needed, both professional and non-professional, that will be needed to work on these projects, because I think key is being proactive in identifying local companies so we can build their capacity and readiness to take on these projects.
No, I agree. And actually, that's why we mentioned it, and that's why we didn't wait. I'm asking for dedicated staff for Surtax. But as I said in one of the earlier slides, the county already gave me staff specifically for apprenticeship. And that still is going to be even advantaging to Surtax, because we're now looking at those trades in terms of who's in the state, what's with the DOL, but also what opportunities based on existing activities for projects that are going to hit 3, 4, and 5 years from now, that we now know trade certified or trade licensed that we can begin working today. We're serious about making sure this is rolling out from that identification and the trade relationships this year. Because again, even if I took, for example, one of the, we have a project, and this is how we also plan to look at Surtax. So we're in the Broward Municipal Service District, and we're just gonna do a road improvement or on 27th Ave. We recognize, along with the county and with FDOT, even for that $1.8 million project, that project affords us not only to use my small businesses for the work, to do labor hiring from the community, but it also afforded me certification opportunities. FDOT has a program that allows us, for someone in milling and asphalting, to do work that end up with the certification, 1 in asphalt, 2 in construction and concrete, 3 in signalization. So the whole upside is these are only 9-month trades, not apprenticeship programs. We're hoping individuals from the community who gets hired, paid during this period, would end up with 1, 2, if not all 3 FDOT certifications, and that's strictly on the county side. But for that project that's getting ready to start, if these individuals, and we're targeting 6, complete this program and get their certification, these individuals can work for life because they have FDOT's road certification documents. What is Surtax? Transportation services, and infrastructure, the future rail. So any project that any one of the 31 cities are doing, or the county's doing eventually down the road, dealing with road, we got some people who can get started. So we recognize that as we identify with transit and with highway, the projects and the trades or apprenticeships that's related, we're now starting the recruitment to make sure from the program to the target population who should be taking advantage of the program, when and where they can get started.
And just for the record, can you say whether or not these new staff members that you're bringing on board will be tracking per project the percentage of that contract that will be going towards that 30%?
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
No different than we track, monitor, and report the at least 25 right now for the commission, and the same scenario will happen with Surtax with the dedicated. Definitely will be tracking and reporting, yes.
Awesome. Give him a...
Go ahead, Mr. Al.
What is the status of reciprocity with Palm Beach and Miami-Dade?
So for reciprocity, and it's been different over the years. So when I first got here 6 years ago, Broward for reciprocity still had a program with Miami-Dade. But in October of 2017, Miami-Dade decided they no longer wanted that reciprocity. They sent that letter to Broward County Commission, and it stopped with Miami-Dade. Since I've been here, it hasn't been one with Palm Beach. There was originally one with Palm Beach and Miami-Dade from 1992 up to about 2006. That's when West Palm Beach flew off, and Miami-Dade and Broward continue. We currently meet now quarterly. And we're all starting to work together to consider how we can create the reciprocity. None of us as EDs in small business programs are procurement. And the original reciprocities was centered around procurement, but we all now recognize, even without Surtax, I have so many projects taking place in Broward, as does Miami-Dade, that we don't act like every one of the businesses in Broward is going to fulfill all my needs. I need contractors from Miami-Dade as well. So we're all trying to look at how we can extend that via new reciprocity to all of the communities, but everyone still wants to make sure, first and foremost, and on behalf of the commissioners and on behalf of the residents, that they're taking care of home first. So what we're trying to find out is, for our projects, can we continue to bid them, to target our local, and to extend invitation for the neighboring communities to also participate. Broward still does that today. A business in Miami-Dade doesn't have to have their headquartered office in Broward to be a small business. All they need is just an office in Broward. Unfortunately, that's not the same right now in Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade, for the value points of an evaluation, they want you to be headquartered there. They want more than 50% of your employees to come from there. They want over 30% of your supplies to be purchased there. So unfortunately, they've built this hurdle, but we still recognize with major projects, it's important that there's some degree of opportunity for businesses to our north and south to still work with us. So hopefully, we've been at it about 2 years now. I come back in another year to two and say bare minimum, we might be doing a uniformed certification application. But whether we end up truly the way they were from 92 to about 2006, and then with Miami-Dade that we just changed in 2017, I can't say.
So I think this is great. I'm on a lot of business associations, and we're trying to attract businesses to Broward County and Fort Lauderdale, and we realize the value in that. And what you're doing with the surtax, the collateral benefit of the surtax, and what you're about to go after is going to create enough regeneration of money and financially for this county as if you were to bring in new businesses. I mean, you're getting the benefit without having to actually bring new businesses. And then you add the opportunity to be able to attract new businesses into Broward County with the actual programs that are going on. I think you're in a very sweet spot right now, and I commend your enthusiasm. And I do. You're a very enthusiastic guy, and I'm sure you're a good leader, and people follow you.
And thank you for that. But this is one that I told my boss, Bertha Henry and Gretchen, when it passed. And again, I'm originally from Michigan. I did 13 years similar back in D.C. Right now, for what Broward has just done, you don't have a dozen projects across the country at this level. LA has theirs, but they have theirs on the authority side in the airport. This has impact forever. My years in D.C., even when we were rolling out rail, And anyone familiar with that area of DC, Maryland, and Virginia, back in the 80s, you know, we had our red line, blue line, and green. You go now, you got your yellows, you got your purples, you got your grays, the ideal is that once you get started, you begin to spawn and continue to grow. And for my day job, this really is about new jobs. This is about taking existing incomes and growing those income. This is about businesses not just sustaining themselves in growth. This is if a business goes to my next entrepreneurial workshop and they pay attention to the Surtax website, someone can begin even on the IT side, as you just heard, and recognize I'm willing to take the next 3 years to just do my R&D to then start a business to competitively be out here on Surtax for the next 26, 27.
Yeah.
This is really an opportunity that we should all truly embrace, and that's the message I got to get to our existing businesses.
I certainly embraced it. I started with a tool belt. I was born in Fort Lauderdale. My construction company, I used to pay out of my pickup truck. I've worked with local subcontractors my entire life, and so I'm very sensitive to what your endeavors are. And I also recognize the opportunity to bring maybe not small businesses, but other businesses to Broward County using your surtax, who will then employ Broward County residents. And so for that, I'm sure you've thought about, or you've already connected with the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance. And because this is stuff I didn't know about half, the stuff you just presented. And then the other thing that, and I think Ms. Pennant and I are on the same page with this, is again, performance and success measures, because at the end of the day, we want to have success, and any kind of feedback and measures that you can give us, maybe to help us get better at what we do or whatever, is going to be much appreciated, because we certainly want to be successful at this.
Yes, sir. And I will share that one point. You mentioned the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance, and most folks don't understand the connection. Greater Fort Lauderdale's Alliance for Broward County is a part of a public-private. I'm the public.
Right.
They're the private.
Right.
We're married at the hip.
Right.
I oversee all their projects, their information, their
Right.
QTIs. I work closely with Bob. So again, he and I have been, and the team have been talking about these. We recognize, in addition to the state's QTI, the quality target industries that they do on our behalf for the 9 items QTI, this now is big. This now allows us, to your point, there are some things that are outside the realm of small and won't be. This allows us to recruit the big.
Yeah.
Because if we can bring them here, you're right, that's more jobs.
Yeah,
and
for
it
sure.
might not fall up under the 9 that Bob is responsible by contract for QTI,
Right.
but it's just as important for the county
Right.
that we bring those businesses
Right.
that can employ our people.
That's right. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Love.
What is the mechanism that you use so that we know the success as you go on for each of the projects that's part of Surtax? How would we know what that is as it's progressing? How will it come here to this board?
Well, that's a good question. How will it come here to this board? And that's what I'll work out with Gretchen. But whether it's quarterly, biannual, or annual, what I currently do for the county, we do MURs. We do monthly utilization reports. So based on projects that the county puts out to bid, based on awards that are given to prime contractors, based on subcontracting participation, prime contractors are responsible for letting the county, through the project manager and my shop, know every month, are you at your 30? Are you at your 25? Are you currently using the small businesses? And it's through those reports we collect the data. And it's through those that we end up reporting quarterly internally, because I want to pay attention to it. I don't want to look at a 2-year project, 1 year and 10 months in, to find out, oops. That's why we do MURs. And when MURs are late, I do a thing called notice to cure. I need your MUR quicker. When MURs are falling up under the goal, we're all friends and family. I bring them in and we talk about a strategy and a plan to commit to do what you required as well as what you committed to do. So we'll be using the same process for the county as well as the cities in terms of collecting the data. I'll determine through you guys or through Gretchen how best you want your reports. And I said earlier, by projects. You don't want me grouping them and giving you this big picture. You should see them the same way we see them to understand where the impacts are, because we also understand there will be some when we're not at that number because of eligibility and other factors. But when you do it long-term, that's the number we want to hit. But it's best if you can see it as we do it. So we will be collecting the data. We will be putting that information together, and we'll find out what your preference is on how we bring that to you or how often we bring that to you.
Ms. Pennant.
Yes. Will your data include demographic breakout in terms of race, gender, veterans, all of that?
So it, as it stands now, it doesn't include those demographics. Ours include certified small businesses. It includes the districts in the county. It includes the industries, and it includes the awards and the dollar amounts. I do track because as a county in the earlier slide, I am a race and gender neutral program county. So even as a part of my certification, even being an African American, I can't flat out ask you that because I can't have someone believing that's a criteria to actually get an award. But I still do that information voluntarily. So I am happy to say that even with my certification, I have 95% of the businesses that are in my pool who did volunteer to tell me that, so I still grab that. I just can't make it a requirement. So if someone ever asked for the information that we receive to be broken out, yes, I can present it. But it's not something that we capture and make a part of a regular report.
I understand. And I know you are race and gender neutral, but I think it's also a risk management, being proactive from a risk management perspective. Because when you are tracking those data, even though you're race and gender neutral, it will dictate your outreach strategy. Because what I would hate to have happen is that 2 years from now, 5 years from now, we are faced with, well, you have not been equitable in terms of how you've distributed these opportunities to small businesses of a particular race or gender. And so, yes, I would like to see that.
So I'll say this slowly with the attorney to my left. With Broward's Race and Gender Neutral Program, we track and collect all necessary data so that we can impact the targets of all businesses in Broward.
Great, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a great oh, you have one more question? One more question. Phil?
One problem, or question.
Oh, you want one too?
One of the problems that I have seen in the past is some of these projects are such that various phases of the project lend themselves to different kinds of participation levels.
Yes.
And quite often a contractor will get into the project and get 70% through the project and not have met their goal, and then they come back and say, well, I don't have enough of the project left. Do you gather data up front or plans up front so that you can compare that we're 25% through this project, you told us that participation level would be this through that level, and is that part of the report?
Yes. I mean, it's definitely a part of the report, and I think that's what the analogy I was giving earlier. I'm not going to have a 2-year project and be 1 year and 8 months in and find out I didn't get there. We do the monthly utilization because, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not going beyond a quarter without knowing that we're all chiming where we're supposed to be. And I do get it, even for especially a lot of construction projects. A lot of the use might be middle of the way or towards the end, but I still track it monthly so that we make sure you're reserving the activities that you committed to. The activities are set up based on the scopes and the services. You've identified the firms based on their capacity for the scope and service. So I'm clear. If their project is going to be the resurfacing of the sidewalk and the redoing of the landscaping at the end, then at the end of the day, that's where my firms are. If you had some on the CAD and the design on the front end, then I need to be seeing that within your first 3 months reports. If you had it in the middle when it came to the framing. So the fact that we look monthly allows us to make sure that we're tracking the project based on the percentages.
Doug?
Yeah, I have a comment and a trivia question.
If I may, try and explain how this happens. Yeah, the light is on. You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. So during the county's procurement process is when all of the CBEs are selected. So a prime contractor, when that prime contractor bids or submits a proposal in response to a county solicitation for work, they include the work that there's a scope that's included in the solicitation, and the prime has to identify the sections of the scope of work and the CBEs that are going to do that service, perform that service for that portion of the scope of work. And so that's evaluated during the evaluation process for the vendor who's selected. So when that prime is selected to contract with the county, their CBEs and the portion of the scope of work for the CBE is included in their proposal and becomes a part of their contract. And so it gets monitored along with the progress of the contract. Does that help you? Okay.
My comment goes along, am I on?
Yeah, you are, but the speaker doesn't work, so you got to talk a little louder.
My comment kind of goes along with what Alan said. Your energy is so refreshing. Anyone that can sit here in this building, in a suit, talk this long, and nobody fall asleep is wonderful. My trivial question, and thank you, is I've seen Sandy, Michael, McDonald in foreign countries, and here with women who want to keep their maiden name. What's the dash? What's the story behind you?
Wow, that's funny. So the first name is actually Sandy Michael, Sandy-Michael. Middle name is Everett, last name is McDonald. So I'm the youngest of 9. I guess my mom said at some point she didn't want to have no more kids, so she gave me 2 first names, middle name, and my dad's surname. So that's the Sandy-Michael.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Okay, our next presentation is Miss Jill Thompson. No? Oh, Miss Margaret Stapleton. Right? Did I get that?
Trying to get out of here early?
I have to. No, I'm kidding.
So it's actually much cooler up here.
Sorry about
it's
that.
so hot in the back, the leaves are actually falling off the artificial tree. Yes, the fans are helping. Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Stapleton. I'm the director for the Broward County Office of Public Communications. So the title of my presentation today is Short-Term and Long-Term Marketing and Communication Strategies, and I just wanted to start by explaining why that is. As most of you know, I think, over the long term, we will be hiring the services of a consultant, a vendor to help with the marketing and communication projects. But in the interim, we have some projects that are starting now or ready to start very shortly, and we want to get a head start on that. We want to get marketing and communications out that start telling that good story now. So I'll be telling you a little more about what we're doing to bring that vendor consultant on board shortly. But just a little bit of background about me. I've been with Broward County since 2005. I started off as the assistant director of this office. Before that, I had a career in journalism, and I had my own ad agency for a while. So I love Broward County. I've actually been a resident here for almost 30 years, and I'm very passionate about communicating about mobility and improving mobility in our community. So I'm really looking forward to working with you on the short term and then continuing over the longer term as we bring in the consultant and support them in ways that we're able to do. Mike, can you rack up my presentation? Oh, where is it? Here. Oh, great. Okay, perfect. Okay. So I just want to start off with a brief description of what my office does for Broward County agencies. The Office of Public Communications has 54 employees over 3 broad areas of service: public information, which is further broken down into digital design and AV services, and then also we have a print shop and a call center. So just to briefly describe what those functional areas do, our public information area obviously deals with media relations, news releases, news conferences, and events like that. We do education outreach. We also are the administrator for the county's public record request program, and we operate a Broward County Academy that teaches residents. Annually, we have a program, a 10-week program that teaches residents about the services of our great county, and of course we always include transportation as part of that. Our digital government area deals with our website, and we are also right now supporting the interim Penny for Transportation website, We deal with social media. We have a number of digital e-newsletters that we send out to various constituent bases. Our AV team, some of who are here today, they're responsible for broadcasting, webcasting, and live streaming our government meetings, which include our commission meetings and also events like this. We're live streaming this event today. We also do collaborative meeting support, and we operate an internal and external what we call BCTV, which is a series of digital messaging that is designed to reach members of the public as well as our employees with news about county programs and services. Our print shop is an internal service fund. They provide below-market printing and fulfillment services, and their services will be available to this group going forward. They have the latest technologies. We just added a great new machine that will actually print on doors and other substrates. So they're very technologically innovative, and they're also environmentally friendly, using chemical-free kind of processes. Our last area is a call center. We have a 27-seat outbound call center that also becomes our emergency hotline and activations of the Emergency Operations Center. We handle phone calls from a variety of different agencies, either long-term day-to-day operations or short-term programs or projects that require intake, call center intake, or triage. So they handle about 350,000 calls a year. So that's just a brief introduction to our office. Our goals are not unlike other goals of public information or communications support teams. We try to educate, inform, we try to engage residents in government. The Academy is one example of that. We promote government transparency. That's why we're so instrumental in broadcasting and live streaming our meetings and so forth. And we try to protect and defend our brand, which is going to be something that's going to be very important to the implementation of the surtax. We want to be sure that the branding and promotional concepts we come up for that are carried throughout the campaign and by all the partners engaged in communications. So we assist, the county has a little over 50 agencies. We assist many of those in different ways. Some of them have no internal support information or marketing people at all, and we support those in virtually all the areas we talked about. Some of our other larger agencies like the port, the airport, CVB, the surtax team have their own marketing agencies, and we provide a different level of support for that, but we are there to assist all the agencies of the county. So I mentioned the marketing and communications vendor. We're in the process of preparing an RFP that will go out over the summer to solicit for our consulting services. You know, marketing and communications for this project is going to be a very big priority, and it's going to be a 30-year commitment. So we need to be sure that we craft a message that takes into account all of the ages and types of audiences that we need to talk to, our stakeholder groups. We need to be able to test our messaging to make sure that it resonates with those groups. We need to implement our strategies using all the latest tools, so that, as several presenters have alluded to earlier today, we have to talk to people where they're listening. So we need to be sure we employ all those same tools into our communications. Now, it's going to take some time to bring those folks on, so we have been working over the last several weeks on drafting an RFP that we expect is going to go out over the summer, that will start the procurement process for that. These are the broad areas of service that would be covered by that RFP. We would be looking for someone to provide branding, media, and general marketing services to help us set the tone for how we want to promote the surtax going forward, to evaluate the things we've already been doing, what's good, what do we want to keep, continue, what do we want to update, freshen up, or change. We'll also be asking this firm to, or available through this RFP, will be the ability to procure crisis communication services in case, and hopefully there won't be, but if there is and we have the need for that, we would have somebody that we would be able to call in to support that. Digital content delivery includes website support and all the social media tools that we talked about and all the new ways of utilizing those like geofencing and making sure that we're reaching people where they are on the tool that they're listening to us on. And the way that this RFP will work is that certain services will be available for a flat fee and other services will be available through a work authorization on sort of an a la carte basis. So you won't have to pay for more than what you need, but you will have the support that you need on an ongoing basis. And we've also crafted the RFP so that it can be used by other county agencies in addition to the Surtax team. So these are some of the sample services that the consultant might provide. Obviously, we want them to assist with evaluating and establishing our branding and our tagline. We would like to have them help us in crafting a strategic communications plan and then updating it on an annual basis so that we're making adjustments to that as needed. An annual media plan. Having a consultant is going to facilitate the quick and easy procurement of media through an outside vendor. We have experts there in media buying and placement. They have a lot of leverage because they're buying media for a lot of other organizations, and so they will come with a great position of strength at getting both paid and non-paid media as a result of value-added services. Response to media coverage, dispelling myths and correcting rumors. When something comes out in the newspaper, it's negative about the surtax or the implementation of it, it may contain inaccuracies. We've certainly seen this kind of thing before. We want to be able to respond quickly to it and very decisively with the truth and with the facts. And we want to be able to use trusted voices to do that. People in the community, not just the county, but people in the community that can be a trusted voice of truth regarding whatever the issue is that we're addressing. Media training. This is a great service that a firm can provide to us in terms of teaching us how to, or reminding us how to respond to media under a variety of different circumstances. Social media I mentioned, and then special events, both of a celebratory nature to announce new things and to make sure that we're getting the coverage and the exposure that we want on the activities we're involved
Excuse me, Doug wanted to ask a question.
Can you go back a slide? Are you intending to hire one firm to do all this in your RFP, or a cadre of firms that have specialists?
We've actually structured it. The reason we structured it in these 4 areas, the way the RFP is written, we may have more than one consultant because there may be more than one firm that would have strength in that area.
Yeah, I would
think
think
gives us
that,
more options.
Yeah, I would think that you want more than one, because one firm, I guarantee you, can't be the best in all those areas.
Definitely.
All right.
That's the way it's structured now.
Well, do you anticipate that that a team will be put together that covers it, or are you anticipating multiple consultants picking and choosing the menu?
We anticipate that this will have a goal on it. So we might have lead firms, we may have local firms. The way that we're going to structure it is to offer as much opportunity as possible for people to bid. But we're going to have that local goal on this, undoubtedly. So it will be a team. They can be a team that applies together, or it can be 5 or 4 people that are selected and that are going to become a team based on the fact that they're working together.
One of the requirements on the board, on the Surtax board, is to produce an annual report of accomplishments. Is it your concept then that would be one of the consultant services that would be engaged? They would actually assist in writing the script and publication, whether it's digital or publication.
We've asked for a strategic plan, also annual updates to that, as well as monitoring and metrics in all the different categories where we would expect to see regular reporting.
One last
Okay,
question.
second area that I want to mention is the
Doug?
recruitment.
Yeah, one last question. Is this selection going to be for 30 years or every 2 to 5 years, or have you given that any thought?
It wouldn't be for 30 years. It would probably, generally, these contracts are usually set for between 3 and 5 years with optional renewals for a certain period of time and then renegotiate. The second initiative that we're working on is the Public Information Officer. I know Gretchen is involved in recruiting a lot of other positions, but I wanted to mention this one specifically because it is so critical to the communications effort. So we will be interviewing for this position in July. We hope to have it filled very quickly and have someone on board because, as I said, many things are already ramping up in this.
Just with regard to county contracting, under the county's procurement code, contracts are generally for 5 years. Usually it'll be, contracts will be written as a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewals, renewal options, and which would be the county's option. So the initial term would be 3 years, and at the end of that 3-year term, the county could renew it, could opt to renew it for an additional year, or the county would go out and resolicit. But the board a long time ago established a policy that, you know, certain contracts should be that shorter term and that, you know, you should have at least 5-year intervals of an evaluation regarding where you are and whether the county should resolicit. So it's generally up to 5 years.
Obviously, there are many entities involved in the implementation of these projects, and so it's going to be very important for the Public Information Officer position as well as the marketing activities to coordinate with all of these different entities to ensure that we have a consistent message. And not only does it ensure consistency, but it also helps us leverage, because if we're able to work with the FDOT, the MPO, the municipalities, and the county together, then we all have a lot more people that we can reach out to with our message. So we see a lot of coordination going on between the collaborative partners. Did you have a question? I'm sorry. Okay. So we're continuing to support activities in the short term, and some of you may be familiar with the website Penny for Transportation. This was actually the site that was initially established as part of the voter education effort before the November 2018 ballot initiative. So after the initiative passed, we began to start building that site out with information about the appointing authority. Now it has information about the about this board and the activities of this board. It continues to have project information up there. So we are continuing to try and keep this site going until we are able to get the consultant on board and determine what we want the site of the future to look like. We know we've seen some of that on the dashboard. So what we are about is ensuring that we have a seamless transition from where we are to where we're going. So this site does have, you know, some familiarity and recognition with people, and so we would ensure that we have a very smooth transition into the new site, and there may still be a place for some of this information on the Broward, on the regular Broward.org.
Do you have
site.
statistics to show the number of views?
I do. It was, I don't have them with me right now, but I can certainly send them to the board. It was of course highest during the period leading up to the ballot initiative, but there has continued to be, you know, some activity on the site. And the live streams get some activity too. They get watched, both live and afterwards. So the next question is, you know, we have projects that are, we have 2 projects now that are coming in June and July. We have a number of projects that are imminent, and we want to be able to communicate about those. So I wanted to share with you some of the thoughts and ideas about ways we will be communicating about those earliest projects, and, you know, carry that through into the activities of the consultant. So number one is project site signage, and I'm going to show you a couple of examples in a minute of some initial concepts we've come up with for that. But we want people, when they drive by a project or they see obvious activity going on, we want them to know certain things. What is the project? When is it going to be done? What is it going to bring me? And is it part of the penny surtax or not? So certainly that signage is going to be very important. We have access to bus signage, both interior and exterior, two, of course, very different audiences. Interior being for the people who ride the bus, exterior for the people who are in their cars around the bus, which can also be geographically selected so that we have advertising in areas where we have projects actively going on. Bus shelter signage. We have shelters all over the county, and we want to explore opportunities for promoting things there. Fence banners at high traffic intersections. And this is especially good for like school zone safety messaging and things like this. It was very effective when we were trying to build support for the penny. They're very visible. You pick the highest traffic intersections. A lot of them happen to be ones where our parks are. And so we're able to use that fencing along those high traffic frontage roads to get out the message about these projects going on. Flyers, currently our highway and construction and also Broward County Transit, when they have an initiative going on, they're very active about getting flyers out through their community and neighborhood outreach. So, and I'm going to show you a sample of what we've created for that as well, for individual projects. And this gives a little more detail, maybe a map, some contact information if the resident has any concerns about the project or wonders about the timeline on it. We're also looking at using community and stakeholder publications, and this would include not only county publications, which we have several ourselves that reach several hundreds of thousands of people, but also the other entities that I mentioned. We'll be reaching out to FDOT or MPO or the municipalities to try and get them to leverage and promote those communications through their publications and on their websites as well. Websites and TV channels, social media, of course, video PSAs, and these are all services that, as I mentioned earlier, our office can support until we're able to get the consultant on board. We also, as you know, broadcast and webcast all of our commission meetings, and we have what we call a pre-show, which is about a 30 to 45-minute time frame before every meeting that typically gets pretty high viewership of people who are tuning in to watch the meeting. And we would intend on weaving in some of the project messaging into that venue as well, either through video PSAs or through slides and so forth. Okay, so let me see if I can have to get a little. I have a couple of samples here of things to show you. So this is an example of a flyer, you know, that we would distribute at some of those education outreach sessions. Do you think we should pass those around? Sure. So that you can kind of see what they look like for real. But so here you can see what we've done is, now this particular one has the Penny for Transportation Association in the upper left corner, Transportation Improvement Project, brought to you by Penny for Transportation. We also have another option that we've done. Doesn't have the Penny for Transportation logo on it. Has more of a generic traffic cone and hard hat, but those are just a couple of options that we can work through. There is a description of the project. There's a map of the project, a very clear start and end date, a comment about how during construction we're going to work with the municipality and the residents to ease any effects. For example, sometimes during sometimes they'll wait and do a project around a school zone when school's out of session, or they'll, things like that would be communicated in these kind of flyers with contacts for concerns or emergencies. The logo across the bottom would allow room also for any other entity that might be involved in the project. So if it was MPO or FDOT, we could be sure that every representative entity was included there. Here's another example. Same kind of flyer. This is for a Sterling Road project. These are the two projects that are imminent right now, so that's why I'm showing you these two particular projects. So very similar. Again, we have the same kind of variation on those. And finally, to show you an example of a project site sign, this would be much bigger and bolder. Obviously, it's a sign. It's an outdoor board, essentially, so you don't have a lot of time to capture somebody with your message, but we definitely want them to know it's a transportation improvement project brought to you by the Penny for Transportation. Here's what's happening, start and end, and here's where you can go for more information. So I wanted to just pause there for a minute and see if you all have any comments on that, on those particular concepts. I know. I'm keeping it short. I've only got 2 slides left. Okay, all right. Let's see. Too many things I'm trying to push here.
I just wanted to make a comment and just commend you on an excellent job. And I particularly love this piece where you're talking about the Speakers Bureau of Trusted Voices. I think that is golden. So thanks for being
Thank you.
On target with that.
Okay, so I'm almost done here. I just wanted to briefly mention 2 other programs that our office is responsible for managing for the county, and that's our public record request program. And I know you all have spoken about this before, but each county agency in Broward has a PRR coordinator, and Gretchen is, of course, the Oversight Board's PRR coordinator. So if you do get any public record requests, we have a very robust system for tracking and acknowledging those and making sure that we respond to them within the guidelines. So that was just a quick reminder about that. And then also media inquiries, again, to ensure consistent messaging. We're asking that if you do get a media inquiry that you contact Gretchen first. They may be contacting other people. We want to be sure they get the same answer if they do. So we can help facilitate those kind of activities.
On that, can we make sure that as media requests come into you, Gretchen, that you inform us of the inquiry that's going on and who's responding to it? And I think it goes from each one of us to communicate to Gretchen when you're cornered by a reporter or even a citizen making a public records request, that you work through Gretchen to fulfill that so that we can all know what's going on out there.
Okay, questions? Thank you. Wow.
So last but not least will be just a very brief explanation of what we are trying to do with our co-location efforts out at 1 University Drive at our Governmental Center West site.
Oh, let's get to the next slide. Good afternoon. I'm going to have to talk a lot louder. There we go. Yes. Okay. Very loud. Project. Good. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Jill Thompson. I'm an architect and interior designer, and I'm the supervisor of the Space Management section for Facilities Management Division. I'm here today with my director, Scott Campbell, to talk to you today about the staff support spaces that are being developed at Government Center West for for the Mobility Advancement Plan team and the Surtax Oversight Board. At 150,000 square feet, Government Center West is the county's second largest office support facility for general government services. The administrative offices of the Broward County Transportation Department and the Highway Construction and Engineering Division of Public Works, two critical agencies to the Surtax initiative, are both currently housed in this facility. Between them both, they occupy approximately 1/3 of the existing suites at about 50,000 square feet. While other county facilities will also be impacted by the addition of staff dedicated to the Surtax team, today's conversation is limited to GC West, as it is envisioned to be the first home of the administrative and oversight teams for the Surtax initiative. Here at Government Center West, the Surtax Oversight Board and Mobility Advancement Plan administrative team will be co-located with county staff that plan and build the roadways and that manage and oversee transit operations for the next 30 years. The work of the Surtax initiative will span far into the next generation. Governing the development of spaces to support this initiative are the overall programming goals as defined by Gretchen Cassini, the Oversight Board Coordinator, and these are to welcome the Surtax Board and members and the Administrative Office Services, invite the public to an information destination to learn more about the work the Surtax team is currently envisioning, and view up-to-date progress. Highlight new innovation initiatives and present them in a way that is engaging, accessible, and interactive, and to encourage collaboration by creating flexible working conference areas within the building at varying scales, accommodating gatherings from as few as 4 persons to as many as 40, through informal casual zones where unexpected conversation can lead to cross-pollination, fixed meeting areas in a commons area of the facility to balance the territory being used for additional staff moving into the building, and transitional meeting areas that are defined by their flexibility. As you've heard previously, the data-driven environment is a prominent component of much of the work of the Surtax initiative. It is data that can assist in regulating traffic and movement of resources throughout our community. An intentional focus of this space is that there will be a designated location for an interaction with visualized data for the public. An existing partnership with local tech developer Magic Leap could provide personal virtual reality exploration of our community as it's being transformed. Headsets can provide an intense personal experience from the data stream. But in this facility, we also envision a space to be created where small groups of people can access real-time information from the dashboard, amongst other sources, about county transit projects and explore them on the enclosure that surrounds them. The example that you see here is from Google's Deep City installation in New York City, created by Hush Studios, where they created an interactive city cave. The interactive screens visualize the data, personal data, in a creative way. And while we don't have time to review them in this forum today, there's a link that's to their operations for your reference if you want more information. It asks you where you want to go today, and it'll take you right where you want to go explore within the city. Yes. The first sign that something new is beginning to happen will be updates to the exterior of Government Center West. Through FMD's signage program, new building signage will be added to the facility in the coming months to better identify this location upon arrival. When ready, the new graphics with the map logo, represented here by the blue circle, will brand the facility as the new home of the program. To assist with wayfinding, the thoroughfare to the main entrance, as you can see the image on the glass on the ground floor, will be further enhanced by a graphic wrap, similar to a bus wrap, on the existing window of the offices, creating an element of visual interest and creating a directional edge, which will lead visitors to the main entrance of the facility. Now, when we think about the office spaces, you've probably all seen images of the contemporary Google office. It's been over 15 years since Clive Wilkinson Architects persuaded Google to switch from a typical cubicle farm to a more open and transparent workspace, thereby acknowledging that people are social creatures and exploratory beings, not widgets. As we begin to create space within the overall facility, we want to move away from the cubicle farm and create a more open work environment with fewer wall panels to break down silos and create the occasional seating grouping where conversations can be caught along the roadside. Famously, from one of Google's earliest offices is a room full of ski gondolas that are used for ad hoc meeting areas. A specific type of workplace culture drives this type of corporate expression, and for the county, this might not be the ideal solution, but to engage the public in an active way, we may want to consider following in the model of Google offices in California, and within the main lobby, implement a vehicle that could be an ad hoc meeting location or a pop-up information kiosk to showcase the Surtax initiatives and alternate modes of travel. So we have options and opportunities within the space. This brings us to our facility and what we're hoping to accomplish as the Surtax program staffs up and the need for public interaction and information increases. Government Center West is a complex environment that can be difficult to navigate, a city unto itself. So we've extended our vocabulary to include an urban terminology to discuss the concepts being used to organize the overall space for the current occupants and for further growth. We propose redesigning the workspaces with a concept called activity-based work environments. This is not a new concept. It's been around since the 1980s and is a branch of evidence-based design where you can try something out, see if it works, and change it if needs be. But it responds to not just a public space versus a private space, but a type of flexibility that needs to go hand in hand with the type of activities that staff will be doing in support of their job. Reshaping the physical and the virtual and behavioral workspace to support the team. The county's work culture is not likely to move away from a 9-to-5 traditional workday model, as there's an expectation of reliable access to civic services that the community depends on. However, it's estimated that 50% of workers work remotely, at least for some portion of the work week, and the average decision maker in a company today uses video conferencing for nearly half of their total meetings. So the incorporation of new technologies, we want to make certain that we're open to the flexibility of that as we reshape the environment within the overall facility for our teams. So we'll be talking about 4 types of ABW, or activity-based work environments. The town square, which are public communal areas that can be used for activities, for hands-on meetings or company celebrations. Neighborhoods that are designed for groups of people that need to come together for long periods of time to do similar repeated activities. An agency team, for example, can function as a neighborhood. Workshops that are meant for one-off collaborative projects with a definite end. And employees can sit up or sit down, stand up or sit down, depending on what the task requires and what is most comfortable for them at that particular moment. And libraries that are smaller communal areas where anyone can go to for unstructured work, for research, coding, or needing to take a moment away from the busier activity of the rest of the workspace. When we look at GC West now, and we open into the main lobby, the facility was opened in 2003 for public use, and the main lobby, the atrium, serves as a hub for county residents to access services of Western Broward. The existing atrium and Government Center West is a unique volume, and that ground floor is the most active space of the building, and it serves as a civic space, the town square of the facility. The permit check-in rotunda just needs a clock face on it to round out the scenario. Visitors check in at the rotunda and then are directed to the appropriate desk for the needs of their services. The upper level balconies, circled in red, provide access to the suites in the east and the west wings of the facility, but are currently underutilized. They're finished with hard surfaces and open to the atrium. There are noisy areas used for the occasional agency party or event. Yes?
Question for clarification. This is an existing Broward County building.
I can't hear.
This is an existing Broward County building
Yes.
where we're proposing to put this office space?
We will be integrating and embedding the Surtax team within.
Okay,
this
whereas
facility.
everything prior to this were examples of other places, spaces.
That are as serving as
okay,
inspiration.
I just want to clarify it, because when I first looked at this, I went, boy, they've been moving awful fast. Okay.
Well, so then the next image you will really enjoy. Because taking the bare bones of this particular atrium space, and we look to the next slide, our atrium space is on the right, and the atrium space on the left is serves as an image of inspiration.
Is that water there?
No, it actually isn't. It is projected onto
Oh,
the glass.
good. I'm
That
glad
is
it's not
digital.
water.
It's digital water on the vertical surface as well as on the floor tiles.
That was the exact question that Miss Henry
Well,
asked.
I gotta say, how this message gets out is very important, because if we send this without any disclosure, like this is Google, phone's gonna ring off the hook.
Well, and I don't propose to use the electronic tile system. I think that may be overkill for our particular facility. However, there are lessons to be learned here in terms of color, texture, and variety in the environment. Engaging materials and color variations. This particular space on the left is a Microsoft offices in Dublin. And taking another lesson from this space, our atrium space is on the left, their atrium space is on the right. Our underutilized balconies can become places of destination and gathering, not just thoroughfares. Varying the seating on the balconies to create small gathering areas that can be used for ad hoc meetings, especially as the agencies continue to become more occupied with additional staff. And you can see from the arrow on the orange arrow on the image to the left, that is the arrow that points to the area that we are envisioning the Surtax suite occupying, just so that you're aware of what that volume looks like right now. We're going to start our tour of GC West from the top and work our way down to the ground floor, just so that you can see, starting with the quieter upper floors. The fourth floor is primarily occupied by other county agencies. The space that would be possible for availability here are the balconies, where we would want to begin to provide collaborative space for agency neighborhoods to spill out into these commons areas, and stage for varying levels of interaction, keeping in mind that any furniture grouping would need to maintain egress from the suites to the primary exit ways. The third floor, however, on this facility is almost completely occupied and shared between the Transportation Department and the Highway and Construction Engineering Division of Public Works, both agencies that are currently staffing up to meet the needs of the Surtax initiatives. New agency staff hired to implement the Surtax initiative will be embedded within the existing agency suites. This facility is currently a hodgepodge of physical and digital. Supply closets, filing cabinets, web conferencing. To make room for the new Surtax staff, the spaces will need to be reimagined and reconfigured. Designed for a different era of computing, most workspaces in the facility were designed for oversized CRT monitors. We have room for a few additional staff on the suites, but the oversized workspaces will need to be compressed and reconfigured, and in the process, looking to reshape the environment to make room for the activity-based workspace and consolidate the team efforts so that the teams are co-located within the agencies that they are working within to support the Surtax.
So this building, that's the existing uses there today?
I'm so very sorry.
Those are the existing uses there today?
This is the existing layout.
And
We have started working with the agencies to identify who is sitting where, so we can begin to reconsolidate the teams once they know how many staff they're going to be adding in the first years.
One of the other things that you might notice is that as we move on year by year, and we add more and more staff into the public works and the transit agencies in this building, that they're going to be reducing their conference room areas to accommodate those staff. And so you'll see that what we're trying to do is create common areas, common conference room areas that anyone that works on the Surtax could utilize so that we can free up that space for people.
Are we renovating the entire space for the other departments?
No. We are renovating space. Actually, no. We are renovating space in transit. We are renovating space in highway construction and engineering, which is why you see these legends, right? Because the reason for renovating those spaces is to accommodate Surtax-funded positions. But she's going to be showing you only what that $1.97 million is buying you. So she's going to walk you through very carefully what exactly it is that we're doing in this building for Surtax-related functions.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to apologize. My ride, Paratransit Tops, is here, so I have to go. But I just wanted to ask, on the whatever part of this space is dedicated to paratransit and educating the public about, what we're doing.
Oh, the paratransit space is on our next floor.
Well, I was just going to suggest that the statistics having to do with the silver tsunami and, what's happening in Broward and what's projected to happen be part of that educational effort there so that people know.
The space specifically dedicated to paratransit, and we're in process of renovating the space already for them, is if you go to where it's lavender and you see up against the green dots, there's a service counter right there. That service counter is for the paratransit staff, and the space immediately behind, the workstations immediately behind, are for the paratransit staffs for their dedicated workspace when they're not serving somebody at the counter.
Great.
Scott Campbell, the Director of Facilities. When we talk about renovating, it's not for the sake of renovating. There's a set amount of space that's there, and if you go into that space now, it's full. And what Joe was talking about as far as having these deep desks, work surfaces for the CRTs, and that is what we want to do, is to go in and harvest space. As we add more people into it, buying real estate is very expensive. If we can compress and increase the density and still have a very good working environment for everybody, that's it's a win-win situation. So
why I asked was because we're going to be renovating for other departments beyond the Surtax and staff, correct?
I want to be very clear.
Okay.
Very clear.
Okay.
We are using Surtax funding for Surtax functions and Surtax funded people, and
Okay.
for renovations that will support and accommodate the addition of Surtax funded positions that
Perfect.
you all have approved. And
Okay.
any other renovations that need to be done will be done using other funds.
Okay, that's the only reason I asked the question. I just wanted clarification.
The first drawing was the third level. Now we're going down to the second level.
Yes.
And the areas are going to be renovated for those two functions which we are going to have people in, correct?
Both agencies currently occupy these suites. So the Surtax staff will be embedded and incorporated into these suites.
Okay.
The areas that are shaded green are the current conference rooms that Gretchen was discussing that will start to become overtaxed with the addition of other staff.
Okay, a simple question. If we're going to renovate 300,000 square feet to end up with 50, and the cost is X million, are we going to pay 1/6 of that?
No, we're not doing that. We're not renovating 300,000
Oh, wait.
square feet.
That building, the third floor and the second floor are there, and it's occupied. We're going to change it, put some more of our new people in there, but we're going to renovate the whole second, third floor. Or
I don't think
everything
so.
in
It's $1.9 million. It'd be more than a
everything in yellow and gray, purple,
So
or
in
whatever.
the yellow, so when Tony Huey was talking to you earlier, like Tony Huey and his staff from Public Works, they're in that yellow area.
Okay.
Right next to them, right, you've got the transportation department. So in that kind of gray, purple color. Those people already exist.
Okay, we're not
but-
going to be able to do this today, but I want to make sure that the 1.9
I'm going to show you the 1.9. It's not for
because
this. It's on the first
way
floor.
I'm looking at this, we're going to confuse the public with what I'm seeing.
Okay, so let me try, and this is probably because I'm boiling hot, and it's very hard to think. So I was going to try to give you the layout before we started the presentation of why we're showing this to you, and the importance of this from my perspective, which is we are co-locating. I heard you all tell me that you would like to have a space that was publicly inviting. That means a first floor space, right? In a high traffic building with lots of visual interest. The ability for us to have augmented reality cave so that people can experience these projects in an immersive environment, a place for our innovation team, a place for you all to have your meetings that we could actually live web stream, and a place where you could have an office if you wanted to drop in. We also know that we're going to need to have flexible spaces for big projects where we have the MPO and FDOT and city staff and we're all working together for long periods of time. And then what if we get audited and somebody wants to be there for 6 months looking through everything? Well, we need to have the ability to accommodate that. The reason that Jill and Scott wanted to show you the whole building, not just the first floor, is so that you could understand what co-location and breaking down these barriers that we've been talking to you about really looks like and what's actually there, because I'm pretty sure none of you have spent a lot of time in GC West walking through the floors, right? No. So we wanted to show you what co-location means. All of these people that are working on Surtax related functions already exist there, right? Yeah. On the second and third floor. So by us moving into the first floor and starting to rethink the way that the space in that building is being utilized, we create a place, a town square for the public to come and find out anything they want about the Surtax. And if I don't have the answer on the first floor, I just have to take a walk up to the second floor or the third floor to get the answer. We've got paratransit. Right. We have all of transportation. We have fleet. We have IT. It's great.
I'm not objecting to that. I think that's wonderful. What I'm saying is the message that goes out to the public has to be very clear of what the surtax is paying for and what the county is going to pay for, or they're going to say, when I first looked at this presentation, I went, whoa, that's a lot of money we're spending for office digs.
So this is a good opportunity to talk about the space on the ground floor. So this is the way the ground floor looks now. And some of the, I'm going to kind of walk you through the elements since you may not be as familiar, because some things are going to remain the same in the way that this space works. The primary entrance to the space is coming down from the upper left-hand corner. That's where we'll see the new signage and the wrap on the windows that'll carry your eye down to the main entrance to the space. The oval is where the security team currently is now, where visitors would come and check in. What is affectionately termed as the donut, the round rotunda, is where permitting services currently check in and disperse to the transaction counters adjacent for whatever type of permitting services that they're looking for. The first move that we're going to be making is in the dark blue area. That's where the map administration team will have their offices.
Right.
And that has already been funded. Moving the map administration team into the dark blue offices, into that location. The light green areas to the right is a separate agency that's going to be affected by this move, because part of one of our issues is that the space that we have available for the Surtax is this medium blue area that we see against the window wall, and between the atrium and the window wall is a transaction counter that serves one of the other agencies on the floor. And that was that image that we saw earlier with the orange arrow pointing towards it. One of the defining characteristics of the concept was the idea of transparency. So when we moved to this idea of transparency, it's very difficult to walk behind another counter to get back into the area where you're trying to find out more information. It's not inviting to the public. So this particular area is going to be affected by moving the Surtax team and map administration team into this location. The first phases are moving the map team over, and there will be a renovation to that transaction counter to open up the space on the ground floor for the Surtax team.
Cool.
Now, because we have ideas of inspiration first to kind of talk about what the space might possibly look at, we will take a quick look through those first, and then we'll take a look at what we envision that ground floor looking like. That's fine. I will move through these very quickly. That's not a problem. We'll move through these quickly. We're talking about the idea of having incorporated fixed meeting spaces so that you've got additional closed meeting rooms that can be assigned and scheduled and private. Casual meeting areas where people can come together for a quick conversation or like meet me downstairs because we need to talk about this particular part of a project. Separate different types of work zones, desk surfaces that are at different heights so that the meeting groups can be of different types of compositions and styles. And then transitional meeting spaces. An open floor plan is challenging for the definition of smaller meeting areas and zones. And this presentation space to the right is one that can be opened up on a daily basis, but when it needs to be more private and not necessarily acoustically private, but visually private, can be closed off for meetings of a different scale and sort. So this takes us to what we're discussing for the ground floor at GC West. That those two red arrows came right through the center from what we see as our town square. We see, if we follow in the green line coming in through the main entrance, to the right, that vehicular display that we had discussed a little bit earlier, we've got a perfect spot for there. And when we go to renovate the escalators, we have the opportunity to move the vehicle into the space. As we move up the page, over to the left, there's an IoT cave, our Internet of Things cave, which would be a location, a small area for the public to come and take a look at the overall space, and an opportunity for Magic Leap to create an environment, an immersive environment for the public. As we move past the crosswalk, which becomes the designated change over to the Surtax area, we then see one, and they're numbered, the fixed meeting spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, of varying scales, some for about 10 to 12 people and some for 4 to 5 people. The Surtax Plaza in the center would be the area that would be transitional, that could be open for other county use with flexible seating that when you have your meetings would then be able to be reconfigured and set aside for your usage at the time. The map workshop, the map neighborhood will still remain the same. They won't have a lot of changes to their space. And as we move further to the right will be flexible offices for the oversight board to use when you're in the facility, and as well as some flexible workspaces that you could just sit down to take a phone call if you don't need the same degree of privacy. So this is the space that we're looking at for the request for FY20. In the blue.
So that dark blue is what you funded for FY19, and it's already underway, and there are 9 offices there, including the 3 innovation team. And those flexible offices that are off to the right would be available for us to redesign and reconfigure as we add staff over the years.
I think this is wonderful. Just don't bring us any change orders, please.
Change orders.
You're not going to get approval.
And to the point of the confusion, we can definitely, while we're doing this stuff, your surtax dollars at work, as opposed to, for example, we're already in a process of remodeling paratransit.
Paratransit, yes.
So there's going to be a lot of different. It's a large building. It's got a lot of dynamics to it. But we'll make sure that things. It's very evident what's going for what. And I don't think that'll be one. Yeah,
It
it's
is.
Broward Boulevard
across
and
from the mall.
University, the northwest corner.
Boulevard and University, across Broward Boulevard from where the old Sears was that they tore down at Broward Mall. It's that building right on the corner. That's one university.
Yeah.
That's it. That's Government Center West. Right down.
And it's going to be right down from a big mobility hub that the MPO is studying too. So it'll be great. Yeah.
Wait. So there's the 19 that we have already approved.
Correct.
And now the 20th is coming up.
Unfortunately,
When
it's an orange.
are these going to be
It's
done?
not additional, it's just.
When?
We are hoping, obviously, the dark blue needs to be done by January so that we can all move in. And then I'll turn to you all as far as when you think the orange part.
We have, with FY19, the funds were approved for the consultant. So upon approval of direction, we will be able to engage the consultant to get the process started. We're envisioning that this will probably take 2 years.
Following
So
up
we
on,
don't have a meeting place until then.
You can continue using room 430. We can continue using traffic engineering. We certainly won't be coming back here ever. I'm just joking. We have the hearing room on the second floor, which is a very nice room too. So I'm hoping that we can continue to kind of go to different places and see what you all like and give people the opportunity to see other parts of the county.
following up on Phil's comment about, we approved 1.9 million, or what was it? For just that gray area on the left, right?
No, the orange.
The orange too.
That's the 1.9 is the orange. The gray area was funded with last year's dollars.
Okay, and what's happening, what about the second and third floor renovations?
So those second and third floor renovations come in separate asks to you, okay? They're not right now. So
okay, I just wanted to understand.
And you know you have to approve every expenditure. So those
So
second
the
and
1.9 is to fix the first floor.
the 1.9 is to fix the first floor,
Then
and
you're
you
going
already
to come back
approved
to us,
700,000.
pay for a portion of the renovations on the second and third floor to accommodate the new staff.
Correct.
And I hope that's based on 10 people versus a percentage of desk, not some flowery number.
I heard that. Yes, I did.
Is there any other business, Gretchen?
No, other than getting
Alan
out of here
asked
quickly.
me to close the meeting.
So our next meeting will occur at the Traffic Engineering Division. It will be on July 25th. I will send out an agenda. I'm going to be reaching out to each Oversight Board member to schedule briefings, very detailed briefings in advance of that meeting, since it is an action meeting on the budget.
Where will that meeting be?
At the Traffic Engineering Division, that's 2300 West Commercial Boulevard. You've met there before.
And we'll have the meeting, we'll have the minutes of the May meeting prior to that, and these really don't matter that much, right?
Absolutely, Vice Chair. We will have the minutes of the May meeting distributed to everyone, along with your budget packet and your action agenda. Once I have a chance to meet with each of you individually, with Angela and some of our subject matter experts, make sure we have addressed all of your questions. We'll finalize the agenda and we'll send it out. We'll hopefully send it about 10 days in advance.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Thank you.
Second.
Just want to thank you for your presentation.
I'm sorry? Sure. Okay. No, well, I was going to meet with you first to try to address the questions that we heard today and then develop any additional materials. I mean, they're already hard at work trying to address the questions that have come forward. So whatever order you would like it, I mean, I'm fine with that. If you would prefer to have the materials and then see if you want the briefings, that's fine.
But you also said that we're going to approve the budget. We're going to approve this budget from here on the 25th. So that's probably what your one-on-ones are probably going to be mostly.
Correct. Trying to make sure we've addressed all of the questions that came up today regarding the budget.
I guess we're adjourned.